Hey guys, how are you all? I hope you all are doing well. Today we are going to see an amazing what-if story. But before we start, it's just a humble request that if you are new here, please subscribe because it actually motivates me a lot to post more. Also, the stories on my channel are fully written by me, so if you have any suggestions for what-if stories, please let me know below the comments section. Now, without any further delay, let's start. What if Harry Potter was heir of Nordic gods? Horror Office Field Report. The spell came at Harry fast and bright, a sharp streak of sickly light that cut through the cold London fog. He did not think. His wand was already up. Protego, the shield burst into place a breath before the curse hit. The impact rang in his bones. The alley walls shook. Brick dust flaked down from above and stung his eyes. Somewhere to his left, someone shouted and stumbled over a pile of broken crates. "Potter! Keep him boxed in!" A voice yelled behind him. Harry barely heard it. His heart hammered in his chest. His breath steamed in the air. The fugitive was bolting deeper into the alley. Dark cloak whipping around his boots, wand flaring in his hand as he threw another curse over his shoulder. Reducto! The curse tore a hole straight through a rusted metal bin. The sound was a sharp crack and a long screech as twisted metal scraped across stone. Shards scattered. One bounced off Harry's shoulder and caught his neck. He felt a sting, warm blood starting to slide down under his collar. He ignored it. "Stunner from the left, Harry!" Ron bellowed from the alley mouth. "I see him," Harry snapped. He pushed off the wall and ran. His boots splashed through dirty puddles. The air smelled of damp rubbish and something chemical drifting over from the Muggle Street. The sky above the narrow gap was dull and colorless. His world narrowed to the shape of the man ahead of him. Thin, quick, masked. The mark on the back of his cloak was not the old familiar skull and snake, but a new symbol some of the younger fanatics had taken up. A snake winding through a circle of jagged lines. They still wanted something to kneel to. Harry raised his wand. Expelliarmus! The red bolt streaked through the murk and clipped the fugitive's shoulder. The man spun, almost lost his footing, but did not fall. He snarled and slashed his wand at Harry. Confringo! The curse hit the right-hand wall. Stone exploded. A wave of shards and dust hammered Harry full in the face. For a second everything went white and gray. The noise rang in his ears. He felt the alley twist around him. His scar burned. He gritted his teeth. He kept his feet. The heat was sudden and sharp. Not the old stabbing pain, but a deep pulse that rolled from his forehead down his spine. For a heartbeat he felt something under his skin answering the curse, like a locked door rattling. No. He shoved it away and pushed forward, blinking through the smoke. "You are cornered," he called. His voice sounded strange to his own ears, too calm, too steady. The man ahead laughed, a high sound that grated on Harry's nerves. "You think the Ministry can stop what is coming?" the man shouted back. The Dark Lord was only a shadow of the old power. Ron skidded into view at the far end of the alley, wand out, hair already damp from the fog. Another Auror, Davies from their squad, cut around a side passage and blocked the other end. The fugitive glanced back and forth, wild eyes visible through the slit in his mask. Harry lifted his wand again. "Drop it," he said. "It is over." The man did not listen. Of course he did not. He jerked his wand up and began to chant something under his breath. The words were unfamiliar. They rolled together, rough and harsh, full of sounds Harry did not recognize. The air shifted. Cold crawled across Harry's arms. A strange tug started in the pit of his stomach, as if the space in front of him were folding inward. "Harry, do not let him finish." Hermione's voice crackled in his ear. The charm on his collar carried it from the observation point on the nearby roof. "That incantation is not standard ritual Latin. It reads like a summoning. Cut him off now, before the anchor forms." "I am trying," he muttered. The fugitive's wand tip glowed an odd bluish green that did not look like any spell Harry knew. The puddle at his feet began to ripple and sink, as if something unseen pressed down from above. Harry did not think. The strange pressure in the air pushed against his skin. His scar burned again, harder. His vision blurred for a moment and the alley stretched, not in distance but in depth. Lines of faint light rose in the air around the chanting man. They crisscrossed and twisted, like roots reaching down into the ground and up into the sky. Harry blinked and they were gone. The man was still shouting, voice rising. "Enough," Harry said. The word came out with more weight than he intended. He slashed his wand, aiming for the fugitive's wand arm. "Expelli armis." Red light burst from the holly wand. At the same instant his scar flared. The light changed. The simple red of the disarming spell deepened, tinged with that same bluish green he had seen a moment earlier. It thickened in the air, less like a narrow beam and more like a solid blast. It hit the man with a sound like thunder trapped in a bottle. The fugitive flew backwards, not just knocked off his feet, but thrown hard against the alley wall as if a giant invisible hand had backhanded him. The stone cracked around him. Dust rained down in a sudden shower. His wand flew from his hand and clattered across the ground, spinning to a stop at Harry's boots. The chanting stopped. The strange cold grip in the air snapped. For a second, there was a deep quiet. No wind. No city noise. Nothing. Harry stood in the middle of the alley, breathing hard. His hand shook around his wand. The scar on his forehead throbbed in time with his heartbeat. "Harry!" Hermione's voice was sharp in his ear now. "Report. What did you just do?" Magic levels around you spiked off the chart for a second. Ron stumbled up beside him, coughing on dust. "Blimey," Ron wheezed. "Mate, what was that? You knocked him 3 meters easy." Harry looked down at the stunned man on the ground. His chest rose and fell. His mask was cracked. Behind the broken edge Harry saw a pale face, early 20s, hollow cheeks, eyes rolled back. No obvious burn marks. No visible curse backfire. Just the impact. "I cast a disarming charm," Harry said. "That was not a disarming charm," Hermione said. He heard papers rustling in the background as she moved. There was a secondary field inside it. "You bent something around him. The readings on the charm just jumped again when you spoke." Harry swallowed. His mouth was dry. "Maybe the alley warped it," he said. "Too narrow." Even as he spoke, he knew it sounded thin. Ron nudged the unconscious man with his boot. "He is out cold," Ron said. "Davies, bind him." Davies came up from behind, ropes already flying from his wand. Harry forced himself to lower his own. His hand still trembled. He clenched it tighter around the handle until his fingers hurt. The air smelled of dust and ozone. There was a faint sharper scent under it, something like pine bark after rain. It made the back of his neck prickle. "Harry!" Hermione pressed. "Are you injured?" "Cut on the neck," he said. "Nothing else." He lifted his free hand and touched his scar without thinking. It was hot, not the old, sharp pain. A steady heat, like a coal that had been quietly burning for a long time and had just been poked. "Harry," Hermione said quietly, "the charm is showing a spike centered on your head." "I noticed," he muttered. Ron shot him a sideways look. "Scar hurt?" Ron asked under his breath. Harry dropped his hand. "It is fine," he said. "Just reacting to idiots who try dodgy rituals in London alleys." Ron snorted, but his eyes stayed worried. "Right," Ron said louder. "Let us get him back before he wakes up and tries to call some ancient snake spirit or something." Davies gave a short, strained laugh. The tension in the alley eased just enough that Harry could breathe again. He holstered his wand and tried to push the strangeness aside. Just another raid. Just another fanatic who thought they could build the world out of bones and fear. The fragile quiet of the post-war years never lasted long anyway. Or office debrief. Grimmauld Place groaned when they stepped through the door. The old house did not like strangers. It did not like ministry visitors. It barely tolerated Ron, who still tracked mud on the carpets and leaned brooms against walls. It did not complain about Hermione. The entrance hall smelled of old wood polish and tea. Creature muttered something from the direction of the kitchen, then shuffled away when he saw all 3 of them at once. Hermione had charmed the worst of the Black family portrait to stay silent, but the canvas eyes still watched. Harry shrugged off his cloak. His shoulders ached. His neck throbbed where the shard had cut him. The bandage the healer had slapped on at the ministry itched. "Sit," Hermione said at once. She emerged from the kitchen with a mug in each hand, brown curls tied back, sleeves rolled to her elbows. She looked more like a harried student in the middle of exams than the most frightening witch in the ministry, which was exactly how she liked it. Harry did not argue. He dropped onto the sofa by the fireplace. The fire was already going, steady and bright. Heat crawled across his face. His muscles loosened a little in the warmth. Ron flopped into the armchair opposite with a groan. "My feet hate you," Ron told Harry. "They do not have to come on raids," Harry said. Ron snorted. "Right," he said. "Leave you alone with some nutter summoning the end of the world in a side street. That will go well." Hermione handed Ron his mug and then set Harry's on the low table in front of him. "You gave me a scare," she said, sitting down beside him. Her knee brushed his. Harry felt the contact more than he should have. He told himself it was just the nerves. "I handled it," he said. She arched an eyebrow. "The readings say you handled it by bending an unknown energy source around a will-breaking ritual and using it to amplify a simple, disarming charm," she said. "Which is not standard procedure." Ron blew on his tea. "Looked more like you shouted at him and the alley agreed," Ron said. Harry stared into his mug. Steam rose in thin streams. The smell of strong black tea filled his nose, edged with a little mint. Hermione liked to add it when she thought he looked tense. He took a cautious sip. Heat rolled down his throat and settled in his chest. "His spell felt wrong," Harry said slowly. "I could feel it even before he started to chant. That tug in the air, like something was pulling on the ground and the sky at the same time. It made my scar burn." He tapped his forehead lightly. Hermione's eyes flicked up to his scar. Her expression tightened. "It has been quiet for years," she said. "Mostly," he said. Ron frowned. "What do you mean, mostly?" Ron asked. Harry hesitated. He could pretend. He could brush it off. He had done that before. Nothing, just a twinge, just a headache. Nothing to see. Except she had seen the readings. Except he was tired of lying by omission to the only two people who still checked that he slept. "It has been waking me up," he said at last. "Some nights. Feels hot. Not painful like when he was in my head. Just hot. And bright. I get images." Ron sat up straighter. "Images?" he echoed. "Not clear," Harry said quickly. "Not memories. More like shapes. Lines. There is a tree. Or something that feels like a tree. Branches that do not stop. Roots that do not stop. They go up and down at the same time. Always against a dark sky." He watched their faces. Hermione looked troubled, thoughtful. Ron looked deeply unimpressed with the idea of infinite branches. "Mate, that sounds like a nightmare," Ron said. "No wonder you look like you slept in a broom cupboard." "I did sleep in a cupboard for 10 years, Harry said dryly. "Maybe my imagination just has a theme." Hermione did not smile. "Harry," she said softly, "why did you not tell us sooner?" "Because it is just a dream," he said. "Until today." Today it felt the same as in the dreams when he started that ritual. The same heat in the scar. The same pull in the air. Then the spell came out wrong. "Not wrong," Hermione said. "Different." Harry rubbed at his forehead. His scar still felt too warm. The skin around it tingled. He remembered the moment in the alley when the world had stretched, when the lines of light had risen around the chanting man. "There were lines," he said, "just for a second, all around him, like roots, or cracks. I do not know. Then they vanished and my spell hit him." Hermione leaned closer. "Show me," she said. He blinked at her. "How?" he asked. "Not literally," she said. "Describe them again." Slowly, he sighed but obeyed. He closed his eyes and forced his mind back to that point in the alley when time had seemed to slow. The numbness of long months of work cracked just enough to let the memory through. "They started from under his feet," he said. "Faint lines of light, bluish. They reached down into the ground and up into the air, twisting around him. Some curled, some rose straight. Nothing neat, more like roots. They met somewhere above him in a kind of knot. Then they were gone." He opened his eyes. Hermione's brow was furrowed. Her fingers tapped on her mug in a steady rhythm. Ron watched them both, a crease between his eyebrows. Roots, Hermione repeated. Branches, a tree that stretches across the sky and the ground. Your scar reacting to unfamiliar ritual language. Raw power tearing at the edges of standard charms. Harry, this matches some of the older myth arcane notes I have been cross-checking. Harry stared at her. You have been what? He said. She had the grace to look a little sheepish. When we started seeing these new cults using symbols that do not match old British rune sets, she said. I went looking. Some of them are not from continental wizard traditions at all. They match carvings from much older sites, Scandinavian stone pillars, northern shrines. The words they chant are close to the old sagas and poems. I thought they were just borrowing the style. Now I am not sure. Ron gave a low whistle. So we have got copycat Death Eaters who read Old Norse poetry, he said. That is terrible on about 3 levels. Hermione pinched the bridge of her nose. It is not funny, she said. If they are drawing on something older, something that predates wizard runes, then we might not have the right tools to counter it. Harry let his head fall back against the sofa. The ceiling of Grimmauld Place stared back at him, all dark boards and old charm marks. He had thought, when he signed up for the Aurors, that war would at least feel clear. Bad wizards. Catch them. Stop anyone else from going through what he did. Instead, the evil ones just changed costumes and read different books. You think my scar is tied to whatever they are tapping into, he said. Hermione hesitated. I think the scar was never just a scar, she said slowly. We knew it was a conduit for connection when he was alive. We have always assumed that connection snapped when he died and whatever was left simply faded. But the night of the final battle did more than kill a dark wizard. You released an enormous amount of raw protective magic. We never mapped exactly what that did to you. I exploded him, Harry said flatly. That part was fairly clear. Hermione shot him a look. You know what I mean, she said. Your connection to prophecy, to the curse, to the charm your mother used. They all collided at the same time. It is not impossible that the scar changed rather than closed. Ron scratched his jaw. So it is not Voldemort in there anymore, Ron said. It is something else. Harry's stomach flipped at the old name even now. He is gone, Harry said, more to himself than to them. I saw him die. I felt it. There is nothing left of him in my head. Hermione reached out and curled her fingers around his wrist. I believe you, she said. This does not feel like him. The pattern is different. The energy is different. If anything, it feels older, colder, less personal, like a mark laid over time rather than a person shoving themselves into your thoughts. That is very comforting, Harry said. Because humor was easier than fear, she squeezed his wrist. I will run a full scan, she said. Not the standard scar checks. A deeper mapping. We can compare it to the records from after the battle. If something changed, we will see it. You have records from after the battle, Harry asked. Of course, Hermione said. Kingsley asked for them. You were unconscious in the infirmary for 2 days. You did not think we just sat around and watched you drool. Ron grinned. I watched you drool for at least an hour, Ron said. It was very dignified. Harry gave him a rude gesture without real heat. The tension in the room loosened a little. Hermione let go of his wrist and stood. I will get my notes, she said. Do not go anywhere. Harry rolled his eyes. Where exactly would I go? He asked. In the next 10 minutes without you noticing? She shot him a look over her shoulder. With you, anything is possible, she said and disappeared upstairs. Ron watched her go, then turned back to Harry. You are scared, Ron said quietly. Harry stared into his tea again. The fire crackled. Creature banged something in the kitchen. The house settled around them with its usual steady creaks. I am tired, Harry said. Those are not the same thing, Ron said. Harry rubbed his thumb along the rim of the mug. He could feel the truth pressing at the back of his teeth. He could feel the exhaustion that never really left, no matter how many criminals they caught, no matter how many grateful faces he tried to forget. He could feel the heat in his scar, the image of endless branches over a dark sky. Maybe I am both, he said at last. Ron nodded slowly. Well, Ron said, if it turns out you are accidentally plugged into some ancient northern tree magic, we will deal with it. Harry snorted. Tree magic, he repeated. Ron shrugged. You know what I mean, Ron said. You will not go mad alone this time. We will be right here. The simple certainty in his voice did more for Harry than any charm. Thanks, Harry said. Ron lifted his mug in a little toast. Any time, he said. Night. The house was quiet. Much later, after Hermione had brought down a stack of parchment and books, after she had run a series of careful charms around his scar that made his skin prickle and his hair stand on end, after Ron had finally staggered home to his flat, Harry lay in his bed at Grimmauld Place and stared at the dark ceiling. The room smelled of old dust and the faint clean scent of fresh sheets. The window was cracked open, letting in a thin line of cold air. London sounds drifted in, distant and muffled. He could not sleep. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the alley again. The lines of light around the chanting man. The surge of power when his spell changed. The way the air had gone still and empty for a second after. He shifted on the mattress. The bed springs creaked. Sleep, he told himself. His body felt heavy. His mind would not quiet. He rolled onto his side and shut his eyes. Slowly, the room faded. The hum of the city blurred. The thin cold from the window became a distant touch rather than a sharp line. For a moment, he almost slipped under. Then his scar flared. He gasped and sat up. Heat flooded his forehead. Not sharp pain. A steady, burning pressure. As if someone had pressed hot metal gently against his skin and left it there. His vision went white around the edges. The world shifted. He was not in his room. He was standing on nothing. Dark spread out in every direction. Not empty, not really. Felt full. Heavy. The way the air feels before a storm. The way the great hall had felt when Dumbledore pulled magic through the room. Above him, something moved. He tipped his head back. A vast shape rose from below his feet to somewhere beyond his sight. Thick, twisted. It branched and branched again. Limbs crossed one another. Smaller lines reached out in every direction. Where they met, there were points of light, pale and steady. The whole thing stretched up and down at the same time, its lowest roots disappearing into the dark below, its highest branches fading into a sky that was not a sky at all. The sight pushed at his chest. It was too big. He tried to speak. No sound came. Something brushed against his cheek. He turned. A feather floated past his face. Black and glossy. Another followed. Then another. The air filled with them for a moment, weightless, drifting. Two shapes wheeled high in the dark. Wings beating slow and smooth. A sound rose. Not words, not at first. More like the murmur of many voices in another room. Then one thread of sound separated. A single voice. Calm. Old. Speaking in a language Harry did not know. The words rolled through him. He did not understand them. Not truly. But his bones seemed to answer. He staggered. Stop, he tried to say. I do not understand. The voice paused. For a heartbeat, everything held still. Then a second voice laughed, low and amused. It slid along his nerves like cold water. The heat in his scar jumped. Harry grabbed his head and dropped to one knee. The knot ground pressed up against him, solid and not solid at once. Enough! He forced out through clenched teeth. The branches above him shuddered. One of the points of light flared. His scar burned so hot he was sure it must be leaving a mark. Then, just as suddenly, the heat vanished. The dark folded. He was back in his bed, gulping air, fists clenched in the sheets. His heart raced. Sweat cooled on his back. The room was the same dim shape it had been before, all shadows and old furniture. His scar throbbed. He lifted a shaking hand and touched it. The skin felt raised under his fingers. Not the old lightning strike pattern. A new line crossed it, faint and curved, like part of a circle. Brilliant, he whispered to the empty room. That is just brilliant. His voice shook. He let his hand fall and stared at the ceiling. Maybe he could ignore a nightmare. Maybe he could ignore a strange surge in an alley. He could not ignore the feeling that something ancient had just looked back at him. Outside, a car went past, tires hissing on wet street. Inside, the fire downstairs snapped softly. Harry drew his knees up, wrapped his arms around them, and rested his forehead on them for a moment. His breath shuddered in and out. He was not a boy in a cupboard anymore. He was not a student under prophecy. He was a grown man, an Auror, someone people trusted to hold the line. His scar still felt hot. "Tomorrow," he said to the dark. "Tomorrow I tell Hermione everything word for word, because this was not Voldemort, and whatever it was not going away." The wind bit through Harry's cloak as he climbed. He kept his head down and his wand in his hand. Wet heather dragged at his boots. The slope beneath him was steep and slick, all rock and spring mud. The night sky above the Scottish Highlands was a flat, dark lid, thick with cloud. No stars, no moon, only the glow ahead. A faint, wrong light pulsed over the next ridge. It rose and fell with a slow, steady rhythm that set his teeth on edge. Green at first, then a pale blue, then a sickly mix of both. "Keep low," Ron muttered behind him. "I am low," Harry said. His legs already burned. He had slept badly again. The dream of the endless tree was still lodged behind his eyes. His scar still felt warm under the fringe. The bandage on his neck pulled when he turned his head, a dull reminder of the alley. He pushed it all aside and kept climbing. Hermione moved to his right, a dark shape against the darker slope. Her wand tip glowed only faintly, just enough for them to see the next rock. When the wind gusted, it carried the distant sound of chanting down to them. The words were rough, sharp. He could not make them out, but the sound alone made his skin prickle. Hermione swore under her breath. "That is not Latin," she said. "It is close to Old Norse. They are not even hiding it." "How many did Shacklebolt say?" Ron asked, breathing hard. 6 confirmed, Hermione said. "Possibly more inside the circle. 2 lookouts." The runic readings were off the scale before the storm blew in. "Whatever they are doing, they are nearly done." Harry reached the top of the ridge and dropped flat, fingers digging into cold turf. He looked down. The hill fell away into a shallow hollow. In the center stood a ring of old stones, tall and worn, their tops jagged against the dark sky. Someone had cut fresh lines into them. The carvings glowed with the same wrong light as the sky above, green and blue at once. It looked like light pushed through ice. Figures in dark cloaks moved around the ring. Some stood at each stone, hands raised, chanting in that harsh tongue. 2 more knelt near the middle, where a figure lay bound on the ground. Blood stained the earth around them. Harry saw the color even at this distance. It was too dark for anything else. His stomach clenched. "Hostage," he said. "They are feeding it." Hermione's breath hissed between her teeth. "They are using blood as an anchor," she said. "That ritual is not just protective. It is a summons." "Summoning what?" Ron asked. "I do not know," she said. "But it is not something we want in the middle of Scotland." Harry narrowed his eyes at the bound figure. "Can you tell if they are alive?" he asked. Hermione flicked her wand, lips moving in a quick pattern. Her eyes went distant for a second, then snapped back. "Heart is weak but still beating," she said. "We do not have much time." Harry rolled onto his side so they could see his face. "Same plan," he said. "I take the front. Ron, you circle left. Hermione, you stay back and break the ritual lines first chance you get. Watch the runes, not just the people." Ron nodded. "Got it," Ron said. "Distract the idiots. Hit the one who looks like he reads the most. Keep their eyes off Hermione. Try not to get killed," Hermione added. Her voice was sharp, but her hand brushed Harry's arm for a second. A quick squeeze through the cloak. He caught her eye. "If they start that chant we heard from the ridge again," she said quietly, "you stop it at once. No clever stalling. No trying to see what happens." "You say that like it is something I would do," Harry said. She stared at him. He sighed. "Fine," he said. "I will stop them." The wind gusted again, carrying another wave of that strange, cold energy up the hill. His scar pulsed. The faint new line across it, the one he had felt with his fingers in the dark the night before, itched. "And if your scar does anything weird," she added, You tell me at once. On the list, he said. He pushed himself to his feet. His heart beat faster. His fingers tightened around his wand. He felt tired and wired at the same time, the way he always did before a raid, only worse. The image of the tree from his dream seemed to linger behind the ring of stones. Branches that did not stop. Roots that ran through the world. He shook his head. The picture wavered and faded. On 3, Ron said. They counted together under their breath. On 1, Harry was already moving. The circle. He came down the slope at a run, cloak snapping around his legs. The wet ground grabbed at his boots, but he kept his balance. The glow from the stones grew brighter as he approached, washing his vision in green and blue. One of the lookouts turned, eyes widening as he saw Harry. Ministry, the man shouted. We are compromised. Harry did not give him a chance to finish. Stupefy, red light flashed from his wand and hit the lookout full in the chest. The man flew back and crashed against one of the carved stones, then slid to the ground. The chant around the circle stuttered, one voice faltering. Harry kept going. Ron peeled off to the left, wand out, moving faster than his long frame should have allowed. Hermione stayed at the top of the slope for a second, wand already tracing a pattern in the air that only she understood. Ministry scum, one of the cloaked figures spat. He whipped his wand at Harry. Crucio, Harry threw himself sideways. The curse missed him by inches and hit the grass. The ground sizzled. A wave of sharp heat washed up his side. He rolled, came up on one knee and fired back. Expelliarmus. The man's wand flew from his hand and spun into the dark. Harry did not wait to see where it landed. Another cloaked figure already had his wand raised. Avada Kedavra. The green light cut through the air. Harry ducked on instinct. The curse passed so close above his head that his hair lifted. It slammed into one of the stones behind him. The glow in that stone flared white for a second, then shifted. The carved lines twisted, as if they were trying to move. The chanting voices rose again, faster now, more desperate. So much for subtle, Harry muttered. He aimed at the caster. Impedimenta. The man staggered as the spell hit, his movements suddenly slow and dragged. Ron took his chance. He burst out from behind a lower rock on the left and slammed a stunner straight into the man's chest. The cultist dropped like a stone. 2 down, Ron shouted. 4 to go. 5. Hermione called from the ridge. 1 just came out of the circle. Harry risked a glance at the center. The bound figure on the ground was clearly male now that he was closer, perhaps older than Harry by a few years. Dark hair, skin gray from blood loss. Blood soaked the shirt across his chest. A cloaked which knelt beside him, knife in hand, drawing something on the skin with quick, practiced strokes. The lines she traced glowed as they formed. Not standard runes. They curved and hooked in ways Harry recognized from Hermione's books. Old, Northern. Wrong in this place. Stop her, Hermione shouted. Harry raised his wand. Expelliarmus. The distances and the changing light threw his aim off. The spell grazed the witch's shoulder. She jerked but did not lose her grip on the knife. She only turned, eyes wild above her mask. For the serpent under the root, she shrieked. For the shadow that waits in the depths. Harry's skin crawled. I have had enough of serpents, he said. Another curse came from his right. He spun and deflected it with a shield charm, then fired back without thinking. The circle exploded into chaos. Spells crisscrossed the air. Red and purple, yellow and sickly green. The stones echoed each impact. Each crack of magic in the circle seemed to feed the carvings, not break them. The runes flashed brighter, pulsing now in time with the chant. Hermione's voice cut through the noise. Harry, they are using the stones as a focus, she yelled. If you can, bring one of them down. Break the pattern. He swore under his breath. Of course they had to make it complicated. He ducked another curse, felt it tug at his sleeve and burn a line along his arm. Pain flared, hot and sharp. Blood trickled under his sleeve. Fine. He dived behind the nearest stone, pressing his back against cold rock. The glow bled through his cloak. His scar flared a little in answer. He clenched his jaw against it. The chanting rose again. The words were clearer now that he was closer. Harsh consonants. Long vowels that seemed to drag through his bones. He could not understand them, but part of him felt the shape of them. Call and response. Root and branch. He fought the urge to listen more closely. "Potter, move!" Ron shouted. Harry twisted out from behind the stone again and aimed high. Reducto. The blue light of the spell shot up and smashed into the top of one of the carved stones on the far side of the circle. The impact rocked it. The old rock split with a crack that echoed off the hills. The top half tipped and fell, slamming down onto the ground inside the ring. At once, the glow in the fallen stone flickered, then went dark. The light in the others stuttered. The chanting faltered. The witch with the knife screamed something furious and swung the blade down toward the bound man's throat. "Ron!" Harry shouted. Ron did not think. He launched himself across the circle, stumbling as he hit the loose blood-soaked earth. His wand snapped out. Expelli Armis. The knife flew from the witch's hand and spun away into the dark. She rounded on him with a shriek and drove her wand at his face. Defindo. Harry saw the slashing spell too late. Ron tried to twist aside, but his footing was bad. The spell caught him across the side of the chest. Cloth and flesh parted. There was a nasty tearing sound and then blood. A sudden bright spill across his dark robes. Ron gasped. The sound was thin and shocked. He fell to his knees. "Ron!" Hermione screamed. Harry's heart dropped. He did not remember crossing the ground between them. 1 second he was at the outer edge of the ring, the next he was there, dropping to his knees beside Ron. The world narrowed to Ron's face, pale, eyes wide and dazed. Blood soaked into the earth under his friend. It spread fast, turning the dirt to dark mud. Harry pressed his hand over the wound without thinking. Warmth flooded his fingers. Ron hissed in pain. "Sorry," Harry said, voice rough. "Sorry. Stay with me." Ron tried to laugh and coughed instead. "Bit hard," Ron wheezed. "You are heavy." "Shut up," Harry said. His hands shook. His heart raced so hard it hurt. The chanting around them had shifted again. Some voices breaking, others shouting louder to cover the panic. Spell light still flashed at the edge of his vision. Hermione was somewhere behind him, shouting healing charms, then swearing when they did not take at once. "Harry, move your hands," she yelled. "I cannot reach the wound with you in the way." He did not move. If he moved, the blood would pour faster. He knew it. He could feel the pulse under his palms, weak and fluttering. Something inside him snapped. The thin layer of control he had built over years, layer upon layer of training and routine, cracked. His scar flared. The heat was sudden and brutal. It felt like someone had pushed a brand into his forehead. He cried out. The sound tore out of him before he could bite it back. "Harry," Hermione said, alarmed. "Your scar." He could not answer. The world shifted. The glow from the stones surged, but it was not the same light as before. The runes around the circle rippled. For a second, he saw them all at once, not as separate carvings but as part of a larger pattern. Lines connecting lines, curves threading through straight strokes, forming shapes that hovered between sense and nonsense. They twisted around his vision and then fell into place. The image from his dreams rose up behind his eyes. The tree endless and heavy, its branches reaching in every direction. Only this time he was not standing beneath it in some strange dark void. It was here, layered over the hill, ghostly and solid at once. Roots pierced the ground under the circle. Branches arched above the stones. Points of light glowed where they touched invisible paths across the sky. The bound man on the ground lay at the base of one of those roots. Ron's blood soaked into the soil at the foot of another. The wrong chanting scraped against the edges of that presence. Harry wanted to scream at them to stop. His hands pressed harder against Ron's chest. Blood seeped between his fingers. His own heartbeat thudded in his ears. His scar beat in time with it, each pulse an explosion. "Stop," he said. The word came out low and raw. The air listened. He felt it the way he had felt it in the alley, only bigger. The air itself seemed to pause. The wind dropped. The night sounds of the highlands vanished. Even the faint rustle of Hermione's robes behind him seemed to fade. The cultists did not stop. If anything, they chanted louder, their voices shaking but frantic. The witch who had cut Ron's chest threw her arms up toward the sky. "Serpent under the root!" she cried. "Hear our blood and answer." Something in Harry broke. "Enough!" he shouted. The world snapped. The storm, the sky went black. Not dark, black. The last faint outline of cloud vanished. The glow from the stones flared and then was swallowed. For a heartbeat there was nothing, no light at all. Harry's breath caught in his throat. Then lightning exploded out of him. There was no other way to describe it. It did not come from his wand. It did not come from above. It ripped its way up from somewhere inside his chest and spine and scar, a violent rush that tore through muscle and bone and skin. He screamed. Green and blue light roared around him. It burst out of his hands, out of the scar on his forehead, out of the air itself. It speared upward in a thick column, then split into many jagged lines that cracked across the sky. Thunder slammed down a second later. The sound hit him like a physical blow. The stones around the circle shook. Several shattered outright, big chunks of rock ripping free and blasting away across the hillside. The chant shredded into startled cries and then silence. The lightning did not stop. It whirled around him in a storm that had no clear edge. He felt it under his skin, in his teeth, crawling through his veins. It was too much, too big. His body was a narrow pipe trying to hold a river. He dimly felt Ron slipping from under his hands as the force lifted them both. The blood on his fingers crackled and flared. The smell of ozone and burnt earth filled his nose. His hair lifted off his head. Every nerve screamed. "Harry!" Hermione shouted. Her voice barely reached him through the noise. He saw her at the edge of his vision, wand up, hair whipped around her face by the wind the storm had dragged up from nowhere. She was trying to move closer, but each step fought against the invisible pressure that rolled out from him. The circle was a ruin. Cultists were on the ground, some curled into balls, some flat on their backs, hands over their heads. Those still conscious stared at Harry with wide, terrified eyes. One dragged himself away, leaving tracks in the wet earth. The bound man in the middle twitched as lightning snaked over the ground and licked at the runes on his chest. For a second the glowing lines shifted, then burned away, leaving only raw skin and blood. The storm reached upward. It clawed at the sky, tearing at something that had always been solid and distant. Harry felt it connect before he saw it. A thin, sharp sensation, like breaking through a layer of glass you had never known was there. The lightning struck that unseen barrier and ripped it open. A crack appeared above the circle. It was a long, jagged line of light that stretched across the clouds, too straight and sharp to be anything natural. It glowed with the same green-blue as the lightning that had poured out of him. The edges of the crack shimmered and bled, as if reality itself were struggling to knit back together and failing. Beyond the crack there was something else. Not sky, not space. He had only a glimpse. A vast shape loomed there, faint and distant, as if seen through thick glass. Branches, always branches, twisting, endless, full of glimmering points that felt like places instead of stars. The sight hit him with the same pressure as the dream, only stronger. His knees buckled, even though he was not sure if he was still standing on anything. His magic howled. There was no other word for it. The force inside him poured toward that opening, desperate and wild, as if it had been waiting for this path for years. He tried to pull it back. He tried to dam it, to force it back into his veins. It did not listen. "Stop!" he gasped. It did not. His vision burned white. His muscles spasmed. His heart hammered so fast he thought it would burst. Every breath felt thick and hot. The lightning pouring out of him tore chunks from the hillside and burned channels through the heather. The smell of smoke joined the ozone. Somewhere under his hands Ron lay too still. The thought cut through the storm like a knife. Ron. He clutched at that single word and forced it to the front of his mind. Ron on the ground. Ron bleeding. Ron who had followed him through everything, who had stood at his side in the worst nights of the war. If this power killed Ron, Then what was the point of it? He dragged at the magic again, harder this time. Nothing. The current was too strong. He felt something else slam into it from outside. Not Hermione. Not any wizard. Something old and sharp, like a blade driven into a riverbed. The lightning shuddered. For a second, everything froze. Then a sound cut through the storm. It was not thunder. It was a horn. The note was long and clear. It sounded over the hills, over the storm, over the wild rush of magic. It vibrated in his bones. It made the hair on his arms stand up in a new way, not from the static but from recognition. His power flinched at it. The crack in the sky flared. Light poured down through it in a straight, clean column. It washed over the circle, over him, over the broken stones. Where it touched the storm, the lightning twisted, then bent. The wild arcs that had been slashing in every direction slowly curled inward, drawn toward the column as if it were a drain. Harry gasped. The force inside him jerked. The path of least resistance had changed. Instead of blasting out into the world in all directions, it poured straight up into that column of light and through the crack above. The pressure in his chest eased, just a fraction. He did not know whether to be relieved or terrified. The column brightened. The horn sounded again. The storm shrank, concentrated now around him and the column that held him. The rest of the circle dropped into a strange, heavy quiet. The wind dropped. The glow in the remaining stones died. Hermione stumbled forward, free at last from the pressure that had held her back. "Harry!" she shouted. He could not answer. His body shook with the effort of staying conscious. His hands had slipped from Ron's chest. He saw Hermione fall to her knees beside Ron and press her own hands down, pale fingers already glowing with healing charms. The horn note softened, shifting into something almost like speech. The column of light thickened at the base. A shape stepped out of it. Heimdall. He was tall. That was Harry's first clear thought. The man who walked out of the light was taller than any wizard Harry had met, broad-shouldered, solid, every line of his body steady and sure. He wore armor that gleamed in the strange glow. Metal that did not look quite like gold yet reflected the light in a warm way. A long cloak hung down his back, heavy with rain and light. His skin was dark. His hair was pulled back from his face in tight braids. His eyes were bright and strange, pale against his skin, but not the flat pale of blind eyes. They were sharp. They took in everything at once. He held a horn in one hand and a long, wide sword in the other. He looked at Harry. The weight of that gaze hit Harry harder than the horn had. Those eyes were not just looking at him. They were looking through him, past him, across him. Harry had the sudden, sick feeling that the man could see every path he had taken, every moment he had turned left instead of right, every night he had woken with his scar burning. He swallowed. His throat was raw from screaming. His voice scraped when he tried to speak. "Who are you?" he managed. The man spoke in the same language Harry had heard in his dream. The words rolled out of him like a river, deep and calm. Harry did not understand the syllables, but the tone was clear. Judgment. Not anger, not yet, but something older than anger. Then the man's gaze sharpened and his next words came in clear English. "Harry Potter," he said. Harry flinched. Hearing his name from that mouth in that voice felt wrong. "Yes," Harry said slowly. "Who are you?" The man's eyes did not leave his face. "I am Heimdall," he said, "guardian of the bridge between worlds. Watcher at the root of the tree." The name meant nothing to Harry at first. Then Hermione's voice cut across the circle, high with shock. "Heimdall," she breathed. "The guardian of the Bifrost. Scandinavian lore. Norse myth." Heimdall turned his head. His gaze brushed over her, over Ron on the ground, over the bound man beside them. He took all of them in with one sweep, then returned his focus to Harry. "You have torn the veil," he said. "You have driven new paths through the branches of Yggdrasil without right or knowledge." Harry gritted his teeth. "I was trying to stop them," he said. He jerked his chin toward the scattered cultists. Some had dragged themselves to their knees. A few still lay flat. One stared up at the crack in the sky with wide, delighted eyes, as if this had all gone according to plan. "Your intent is not the measure here," Heimdall said. Your effect is. The surge from your scar reached further than your world. It struck the branches of the tree. It bent threads that were not meant to bend. Harry felt the words in his scar. It throbbed under his skin, hot again, reacting to the mention of it. I did not choose this, he snapped, anger cutting through the shock. I did not ask for it. I did not wake up this morning and decide to blast a hole in the sky. Heimdall did not blink. That is why you are dangerous, he said. An anomaly with power greater than your understanding. An outside context problem in a structure that has fixed limits. An anomaly, Harry repeated, his hands curled into fists. You do not get to call him that, Hermione said sharply. She had one hand pressed against Ron's chest, fingers glowing with a slow, steady light. Ron's face was white. His breathing was shallow but regular now. Blood still soaked his robes, but it no longer flowed as fast. You are on British soil, Hermione said. You have no authority over an Auror of the Ministry of Magic without consent from the minister. Identify your jurisdiction and state your purpose or leave. Harry almost smiled. Only Hermione would try to pull rank on a myth. Heimdall looked at her again. For now, he said, you stand in Midgard. That much is true. But the tear above you, that is not Midgard. That is the exposed edge of a path that runs through the whole tree. The one who opened it comes with me. Harry's stomach dropped. I am not going anywhere, he said. He tried to raise his wand. His arm did not move. He looked down. Bands of light had wrapped around his wrists and chest. He had not felt them form. They were not ropes, not chains, but they held him as firmly as any binding spell. When he tried to push against them, they tightened. The lightning inside him growled and then shrank, pressed in by the new constraint. He glared up at Heimdall. Let me go, he said. My friend is bleeding on the ground. I am not leaving him. Heimdall's gaze flicked to Ron again. His expression did not change. For a second, Harry thought he did not care at all. Then Heimdall lowered the horn. He shifted the sword to his other hand and pointed the empty palm toward Ron. A line of light, thinner and softer than the column, flowed from his hand. It touched Ron's chest where Hermione's fingers pressed. Hermione gasped. The light sank into Ron's body. Some of the gray left Ron's face. His breath eased a little more. The edges of the wound under Hermione's hands felt less torn, more closed. Harry saw Hermione's shoulders loosen. He will live, Heimdall said. The damage to his thread has been contained. Hermione stared at him. Thank you, she said stiffly. Her voice shook. Her eyes were wet. That does not give you the right to take Harry, she added at once. Heimdall tilted his head, bird-like. You do not seem to understand, he said slowly. This is not a negotiation. The surge from his scar rang through all 9 worlds. It awakened long sleeping warnings. Left unchecked, he will tear more than one sky. Harry's jaw clenched. Then help me control it, he said. Teach me how to stop this. Do not drag me away like a prisoner. Heimdall's gaze softened. A fraction. That is not my place, he said. I am not the teacher. I am the bridge and the watchman. I bring those who must be judged and taught to the place that can hold them. The bands around Harry's chest tightened again. He hissed as the pressure squeezed his ribs. The last of the lightning that had been leaking into the air twisted up and into the column. The crack in the sky began to shrink, drawn in around the pillar of light that now centered on Heimdall and Harry. Hermione stood up. She moved to stand between Harry and Heimdall, still keeping one hand on Ron with a weak charm in it. You cannot take him, she said. He is needed here. Heimdall watched her for a moment. You are the one who read the old stones, he said. You have seen the warnings. You know that some storms cannot be anchored in one world. If he stays, the tear will come again, only wider. Hermione's mouth trembled. He is not a storm, she said. He is a person. Both can be true, Heimdall said quietly. Harry's vision blurred with anger and fear. Hermione, he said. She looked back at him. Her eyes were bright and furious. Her hair stuck to her damp face. There was blood on her fingers from Ron and probably from Harry himself. She looked smaller than the guardian in front of them, but she did not back down. "We will get you back," she said. Her voice was steady. "I am not a lost parcel," he said. "I know," she said, "but I am not letting some ancient guard drag you off without a plan. I will find you. That is a promise. So do not die, all right?" He tried to laugh, came out shaky. "Bossy," he said. "Terrifying." Ron croaked from the ground. Harry looked down in relief. Ron's eyes were open now, hazy but focused. His lips were pale, but there was a weak grin there. "Do not let this sod push you around, mate," Ron said. "You already dealt with a snake-faced maniac. Gods are just dark wizards with better branding." Heimdall's mouth quirked at that, as if the joke had surprised him. "You still speak lightly in the face of a tear in the worlds," Heimdall said. "That is how we survive," Ron said. Harry swallowed around the tightness in his throat. He looked at Hermione again. He wanted to say 1,000 things. He wanted to tell her about the dream, about the birds and the voices, about the new line on his scar. He wanted to say he was scared. He wanted to say he was tired of being taken by forces bigger than him. There was no time. The column of light around him brightened further. The crack in the sky shrank toward it, folding in like the edge of a wound being sutured. The pressure in the air shifted with it. His ears popped. Heimdall lifted the horn once more. "This is the judgment of Asgard," he said. "Harry Potter, scar marked by Othala and Nothis, you have torn at the veil beyond your right. You will answer to the All-Father and the Council of the Aesir." Harry did not understand the names, but he heard the weight behind them. "I did not ask for any of this," he said again, voice low. Heimdall met his eyes. "Few do," he said. "What matters is what you do with it now." He pressed the horn to his lips and blew. The note was sharper this time, cut through Harry like a blade. Light surged up from the ground, around his feet, around his legs. The hillside under him vanished, replaced by a surface of solid, shining color that rose out of the column like a road. It stretched upward into the crack, a bridge of light. Harry's stomach lurched. His muscles tried to resist, but the bands around his chest and arms pulled him forward. His feet moved without his consent, stepping onto the bridge. Each step sent a jolt of strange energy up his legs. Hermione lunged forward. She hit an invisible barrier at the edge of the column. It sparked where she struck it, forcing her back. She slammed her fist against it, magic flaring around her hand. "Harry!" she shouted. Ron tried to push himself up. His arm gave out. He collapsed back onto the ground with a groan. "Harry!" he called, voice cracking. Harry twisted against the pull long enough to look back. The scene burned into him. Hermione, wild-eyed, beating at the wall of light with her bare hand. Ron on the ground, pale and stubborn, reaching out with a blood-stained arm. The broken circle of stones around them. The bound man still lying in the middle, now breathing, eyes fluttering. The crack in the sky shrank faster. The light of the bridge brightened. "Do not you dare die," Hermione shouted. "Bring back a souvenir," Ron rasped. "You know, if there are gods, nick a mug." Harry laughed, helpless and raw. "I will try," he said. His voice echoed strangely in the column. Then the bridge pulled him up. The world of the Highlands dropped away. For a breathless second, he saw all of it at once. The hills, the circle, the tiny forms of his friends below. Then color swallowed everything. Light roared past him, bright and blinding. He held on to one thought like a rope. "I am coming back." The note of the horn rang in his bones. The crack above closed behind them. The light swallowed everything. Harry had the sharp sense of moving and not moving at the same time. His feet hit a solid surface, then lost it again, then hit it once more. His stomach lurched. His ears rang with the last note of the horn. He kept his eyes open because closing them felt worse. Color streamed past him in thick bands. Not one color. Many. Red and gold, deep blue, clean white. They blurred together until they stopped being clear lines and became a single bright rush that stung his eyes. Cold air tore at his clothes. He tried to breathe and felt wind slam straight into his lungs. His scar burned. The band of light around his chest held him upright. Heimdall walked a pace ahead, steady as if he were on flat ground in the ministry atrium, not riding a column of raw magic through a crack in the sky. His cloak snapped in the wind. His armor caught the shifting colors. "Breathe," Heimdall said without looking back. "Trying," Harry forced out. His voice vanished into the roar. The bridge sloped up for what felt like a long time. Then the angle shifted. The sense of climbing eased. The pressure in his ears changed. There was a brief moment of weightlessness that sent his stomach into his throat. Then his feet hit stone. Real stone. Solid. Cold. The pull of the column eased. The light around his chest thinned, then dissolved. The roaring in his ears dropped to a low hum. The color resolved into clear shapes. He stumbled. He got his hands down just in time to stop his face from hitting the floor. Pain shot through his wrists and up his arms. His knees cracked against the surface. His palms met smooth stone that hummed faintly under his touch. He stayed there for a moment on hands and knees, breathing hard. The air smelled different. Clean and sharp. Cold but not damp like the highlands. There was a hint of metal and something faintly sweet that he could not name. "Up," Heimdall said. Harry lifted his head. He was in a chamber that was both round and long. The stone under him shone with a pale gold color. Around the edges of the floor, the same colors he had just traveled through ran in narrow channels, bright and steady. They flowed toward an arch at the far end of the room, then dropped away. Behind him, where he had just come from, a tall gate stood open. Its surface glowed, fading from intense to soft as the last of the bridge light drained away. The crack in the air that had hung over the Scottish hill was gone. Here the gate was a clear border. One side of it was the chamber. The other side was a blur of more light. Heimdall stood a few steps away, between Harry and the edge of the floor. He had not fallen. He did not look out of breath. He watched Harry with the same steady eyes as before. "First time on the bridge is difficult for most," Heimdall said. Harry pushed himself slowly to his feet. His legs shook. His heart still raced. His scar throbbed. Sweat chilled on his neck, mixing with the dried blood from earlier. "Would have been nice to hear that before I got on," Harry said. Heimdall almost smiled. "You did not ask," he said. Harry took a breath and looked past him. The edge of the floor was not a wall. It was a drop. He walked forward, careful step by careful step, until he could see over. The world opened. He stood at the top of a vast fall of water. That was his first clear word for it. A river of light ran out from the arch behind him, across the floor, and then spilled off the edge in a wide flow. It did not vanish into nothing. It fell and fell and fell far down through a sky that was both bright and dark at once. Far below he saw land. Not a flat spread like the English countryside. A series of shapes, some green, some brown, some so distant they were only smudges. The light from the bridge river hit them in places, leaving moving marks. He knew, the way he knew spells in his bones, that one of those shapes was his world. His mouth went dry. "Do not lean too far," Heimdall said. "The fall is long." "I am not going to jump," Harry replied. "I have already done that once." Heimdall studied him for a second. "You did not jump that night," he said. "You walked forward carrying a piece of another soul. That is different." Harry did not ask how he knew that. The idea that this man had seen that forest and that walk made his skin crawl. He stepped back from the edge. "So," he said, "you brought me to your bridge thing. Where exactly are we?" Heimdall turned toward the arch at the far end of the chamber. "Bifrost Gatehouse," Heimdall said. "At the edge of Asgard." "Asgard," Harry repeated. Hermione had talked about it around the kitchen table once. Old sagas. Family trees of gods and giants. At the time, they had been trying to figure out why some cultist had carved certain runes on a wall. He had listened in between sips of tea and tried not to think about how his life kept brushing against other people's myths. Now the words sat heavy in the room. "I thought that was a story," Harry said. Heimdall walked toward the arch. "Many stories are only flat shadows of what was once true," Heimdall said. "Walk." Harry followed. His legs ached as if he had run for miles. His chest felt tight. Every breath seemed to carry more of that clean air into him, and with it a trace of something else. Old magic. It made his own magic feel less settled, as if it were trying to stretch. They passed under the arch. The light around the bridge river dimmed as soon as they left the gatehouse. The sound of falling water grew louder. The air cooled further. Ahead, a wide bridge of stone stretched into the distance. Curved slightly, not a straight line but a gentle rise. On either side, low walls marked the edges. Beyond the walls, the drop continued. The river of light ran along the center of the bridge, a bright line that led straight toward what lay beyond. Asgard. It rose at the far end of the bridge like a city built on a high plate. Golden towers, not polished and perfect like ministry statues, but solid and sharp, with edges that caught the light. Dark stone walls that looked thick enough to shrug off curses and cannon both. Roofs with sweeping curves. A high central building with a long roof and tall pillars. Smoke and light rose from points within. The sky above it was clearer than the one over the highlands, though the same strange tree feeling lingered at the edge of his senses. There were smaller buildings too, clustered beyond the main hall, spilling out along the plateau. He saw shapes that could be training yards, lines that looked like walls within walls. He heard faint metal on metal voices, and somewhere a distant roar that did not belong to any animal he recognized. He stared. Whatever this was, it was not neat wizard magic layered over a castle. "This is not your heaven," Heimdall said. "Do not look at it with that expectation." "I was not," Harry said. "I was thinking it looks like a capital city that expects trouble." "That is closer," Heimdall said. He started forward along the bridge. Harry walked beside him. The stone under his boots felt slightly warm now, warmed by the light that ran through the center. The air on the bridge tasted thin and bright. The ache in his legs eased a little, though the tiredness in his bones stayed. Behind them, the gatehouse stood like a small fort at the edge of nothing. The river of light poured from its door and out along the bridge. Harry did not look back long. "So," Harry said after they had walked in silence for a while, "what exactly are you going to tell this all-father you dragged me to see?" "The truth," Heimdall said. "Which version?" Harry asked. Heimdall glanced at him. "You resist pity by default," Heimdall said. "You deflect with words when you are afraid." "That is not an answer," Harry said. "It is part of the truth," Heimdall said. "The rest he can see himself. He is not blind." "Great," Harry muttered. "I always wanted another old man who sees more than is his business." Heimdall's mouth twitched. "This one does not pretend to be gentle," he said. "That may help." They walked. As they drew closer to Asgard, the details of the city grew clearer. Guards stood at the far end of the bridge, spears in hand and helmets gleaming. Their armor matched Heimdall's in color but not in detail. Some wore mail, some breastplates, some had cloaks pinned with simple discs. They watched Harry approach with tight faces. He could feel their unease like a prickle on the back of his neck. Their eyes did not move from him. A few glanced up at his scar. Great, he was a scar with a body again. At the bridge end, a wide gate stood open in the wall. The river of light flowed through it and down into the city, splitting into smaller channels that ran along streets and under bridges. The sound of the falling water behind them faded into the background. Heimdall stopped just before the gate. He turned to Harry. "From this point on, you are under Asgardian law," he said. "Do not draw your wand unless you are told to. Do not lie when asked a direct question. If you do not understand something, say so." "Any other rules?" Harry asked. "Do not try to run," Heimdall added. Harry snorted. "Where would I go?" he said. "Down the side of the city." "You would be surprised how many think that is an answer," Heimdall said. He signaled to the nearest guard. "Tell the All-Father the storm mark is here," Heimdall said. The guard nodded and ran ahead through the gate. Harry raised an eyebrow. "Storm mark," he repeated. Heimdall looked at his scar. "You tore the sky," Heimdall said. "The tree remembers its storms." Harry touched his forehead without thinking. The skin under his fingers felt slightly raised. The old lightning line was still there. The new curve that had appeared after the dream sat across it, not crossing fully, more like a hook. The skin under both felt warmer than the rest of his face. "Is that what this is?" Harry asked. A storm mark. Heimdall studied the scar for a long moment. The mark itself is older, Heimdall said. I saw its first flare years ago. It sat quiet, a scar from a mortal curse patterned over one of our own symbols. The storm came when that pattern woke. One of your symbols, Harry said. Which one? Heimdall hesitated. In our tongue, Athala and Nothis, he said at last. The rune of inheritance and the rune of need, bound together by a mortal curse and a protective sacrifice. It should not have held. Yet it did. Harry stared at him. He felt dizzy for a second. So my scar is a rune made of his curse and my mother's charm, Harry said slowly. And that rune has been sitting there since I was a baby, waiting to ring your doorbell. That is one way to say it, Heimdall said. Harry rubbed his forehead and tried not to swear at the sky. Perfect, he said. That is perfect. The hall of Asgard was not like the great hall at Hogwarts. There were no floating candles, no long house tables, no sky charm on the ceiling. It was bigger for a start. The ceiling rose high above them, supported by thick pillars that ran in two long lines. The walls were carved with scenes and creatures Harry only half recognized. Wolves, serpents, a tree that stretched from floor to roof and then beyond, its branches curling around the images of people and beasts. Light poured in through high windows near the roof. Fires burned in wide metal bowls along the sides, sending heat into the air and smoke up to gather in dark smudges above. The floor was a single sweep of stone, lined with narrow strips of metal that formed patterns if he looked long enough. At the far end, on a raised platform, stood a throne. It was not delicate. It was a solid seat of dark metal and wood, wide enough for a large man to sit without looking cramped. Carvings ran along its arms. Two ravens perched on the back, feathers glossy, heads tilted. They watched everything with sharp eyes. The man on the throne sat straight, back resting against the carved wood. He wore no crown Harry could see, but a band of metal circled his head. One of his eyes was clear and bright. The other was covered by a patch of dark leather. His beard and hair were gray shot with white, the colors of age rather than weakness. His shoulders were broad. His hands rested easily on the arms of the throne, strong and still. Harry knew without asking that this was Odin. People lined the hall between the entrance and the throne. Some wore armor. Some wore simpler tunics and cloaks. A woman with pale hair braided and wrapped around her head sat on a lower seat near the throne, her hands folded in her lap. Her gaze was sharp and assessing. On the other side stood a tall figure with long dark hair and a curious expression that shifted between interest and boredom too quickly for Harry to pin down. He felt eyes on him from all sides as Heimdall led him down the hall. His boots sounded loud on the stone. His scar tingled. He forced himself to stand straight. He had walked into worse rooms, ministry trials, death chambers, Dumbledore's office when he knew he had broken a rule. He had done this before. He could do it again. Heimdall stopped a short distance from the platform. All Father, he said, the one who tore the storm path stands before you. His voice carried through the hall without effort. Odin's clear eye moved to Harry. Harry met it. There was no point in looking at the floor. That had never helped in front of Umbridge, and it would not help here. Harry Potter, Odin said. He did not ask. He stated. Yes, Harry said. His voice sounded smaller than he liked in the large space. He did not let it shake. Odin studied him for a long time. You are shorter than I expected, Odin said at last. Harry blinked. That is usually the first thing people say about me, he said. The second is that I should be dead. A few quiet huffs of sound came from the sides of the hall. Odin's mouth twitched. There have been many prophecies in many tongues about a scar-marked child and a dark lord, Odin said. They reached my hall long ago. They tied themselves to the rune that burned on your brow. You have already outlived 3 of them. Only 3, Harry said. I thought my luck was worse than that. The dark-haired figure near the throne gave a soft laugh. Luck is a mortal word for someone pulling strings where you cannot see them, the figure said. I do not think the boy has been lucky. I think he has been stubborn. Harry shifted his gaze toward the speaker. Loki, he thought. The presence was different from Heimdall's solid watchfulness. There was a quickness there, a sharp light in the eyes that saw angles and weak spots. The man wore green, his hair loose over his shoulders, his features fine. His smile did not reach his eyes. "Loki," Odin said in mild warning. Loki spread his hands in a loose shrug. "I am only praising his durability," Loki said. The pale-haired woman by the throne leaned forward slightly. "Welcome to Asgard, Harry Potter," she said. "I am Frigga." Her voice was calm, warm but not soft. It reminded him, for a brief second, of McGonagall on a good day. The thought eased the tight knot in his stomach. "Thank you," he said, "for not dropping me off the bridge." A few more quiet sounds of amusement ran through the hall. Odin tapped a finger once on the arm of his throne. "You tore a path through Yggdrasil without knowing its name," he said. "You opened a storm that shook more than your own world. That is no small thing. Tell me, Harry Potter, what did you feel before the bridge came?" Harry swallowed. His mouth felt dry again. The heat from the fires did little to reach his hands and feet. He could feel sweat on his back. "I felt my friend bleeding out under my hands," Harry said. "I felt a bunch of fanatics call to something under a tree I keep seeing in my sleep. I felt my magic snap and go somewhere I could not hold." He kept his tone even. "Be specific," Odin said. "What did the magic feel like?" Harry closed his eyes for a second and pulled the memory up. "Hot," he said. "Too big. Wrong shape for my body. Like trying to shove the sea through a bottle. It went straight up. It did not care about me. I was just in the way." "How poetic," Loki murmured. Frigga shot him a small look. Harry opened his eyes. "I did not mean it as a poem," he said. "It hurt. I thought it was going to kill my friend as well as the people I was trying to stop." Odin's clear eye softened for a moment. "And the tree in your sleep," Odin said. "Describe it." Harry did. He told them about standing in dark that was not empty, about the shape that rose from below his feet to somewhere beyond his sight, about the branches and roots that never ended, about the points of light on them. He described the birds with black feathers. He told them about the voices. He did not add the fear that sat under all of it, the sense that every time he saw it, it saw him back a little more. He was not sure he needed to. From the way Frigga's fingers tightened on the arms of her seat, she had heard that without him saying it. "The ravens," she said quietly. "Hugin and Munin." The birds on the throne back rustled their feathers as if they recognized their names. One tilted its head and fixed Harry with a beady eye. He stared back. "Thought and memory," Odin said. "They fly the worlds and bring me what they see. They have watched you before, Harry Potter." Harry swallowed. "Oh good," he said. "More people spying on me." This time the amusement in the hall was louder. "You were under prophecy," Odin said. "You stood at the turning of cycles. That always draws eyes." "Lucky me," Harry said. Odin leaned forward. "The mark on your brow is not only the scar from a curse," he said. "It is the binding of two of our oldest runes. Athala inheritance, Notha's need, bound by death and love. It connected you to our pattern even before you were born." Harry felt the words land. They settled somewhere under his ribs. "What does that mean?" he asked. "In plain speech, I am not a rune scholar. I am a tired orer who barely passed arithmancy." Frigga gave the smallest smile at that. "It means you carry a claim," Odin said. "Not through blood, through mark and act. The tree accepted your mother's sacrifice and the curse that tried to undo it. It wove them into its own pattern. You became a point where mortal fate and our threads cross." "A claim to what?" Harry asked. Odin sat back. "To a place among us," he said. "To power that is not bound by the same limits as your fellow wizards. To responsibilities that reach beyond one world." Harry stared at him. The words slid over his ears and settled like cold metal. He could not quite get a grip on them. A place among them. Power beyond wizards. Responsibilities beyond the world. He had wanted, at the end of the war, to be done with that word. Responsibility. It had never let him go. "Are you saying I am a god?" Harry asked slowly. Loki's mouth curved. "You are very mortal at the moment," Loki said. "You bleed. You tire. You swear at things you do not understand. That is not godhood. Frigga tilted her head. But you are not only mortal, she added. Your scar did not simply wake a power. It woke a path. That is rarer. Odin's eye did not leave Harry's face. You stand at the edge of a choice that has not yet taken shape, Odin said. We brought you here before it can form on its own. Left alone, your mark would tear more holes in the veil as it groped for balance. With guidance, it can become a fixed point instead of a crack. Harry rubbed at his scar again. Felt warm under his fingers. So this is why you dragged me here, Harry said. To keep me from ripping your tree apart by accident. That is the first reason, Odin said. And the second? Harry asked. You are not only danger, Odin said. You are answer. The pattern that put Othala and Nothas on your brow does not do such things without purpose. We do not yet see the full picture. We need to. Harry let out a slow breath. You know, he said. Every time an old powerful man tells me I am part of some pattern, and that I have a purpose I do not understand, it ends with me bleeding on a floor. Then our aim is to put more of that bleeding in training yards and fewer in battlefields, Odin said. The matter-of-fact way he said it almost made Harry laugh. Almost. Frigga leaned forward again. You are angry, she said. Yes, Harry said. His voice came out flat. Afraid, she added. Yes, he said again. Good, she said. Those are honest. You can work with honest fear and anger. It is lies that rot the roots. He met her gaze. What exactly do you plan to do with me? He asked. Teach me until I do not blow holes in the sky. Then what? Send me back. Keep me here. Put me on a shelf next to your stories. Loki laughed outright at that image. Odin did not smile. That has not yet been decided, Odin said. First you must prove that you can bear what has been forced on you without breaking yourself or the tree. That is not a small test. Harry's stomach tightened. What kind of test? He asked. The only kind that matters, Odin said. We do not need you to win stage duels. We need to see who you are when your magic runs full and when it runs dry. He lifted his hand. A man stepped forward from the side of the hall. He had broad shoulders, blonde hair pulled back from a strong face, and a presence that felt like a storm before it breaks. A hammer hung at his belt, not large enough to drag, heavy enough to be sure when it hit. This is Thor, Odin said. He knows storms well. He will see you into the first trial. Thor looked Harry up and down. You are the one who tore through the lower roots without meaning to, Thor said. Harry braced for scorn. He did not hear it. Thor sounded curious, interested. There was a banked excitement there, as if the idea of another storm worker had caught his attention. I am the one whose scar did that while I tried to stop a ritual, Harry said. I did not mean to hit your tree. That is the point, Thor said. If you meant it, we would have met under very different terms. He walked down the steps and came to stand a few paces from Harry. He smelled of sweat and metal and something that might be rain. We start at dawn, Thor said. We, Harry repeated. Thor nodded. I will not send you alone into your first test, Thor said. We do not throw pups into the deep river without at least one hand nearby. Comforting, Harry said. Loki snorted softly. Try not to drown him, brother, Loki said. The All-Father does not enjoy paperwork. Thor rolled his eyes. He talks in circles, Thor told Harry in a stage whisper. You will get used to it. Harry was not sure whether to smile at that or not. He settled for a short nod. Where is this test? He asked. Niflheim, Thor said. The name sat heavy, cold, depth, shadows. Harry had never been there, but the idea of it curled at the back of his mind as if some newly woken part of his magic recognized the sound. Of course it is, Harry said. Frigga rose. The hall quieted more. You will not face it tonight, she said. Your body is still strained from the storm. You will sleep. You will eat. You will have a room that is not a cell. Harry blinked. You are being very reasonable for people who think I might break your world tree, he said. No one thinks you will break it tonight, Frigga said. You would have to work harder than that. Some of the tension in his shoulders eased. Thank you, he said. She stepped down from her seat and walked toward him. The crowd in the hall parted without her needing to ask. She moved with the assurance of someone who had walked this path many times. When she reached him, she stopped close enough that he could see the lines at the corners of her eyes and the lines of old care around her mouth. She lifted a hand. "May I?" she asked. He realized she meant his scar. He nodded once. Her fingers were cool and light as they brushed his forehead. Magic brushed with them. Not a hard push. A soft, steady presence that felt like warm water over a bruise. His shoulders relaxed despite himself. "You carry more than is fair," she said quietly. "Story of my life," he said. Her mouth tipped in a small smile. "Stories do not end when boys think they should," she said. "They turn and open again in places they did not expect. You are not a child now. You are allowed to be angry at whoever wrote the earlier chapters." He swallowed. "I am," he said. "Good," she said again. She withdrew her hand. "The trial will be hard," she added. "You will want to push past what your body says it can do. Remember that your body is not your enemy. It is the only vessel you have." "I will try," he said. Thor stepped back, giving them space. Odin rose from the throne at last. "When you leave this hall, you do so under Asgard's protection and watch," he said. "No one will harm you without my order. No one will take you from this path unless I judge it needed. Hold to that if you doubt." Harry had not realized how much he needed to hear that until he did. He nodded. "All right," he said. Heimdall stepped up beside him again. "I will show him to his room," Heimdall said. Odin inclined his head. "Watch the threads," Odin said. "If they pull, tell me." Heimdall nodded once. He led Harry out of the hall. Guest wings. The corridors of Asgard were not full of moving paintings. There were no talking portraits to scold him for muddy boots or whisper gossip. There were carvings. There were tapestries that showed battles and feasts, ships and beasts. There were plain stretches of wall where the stone itself carried faint lines of power. He heard voices in side rooms. Laughter. The heavy tread of boots. The ring of metal from a yard below when they passed a window slit. The air carried scents of smoke, food, oil on leather, and something green that might have been from gardens he could not see. Heimdall walked in silence for a while. Harry followed, eyes flicking to the side whenever he caught a glimpse of the city through a window. He saw training yards with figures moving in precise patterns. He saw towers with watchers on them. He saw a glimpse of a distant plain beyond the walls, dotted with smaller buildings and long hall roofs. Eventually Heimdall turned into a quieter wing. The noise of the main hall faded. They stopped at a door set into a stone wall. It had a simple handle and no lock that he could see. "This will be your room," Heimdall said. "If you need something, there is a bell rope by the bed. Do not try to walk the city at night until someone who knows our streets walks with you." "Are you expecting me to get lost?" Harry asked. "I am expecting you to go where trouble is," Heimdall said. Harry could not argue with that. He hesitated. "Hermione and Ron," he said quietly. "The friends you saw on the hill. Will they be safe?" Heimdall met his eyes. "The tear closed," Heimdall said. "The energy around the circle stabilized. The one who bled will heal. The cult you fought will be scattered. Your world will feel the echo of what you did, but it will not break tonight." He let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. "Thank you," Harry said. He meant the words. "I did not do that for you," Heimdall said. "The balance of the tree requires their threads as well. It happens to benefit you." "Still grateful," Harry said. Heimdall inclined his head. "When the horn calls at dawn, Thor will come for you," Heimdall said. "Sleep if you can." He walked away. Harry watched him go until he turned a corner. Then he opened the door. The room was simple. A bed against one wall with a thick mattress and plain blankets. A small table with a basin and jug. A chair. A narrow wardrobe. A window that looked out over a part of the city he did not yet know, with the faint glow of the Bridge River visible in the distance. He shut the door behind him and leaned against it for a moment. The quiet pressed in. No portraits. No creaking house full of old grudges. No Hermione rustling papers in the next room. No Ron snoring on the other side of a thin wall. Just his own breath. He pushed off the door and walked to the basin. He poured water from the jug. It was cool and clear. He splashed it on his face and neck, hissing when it caught the cut there. Blood streaked into the water in thin lines, then swirled away. He looked up. There was a small polished metal square on the wall above the basin. Not a mirror charm, just a piece of metal rubbed smooth and shiny enough to give a rough reflection. His face stared back at him. Tired eyes, messy hair, cut on the neck, lines at the corners of his mouth that had not been there when he was 16. The scar. He leaned closer. The old lightning shape was still there. Pale, jagged, the reminder of a curse that had failed. Across it, faint but clear, a new curve had formed. It ran from near his temple down across the old scar and ended just above his eyebrow. Together, the two marks looked less like random lines and more like a symbol. Athala and Nothes, Heimdall had said. Inheritance and need. You could have just sent a letter, he told his reflection. The reflected Harry did not answer. His throat tightened. He gripped the edge of the basin until his knuckles went white. For a moment, the weight of everything pressed down hard. The war, the years as an oar, the dreams, the alley, the hill, the bridge, the hall full of watching eyes, the next trial in a place whose name tasted of ice. He let himself feel it, the fear, the anger, the tiredness that had slowly settled into his bones until he thought it was part of his skeleton. Then he let out a long breath. Right, he said softly. One thing at a time. He stripped down and pulled on the plain shirt and trousers folded at the foot of the bed. The fabric was rough but clean. His muscles protested when he lay down. Every bruise and strain from the day made itself known. He stared at the ceiling. Outside, he heard a distant horn note. Not the full call that had dragged him through the bridge. A smaller sound. A watch signal. The city settled around it. His eyes burned. Sleep came in slow steps. The tree and the voice. He knew he had fallen asleep when the room was gone. No slow drift this time. No half-waking turn. One moment he was staring at the plain ceiling of his room in Asgard. The next he stood on nothing again. Dark stretching in all directions. Heavy and full. The tree rose in front of him. Roots below. Branches above. Points of light along them that were places and paths. He had seen it enough times now that the shock had dulled, but the weight still pressed on his chest. Two ravens wheeled around the trunk. Their wings made no sound. Their eyes glinted as they passed. Harry clenched his fists. All right, he said into the dark. You have my attention. What do you want from me? His voice echoed slightly. It felt foolish to talk to a tree, even a giant one that held worlds. But no one else was here. No Hermione to translate. No Dumbledore to explain in riddles. No one to deflect back at him. He waited. For a while there was only the faint rustle of leaves. Then a voice spoke. It was not the one he had heard in the storm. That one had been distant and old, wrapped in words he did not know. This voice spoke in English from the start, clear and calm. You stand where few mortals have stood and lived, it said. You ask the right question. That is the beginning. Harry turned. A figure stood at the base of the tree. Tall, cloaked, face in shadow at first. As Harry looked, the shadow lifted enough to see a long beard and a lined face. One clear eye and one that held deep darkness. Not Odin as he had seen him in the hall. Something larger and less fixed. The idea that this was another shape of the same being settled slowly. You are busy, Harry said. Old men and trees and birds. I hope you keep notes. The clear eye glinted. You speak lightly in front of fear, the figure said. That is one of your protections. I am too tired to be polite, Harry said. Good, the figure said. Harry was getting tired of that word. You ask what I want from you, the figure said. That is not the right angle. The tree wants nothing. The pattern wants balance. The one who put Athala and Nothes on your brow wanted to save a child. The curse wanted to kill him. The tension between those wants brought you here. Harry folded his arms. So what am I allowed to want? He asked. The figure stepped closer. Peace, the figure said. Safety for those you love. An end to being a symbol. A life that is not a story told around fires. Harry flinched. Stay out of my head, he said. I am not in your head. the figure said. Your wants hang off you like threads. Anyone who has stood at a gallows can see them. Fine, Harry said. Yes, that. All of that. How does being tied to your tree help with that? It might not, the figure said. It might make it worse. That is why there is a trial. So this is a test to see if I get the right to step away, Harry said. It is a test to see if you can bear the weight you already carry without cracking the branches that hold you, the figure said. If you cannot, we will have to cut some of those branches. That will hurt you. It will also hurt others. I would avoid that. Harry swallowed. His throat felt dry even in the dream. And if I can bear it, he asked. Then you will stand as a fixed point, the figure said. A place where mortal choice and our pattern meet. A bridge of your own kind. He thought of Heimdall. No offense to your watchman, Harry said. But I did not enjoy being a bridge today. You will not be a path for others to walk as they please, the figure said. You would be one who chooses when to open and when to close. That is a harder role. It is also a freer one. Harry looked up at the branches. The points of light glowed. One of them pulsed faintly brighter as he watched. What was that? He asked. A world where a boy like you died in a cupboard before he saw his letter, the figure said. A branch where your story ended early. Still exists. You do not walk it. You walk this one. The idea made his stomach twist. He had thought of that road before. Nights lying on his back in his childhood bed, counting spiders on the ceiling and wondering what would have happened if Hagrid had never knocked on the door. Seeing it as a dot on a tree made it feel both smaller and worse. Do not show me more of those, he said. I will not unless you ask, the figure said. Harry narrowed his eyes. What is your stake in this? He asked. You talk about patterns and balance and cutting branches as if they are numbers on parchment. Why do you care whether I break or not? The figure was quiet for a moment. When it spoke again, the tone had shifted. Something almost like tired fondness sat under the words. I hung on this tree for 9 nights to see the shapes of the runes, it said. I took the pain myself so others would not have to. I am not eager to put that weight on a mortal who did not choose it. If there is a way to share it that does not break too many threads, I will take it. Harry blinked. Self-sacrifice, he said. Fine. That is something I can understand. He rubbed his face. I do not know if I can do this, he said. The admission scraped his throat on the way out. I do not even know what this is yet. That is honest, the figure said. Do not lie to yourself about what you can carry. That is how heroes die in stupid ways. Harry huffed. I have already done that once, he said. And yet you stand here, the figure said. Silence stretched. The ravens wheeled. Harry stared at the roots below and the branches above and the mark on his own brow. Fine, he said at last. I will do your trial. I will try to learn how to keep this from tearing more holes in places I have never seen. But if this ends with you handing me some mantle I cannot put down, I am going to be rude about it. The clear eye glinted again. I would expect nothing less, the figure said. The dark shifted. The sense of weight eased. When you wake, the figure added, tell Thor that the first lesson is not how to call the storm. It is how to let it pass through without drowning. That sounds very simple and very hard, Harry said. Most important things are, the figure replied. The dream folded. The tree faded. Dawn. A horn call woke him, not the long tearing note from before. A shorter, rising sound that filled the room and made the window panes tremble slightly. Harry sat up. Every muscle complained. His head felt thick. His scar tingled but did not burn. For the first time in days, he did not feel like he had been run over by a herd of dragons. He swung his legs out of bed and stood slowly. The sky outside the window was pale. A soft light lay over the city. Smoke rose in thin lines from a few chimneys. The bridge river glowed in the distance, steady and bright. Someone knocked at the door. Come in, Harry said. The door opened. Thor stood there, more awake than anyone had a right to be at dawn. His hammer hung at his belt. A cloak rested over one shoulder. He looked at Harry's face with a quick, sharp scan that took in the scar, the tired eyes, the set of his mouth. You slept, Thor said. Some, Harry said. Good, Thor said. Eat. Then we go. He tossed something to Harry. Harry caught it on reflex. It was a small strip of dried meat wrapped in thin cloth. It smelled salty and sharp. His stomach growled at once, reminding him he had not eaten since tea in Grimald before the raid. He chewed while he pulled his boots on. As he straightened, he met Thor's gaze. "I had another dream," he said. Thor raised an eyebrow. "With the tree?" Thor asked. "Yes," Harry said. "Tell me on the way," Thor said. "If the one who hung there speaks to you this early, the trial may be more interesting than I thought." Harry sighed. "Every time someone says that about my day," he said, "it ends with blood on the ground." Thor smiled. "Then try to bleed less and learn more," Thor said. "Come." Niflheim waits. The second journey on the bridge was worse. The first time, Harry had been too shocked and too busy not vomiting to pay full attention. Now he knew what was coming. That did not help. The horn call still rang in his bones when the light wrapped around him again. The floor of the gatehouse dropped away. Color rushed past. Wind slammed into his chest. He clenched his jaw and kept his eyes open. Thor stood beside him this time, not ahead. His stance was steady, feet planted as if he stood on a solid street instead of a river of light. "Breathe from the stomach," Thor shouted over the wind. "Let the air ride the pull. Do not fight it." Harry tried. Each breath dragged cold into him. His ribs ached. The band of pressure around his chest felt like someone had strapped armor on too tight. His scar buzzed at the edge of pain. He stared forward. The bridge sloped away again. The same drop through a sky that was not quite sky. The same distant shapes of worlds below. Only this time they did not fall toward Asgard. The angle shifted. They moved sideways. Harry felt it the way a bird must feel a sudden change in air currents. A sideways tug that lifted the hairs on his arms and made his stomach swoop. His magic lurched with it. For a moment it felt as if part of him wanted to go back while the bridge dragged the rest forward. "Stay with your body," Thor said. "Your magic remembers paths you have never walked. Do not let it wander yet." "Bit hard when someone is hauling me across the sky," Harry shouted back. Thor grinned. "That is the point," he said. The light around them dimmed as they slipped out of direct sight of Asgard. The colors changed. Less gold. More pale blue and gray. The air grew colder. The taste of it sharpened until it felt like biting the inside of his cheek. Ahead, the light river dipped. The band around Harry's chest tightened one more time. Then his feet hit ground. He fell to one knee as the pressure vanished. His palms hit something solid and freezing. Niflheim. The cold went straight through his trousers. It crawled up his legs and dug into his bones. The air here did not just feel cold. It had weight. Each breath scraped at his throat like ground glass. He pushed himself upright. The world around them was a flat plain of ice and packed snow that stretched out in all directions. No hills. No trees. The sky overhead was a low lid of cloud, dirty gray and thick. Wind scoured across the open ground, dragging loose snow with it. He could not see a sun. He could not tell what time it was. Thor stood a few paces away, boots planted on the ice as if it were ordinary stone. His breath steamed in the air. Frost gathered in his beard. He did not look bothered. Harry shivered. His fingers went numb even inside his gloves. A sharp ache crept into his toes. "This is friendly," he muttered. "Niflheim is not meant to be friendly," Thor said. "It is not a place of comfort. That is why it is good for this." Harry looked around again. The bridge river ran behind them in a thin, pale line, already fading from sight as the gatehouse sealed. In front of them, the plain stretched away until the snow and the low cloud blurred together. "What lives here?" Harry asked. "Cold," Thor said. "Old air. The memory of breath. A few beasts that like the taste of fear. Some dead who refused every door offered and now cling to what is left." "Lovely," Harry said. His voice shook with the cold. Thor reached into his cloak and pulled out a short length of metal on a thong. He stepped closer and looped it over Harry's head before Harry could step back. The metal plate lay flat against Harry's chest. It warmed at once, as if it had been sitting by a fire. He looked down. A single rune had been hammered into the surface. "Nothis," He recognized the shape from Hermione's books and from Heimdall's quiet explanation. Need, Thor said. Restraint. Friction. This will help pull some of the storm you carry down into the ground instead of into the sky. Do not take it off. Was not planning to, Harry said. And this, Thor added. He bent, scraped his hand across the ice, then slammed his palm down. Blue light flared. Lines shot out in a circle around them, carving shallow grooves into the frozen ground. The pattern that grew at their feet was not one Harry had learned at school. It looked like a wheel and a net at once, lines crossing and meeting, all of them anchored by 3 deeper cuts. Thor straightened. Athala, Thor said, touching one of the deeper cuts with his boot. The rune of what is yours, your home, your line. For you, that is not the family that beat you. It is the people who chose you, the path you made for yourself. Harry swallowed. His scarf suddenly felt tighter around his throat. Thor stepped to another anchor point. Ilhaz, Thor said. Protection. Shield. The instinct that makes you stand in front of another without thinking first. He moved to the third. Isa, Thor said. Ice. Stillness. The line that says no when everything tries to move. He looked up. These 3 will hold your storm if you give it to them, Thor said. If you pull against them, they will not work. Do you understand? Harry looked at the carved lines. Nothas burned warm against his chest. Maybe, he said. I am not used to handing my magic to symbols I did not draw. Thor nodded. That is why this is a test, Thor said. You have spent years forcing your power into narrow spells. Stunners. Shields. You tried to do the same with the storm in the circle. That is why it ripped at you. It will not be shaped that way, so I need to let it do what it wants, Harry said, skeptical. You need to stop treating it like an enemy you must beat, and start treating it like a river you must guide, Thor said. You do not fight a river. You give it a bed deep enough that it does not flood the fields. Harry looked out at the flat white again. Is the river the storm? He asked. Or the tree or the bridge, or whatever other part of this you are going to name. Thor snorted. You have a sharp tongue, he said. Keep that. You will need it when you argue with Loki. He sobered. The storm is the part of you that woke when you shouted enough at the cultist, Thor said. It is tied to the mark on your brow, to the paths under your world. It is bigger than the spells you learned at school. You will not always be able to stop it from rising. You must learn how to aim it when it does. How often does it rise? Harry asked. That depends on what happens next, Thor said. For now, you will call it once on purpose and learn how to survive it. If you cannot do that, we go back to the hall with bad news. And you cut branches, Harry said. He heard his own voice go flat. Thor's jaw tightened. Yes, Thor said. I do not want that outcome. Neither does he. Harry knew who he meant without a name. The one in the dream. The one who had hung for 9 nights. He blew out a breath that turned white in the air. Fine, he said. What do I do? Stand in the center of the pattern, Thor said. Close your eyes. Think of what you felt on the hill when your friend bled and the ritual pulled at your scar. Do not grab the power. Let the memory wake it. When it rises, you will want to shove it away. Do not. Let it pour down through the rune at your chest and into the ground at your feet. And if I fail, Harry asked, then I hit you very hard and hope that knocks you out before you tear another sky, Thor said. He said it calmly. Harry gave a thin smile. Comforting, he said. Thor shrugged. I do not lie about the dangers, Thor said. If you walk into a storm, you deserve to know how sharp the wind will be. Harry stepped into the center of the carved circle. The lines of the runes glowed faintly under his boots. Not bright. A thin blue shimmer that made the ice look almost glassy. The talisman on his chest pulsed warm. He closed his eyes. The cold pressed against him from every side. His breath sounded loud in his own ears. The wind hissed past. Under that, he could hear the faint hum of the runes Thor had carved. He thought of the circle on the Scottish hill. The smell of blood and burnt earth. Ron under his hands, skin slick and hot and frighteningly pale. The cultist's shout. The words for the serpent under the root. He thought of the moment the storm had risen. The flash of pain in his scar. the taste of metal in his mouth, the feeling that he had become hollow and full at the same time. His stomach clenched, his skin crawled, something under his ribs stirred. He tried not to flinch from it. He let the memory creep closer. Let the fear lift again. Let the anger rise that anyone had dared cut his friend on a stone meant for some old beast. His scar burned. It was not a sharp sting. It was a slow, heavy heat that rolled up from the mark and down his spine. His magic shivered in answer. The talisman on his chest warmed more. He heard Thor's voice, faint over the wind. "Do not grab it yet," Thor said. "Breathe." Harry drew in a breath. Air scraped his throat. His lungs ached. The thing under his ribs rose again, higher this time. It felt like a long-held breath that had finally found a way out. His wand hand tingled. His fingers wanted to move, to form a pattern, to shout a spell and shove the feeling into a shape. He did not let them. The urge to control was as strong as the urge to pull his hand away from a fire. Years of training told him to direct, to focus, to use the power instead of letting it run wild. He forced himself to do nothing. The storm rose. It did not snap out of him the way it had on the hill. Pushed, slow, heavy. It filled him from feet to skull. Every nerve lit up in turn. His knees shook. His teeth ground together. His chest felt too small. He wanted to scream. "Down," Thor's voice said. "Not up. Think of the rune at your chest. Think of need. Of the ground under your feet. Pull that image in front of the path." Harry tried. It was like trying to turn a stampeding herd with a picture. He pictured the Notha's rune he had seen on page after page. A simple angled line that crossed a straight one. He pictured it on his chest, warm and bright. He pictured the lines carved under his feet, the wheel and the net and the 3 deep marks. The storm slammed against that picture. For a second it felt like it would blow straight through. Then the talisman burned hot. The heat was sudden and sharp. It flared against his sternum and shot straight down his spine into the ice under him. His knees buckled. He hit the ground hard on both of them. Power crashed through him. Not out, through. It poured down from his chest into the runes on the ground. The lines Thor had carved flared bright blue. They lit the ice around him in a wide circle. He felt the power rush along them, seeking the deeper cuts, then sink. The ground shook. Cracks spidered out from the edge of the circle. Frost shattered in long lines. The air roared. The wind that had been biting at his face stilled for a heartbeat, then rushed in from all sides as if pulled. Harry gasped. His lungs seized. His heart hammered so hard it hurt. Every muscle trembled. His fingers dug into the ice. His nails scraped the frozen surface. He forced himself to keep his hands there. If he pulled away, if he broke the contact, the power might shoot up instead of down. The storm fought him. It wanted the sky. It had tasted that path. It had ripped through that crack. It remembered the open space. Now it hit the weight of the runes and the cold of the ground. For a terrible second, it felt as if it might tear him in half. His back arched. He bit down on a shout. A voice he did not know rang in his head. Not words. A single sound. A sharp call that felt like a hammer on a shield. It jolted him in a way that cut through the panic. Let it pass. The meaning sat under the sound. Not command. Reminder. He clung to it. He breathed again, short and hard. In, he muttered through his teeth. Out. Down. The storm hit the picture of Notha's again. This time something gave. Not in him. In the path. It was as if the river he had tried to force through a wall finally found a channel under it. The power folded and poured downward. The runes under his knees blazed white. Light shot down the cracks in the ice, then vanished into a deep dark he could not see. He sagged. His shoulders dropped. The pressure in his skull eased. The burn in his scar faded from live coal to dull ache. His jaw loosened. He realized only then that he had been clenching his teeth so hard that his head hurt. The last threads of the storm slipped out of him and into the ground. Silence hit. The wind dropped. His breath sounded loud in his own ears again. Each inhale still hurt, but less. His hands stung where the ice had scraped them. His knees ached. He opened his eyes. The circle of runes around him had gone dark again. Thin lines of steam rose from the grooves where the power had run. Beyond the circle, a ring of cracked ice marked the place where the ground had given a little. Thor stood just outside the pattern. He watched Harry with a tight jaw and bright eyes. He lowered the hammer he had lifted halfway during the worst of the storm. "Good," Thor said. Harry let out a rough laugh. "Do not use that word," he said. His voice came out hoarse. Thor stepped forward and held out a hand. Harry took it and let Thor haul him to his feet. His legs shook. For a moment he thought he would go straight back down, but Thor's hand on his arm steadied him. The cold hit again. He had been too busy not exploding to feel it. Now every part of him realized he was kneeling on ice in a world of frost. The wind bit hard. He shivered so hard his teeth clicked. Thor clapped a hand to his shoulder. "Drink," Thor said. He pushed a flask into Harry's hand. Harry unscrewed the cap with numb fingers and took a careful swallow. Heat ran down his throat and spread through his chest. It felt like someone had lit a small fire in his stomach. The shaking eased a little. He blew out a breath. "I did not tear anything," he said. The relief sat heavy in his voice. "Nothing beyond the ice," Thor said. "No sky. No branches you were not meant to touch today." He sounded satisfied. "You said you would hit me if I lost control," Harry said. Thor shrugged. "I had the hammer ready," Thor said. "You made that unnecessary." Harry lowered the flask. "Was that it?" he asked. "Is that the trial?" Thor huffed. "That was the first step," Thor said. "You have proved you can send the storm down once when you choose to call it. Now we see what you do when it rises without warning." Harry groaned. "Of course there is more," he said. Thor smiled without humor. "Power that only behaves in clear circles is no use in the worlds," Thor said. "If you only know how to control yourself when you are calm, you will break when fear or rage pulls at you." Harry could not argue with that. He thought of the war, of the times he had thrown spells on instinct, half blind with terror, of the alley and the circle, of the cold dark of the forest where he had walked to die. "What happens next?" he asked. Thor looked past him. "Look," Thor said. "The dead." Harry turned. The flat white plain was no longer empty. Shapes moved at the edge of his sight. At first he took them for tricks of light and blowing snow. Then one stepped closer. The figure that approached was thin and pale, not translucent like ghosts, solid, clothes stiff with frost, bare feet on the ice, eyes dull and gray. A faint line of ice crystals marked the lips and hair. Harry's wand hand twitched. He did not lift it. "Who is that?" he asked quietly. "One of the dead who turned from every hall," Thor said. "Cowardice, cruelty. Those who refused any place except their own stubborn cold. They cling here." The figure moved closer. Harry could see their face clearly now. It did not look like anyone he knew. A man in his middle years, hair lank, chin rough. But something about the blank eyes, the dried tear tracks frozen on the cheeks, grabbed at him. Others followed. A child with hollow eyes and blue hands. A woman with a bruise around her throat. A young man with a bloody stain over his heart. All of them moved with slow, dragging steps. "Why are they here?" Harry asked. "Because you woke the storm," Thor said. "The flare from your scar rang through more than Asgard. It brushed the borders of many halls. Some of those who refuse rest felt the pull. Now they want your heat, your guilt, your power. Anything that fills the emptiness they chose." Harry swallowed. His mouth tasted of metal again. He knew guilt. He carried it like spare change in his pockets. Faces rose without being called. Cedric on the grass. Sirius falling through the veil. Dobby on the floor. Fred. Remus. Tonks. Names and faces that never quite stopped tugging. "This is not fair," he said. Thor snorted. "Niflheim is not fair," Thor said. "This is not a place of justice. It is a place of stuck threads." The dead moved closer, their eyes fixed on him now. They looked past Thor as if he were not there. Their breath, if they had breath, froze in the air in thin lines. Harry stepped back and felt the edge of the rune circle under his boot. "What exactly is the plan?" he asked. "Because I am not feeding them anything." "That is the plan," Thor said. "Do not feed them. They will try to pull at every regret you have. They will try to make you prove your worth by pouring your power into them. If you give in, you will drown them for a while and yourself with them. The storm will rise and you will hand it to the wrong hands. He pointed at the ground. Remember what you just did, Thor said. When they pull, you let the storm rise a little, but you send it down. Into the runes. Into the ice. You keep your magic for the living. The first of the dead reached the circle line. He stopped with his bare toes just outside the groove. His eyes lifted to Harry's face. When he spoke, his voice sounded like dry leaves on stone. Please, the man whispered. I am cold. Harry's stomach twisted. Cedric had been warm when he fell. Keep your voice steady, Thor said in a low tone only Harry heard. They hear tremors. Harry gripped his wand. His hand shook. You had doors, he said to the man. You turned away. The man flinched. Bare shoulders shuddered. A hall of drink, the man rasped. A hall of spears. I did not want them. I wanted the life I lost. They told me I could not go back. So I stayed. Others pressed in behind him. The child stepped forward. Her fingers were blue and cracked. Her eyes were wide. You could have saved me, she said. Harry's heart lurched. He knew rationally that this was not someone from his own life. But the words hit the same places. The cupboard. The night at the lake. The faces on the memorial wall at the ministry. I did not know you, he said. You knew others, she said. You chose them. The ice under his feet creaked. His scar burned hotter. The dead were not magic in the way he knew it. They did not cast spells. They did not raise wands. But they tugged. At his guilt. At his anger. At the soft parts he had never been able to armor. The storm stirred again. He felt it in the way his pulse jumped, in the way his magic prickled under his skin. It wanted to rise. Part of him wanted to let it, to blast them back, to shove their accusations away with power until the plane was empty. That would be feeding them too. Harry, Thor said quietly. Down. Harry gritted his teeth. He pictured the Noth's rune again. The talisman on his chest burned warm. He pictured the circle pattern under his boots. The child stepped closer until her toes touched the line. You let him fall, she whispered. You walked into the woods and left them to die. What kind of hero does that? Harry's breath stuttered. The forest rose in his mind without his consent. The feel of the cloak on his shoulders. The stone in his hand. The sound of his own footsteps. The sight of his parents in the white place after. The choice to go back. The storm surged. His scar flared so hot he hissed. The dead felt it. They leaned forward as one, eyes brightening. Their hands twitched. Thor tensed. Harry, Thor said sharply. Harry shut his eyes. He did not argue with the accusations. He did not waste strength on words that would not reach. He took the raw guilt the words had ripped open and shoved it into the picture of Noth's instead. He needed Ron alive on the hill. He needed Hermione safe. He needed the wizarding world not to crack. He needed to keep this power from spilling into the wrong cracks. His need was not to make peace with ghosts who had chosen cold. The storm hit the picture again. This time, instead of pushing up into his head, it rolled down with less fight. The talisman burned. The runes at his feet flashed. The plane shook under his boots. The dead jerked back. Frost cracked around their ankles. The air between them and the circle filled with a sharp white breath that was not quite smoke. Their eyes widened, then dulled again. You do not owe them your storm, Thor said quietly. Harry opened his eyes. The plane stretched out again. The dead still stood there. They had not vanished. They had not been blasted away. But something had changed. Their posture. The angle of their heads. The child's mouth had closed. He breathed. His chest still hurt. His hands still shook. But he had not exploded. He had not fallen to his knees. His magic still sat inside him, banked and wary instead of flooded and wild. One of the dead turned away. Then another. They drifted back across the plain like fog dragged by a slow wind. Their shapes merged with the low cloud at the edge of sight. The circle was empty again. Harry let out a long breath he had not known he had been holding. His legs almost gave out. Thor caught his elbow. Easy, Thor said. Harry sagged against the grip for a second. His heart pounded. Sweat cooled on his back despite the cold. His scar throbbed a slow, dull beat instead of a wild one. He looked at Thor. "Did I pass?" he asked. Thor considered him. "You did not feed them," Thor said. "You did not hand your storm to their hunger. You sent it down instead of up. You are still on your feet. That will do for a first day." Harry gave a short breath that might have been a laugh. "You are very generous with your praise," he said. "If you want someone to pat your head, ask Frigga," Thor said. "I deal in clear yes or no." He looked down at the carved circle. The runes were faint now, the grooves shallower than before, as if some of the ice had melted and refrozen. "Again," Thor said. Harry stared at him. "You cannot be serious," he said. "You will not master this in one pull," Thor said. "If you only do it once, next time you panic. We will run it again, smaller. Less storm. Same pull. You need your body and mind to remember that path until it is habit." Harry swallowed a groan. "Of course we will," he said. Thor's mouth quirked. "You chose this when you shouted enough on your hill," Thor said. "The tree heard you. Now you learn how not to turn every refusal into a crack in the sky." Harry rolled his shoulders, trying to shake some of the stiffness off. "Fine," he said. "Again, ours." By the time Thor called a halt, Harry could barely feel his feet. They had run the pattern 3 more times. The second pull had almost gone wrong when a half-remembered face at the edge of the plain had said his name in a voice that sounded like his mother. He had nearly thrown everything up into the air then, driven by the raw ache of wanting to see her again. He had managed, at the last moment, to shove that need into the ground. The third run had hurt less in his body and more in his pride. There had been no voices that time, no accusing eyes, only the memory of the hill and the circle. His magic had risen on command and gone down more easily. By the fourth, he could almost feel the path inside. Scar, chest, talisman, ground. A line that opened when he pictured it, shut when he did not. He had not fainted. He had thrown up once, after the third pull, onto the ice at the edge of the circle. The mess had frozen almost at once. Thor had looked at it without comment and handed him the flask again. Now he stood in the middle of the circle, chest heaving, sweat freezing on his neck, legs shaking. "Enough," Thor said at last. Harry squinted at him. "Really," he said. "Do not argue with mercy," Thor said. He stamped once on the ice. The runes flared and then shattered. The grooves cracked and filled with snow. The circle that had held so much power smoothed away as if it had never been there. The talisman on Harry's chest cooled. He felt oddly bereft without its constant burn. Thor clapped a hand to his shoulder. "You did not beg to stop," Thor said. "You did not ask me to pull the storm back for you. You learned where to put it. That is a start." Harry nodded, too tired for words. The dead at the edge of the plain had faded entirely now. Only the wind moved. The sky remained low and gray. Harry shivered. His fingers felt stiff. His lips felt numb. "How do we get back?" he asked. Thor lifted the hammer from his belt. He swung it once in a short arc. The sound it made was not thunder. It was a low, deep tone, almost a drumbeat. The ice under their feet vibrated. The air in front of them shimmered. Light bled through. It gathered in a thin line at first, then widened, rising up into a column like the one Harry had traveled in before. The same river of color, now tinged faintly with Niflheim's gray. Thor nodded toward it. "After you," Thor said. Harry snorted. "Polite," he said. He stepped into the light. The cold hit him one last time, a sharp sting on his cheeks and ears. Then the bridge grabbed him and pulled. Return. The gatehouse in Asgard felt almost warm after Niflheim. Harry hit stone and stayed on hands and knees longer than he had the first time. His arms trembled. His breath rasped. He could feel every muscle in his legs and shoulders. He rolled onto his back and stared at the ceiling. It was a plain stone arch. He had never liked plain stone so much. Thor stepped out of the light beside him and let it fade. The roar of the bridge dropped away. The gate sealed with a soft sound. "What time is it?" Harry asked. "Midday by Asgard's count," Thor said. "You were gone for some hours." It had not felt like hours. It had felt like one long stretch of cold and effort. Harry pushed himself up slowly. His body complained, but it moved. That was one day, he said. How many days like this are you planning? Thor thought about it. As many as it takes to make your body remember the path, Thor said. We do not mean to keep you here for your whole life, but we will not send you back half-trained either. That would be cruel to you and to your world. Harry nodded. He could not argue with that. He wanted to argue because he wanted to go home to Grimmauld, to Hermione's lists and Ron's jokes and the smell of tea and dust. But going back with a storm in his chest that he could not steer would be worse than staying. He stood. His knees shook but held. Food, Thor said. Then rest. Frigga will want to look at your scar. Loki will want to bother you with questions. You may tell him to wait. The fact that you give me permission to tell a god to wait is doing strange things to my sense of scale, Harry said. Thor laughed. Get used to that, Thor said. You are walking strange halls. They walked out of the gatehouse together. The air in Asgard carried the same old magic as before, but after Niflheim's dead cold it felt almost soft. The bridge river gleamed ahead. The city rose beyond it, solid and bright. Harry's legs ached with each step. His chest hurt. His scar tingled. Under all of that there was a thin line of something else. Not peace. Not pride. Something quieter. He had called the storm on purpose. He had not let it rip the sky. He had not fed the dead. He had survived the first day. As they reached the gate, he looked up at the towers and walls and the high hall that waited. For the first time since Heimdall had dragged him from the hill, he felt a small, stubborn spark of belief. Maybe, if he did not break, he could go home without tearing any worlds on the way. Harry's fingers slipped on the handle. The hammer did not move. He reset his grip, boots braced on the training yard stone, shoulders tight, breath already loud in his ears. The leather under his hands was worn smooth with use. The head of the hammer sat on the cracked flagstones as if someone had welded it there. Pull, Thor said. I am pulling, Harry grunted. The yards around them were already awake. Warriors moved through drills in the marked rings. Steel rang on steel from a sparring match to his right. Somewhere above, a horn gave a short signal and then fell quiet again. The air smelled of cold iron, sweat, and the faint sweetness of something baking from kitchens lower in the city. None of that mattered as much as the stubborn lump of enchanted metal in front of him. Harry dragged in another breath and tried again. His arms shook. His back protested. The muscles in his shoulders burned. The hammer did not stir. Not a scrape, not a twitch. It sat where Thor had dropped it, half a stride in front of him. He gave up and let his grip go before he tore something. His hands dropped to his sides. Right, he panted. That went well. A few of the warriors nearby pretended not to be watching. Thor stood with his arms folded, cloak pushed back, expression interested rather than mocking. His hair was pulled back again, his beard damp with sweat from the earlier rounds where he had made Harry run until his lungs rattled. Good stance, Thor said. Terrible result. Harry glared at him. Glad my form impresses your floor, he said. It is clearly the only one enjoying this. Thor walked over and nudged the hammer with his boot. Still did not move. Most people cannot even get their hands around the handle, Thor said. So you are already ahead of them. That is your idea of comfort, Harry said. You know I can hold a wand, right? That is not exactly rare. Thor ignored the bite in his tone. He looked around the yard. On a raised walkway above the rings, a few Asgardians had paused to watch. One woman with dark hair tied back and a sword at her hip leaned on the railing with sharp interest. Further along, Harry caught a flash of green cloth and a familiar half-amused expression. Loki gave him a lazy little wave. Harry rolled his eyes and looked back at Thor. Tell me again why we are doing this in front of an audience, Harry said. Because you are not a secret, Thor said. And because the hammer does not care if anyone is watching. He bent, took the handle in one hand, and lifted. Mjolnir came up as if it weighed as much as a book. Thor swung it in a slow curve, the metal head cutting the air with a low hum, then set it down again in front of Harry. The sound as it met stone was solid and final. Your turn, Thor said. Harry stared at it. He knew the stories. He had heard the line about the one who holds this hammer if he is worthy. Hermione had quoted the phrase once with a footnote about cultural shifts and translation choices. Ron had mostly been impressed that there was a weapon that chose its own owner. Harry had spent the war with a wand that had been forced to change allegiance because a wandmaker and a madman had decided his life was a game. The idea of another tool judging him made his skin crawl. He reached out anyway. His fingers closed around the handle. Cold ran up his arm at once. Not Niflheim cold. This was different. Clean. Sharp. Pure pressure with no hate in it. It rolled up to his shoulder and into his chest, then settled behind his sternum where the Nothus talisman had burned the day before. His scar tingled. He pulled. Nothing. He tried again, putting his weight behind it, feet braced. The hammer did not even shift. It might as well have been part of the yard. Something ugly twisted under his ribs. Brilliant, Harry said under his breath. He let go. The cold faded. He stepped back, wiped his palms on his trousers, and tried to pretend his hands had not started shaking. Again, Thor said. Harry shot him an incredulous look. Is this going to be another lesson in banging my head against something until it moves? He asked. Because I already did that with your runes. Thor's mouth twitched. You learned where to put the storm yesterday, Thor said. Today you learn where you put yourself. That sounds like one of Dumbledore's lines, Harry said. He stole quite a few from us, Loki called down from the walkway. Harry glanced up. Loki rested his elbows on the rail, chin in his hands, hair falling forward around his face. He looked entertained. That was probably not good. Are you going to help? Harry asked him. No, Loki said cheerfully. I am here to enjoy the view if the hammer hits you. Harry tried not to smile and mostly failed. Thor shook his head once, faint humor in his eyes. Focus, Thor said. Try again. Harry sighed and stepped forward. This time, before he bent, he set his wand on the ground beside him. Thor raised an eyebrow. You are not going to try spells? Thor asked. Already thought of that, Harry said. Went through a politely worded list in my head. Levitation, summoning, cutting. The last time I tried to force magic into something that did not want to move, it tore a hole over my world. I am not eager to repeat that. Thor nodded. Good, he said. The hammer respects that restraint more than it would respect a tantrum. Harry snorted. You would have liked me less in 5th year, he said. He took the handle again. The cold rolled up his arm. Do not pull yet, Thor said quietly. Harry paused. What do you want me to do then? He asked. Listen, Thor said. How exactly do I listen to a lump of metal? Harry said. Stop filling the space with what you think about yourself and pay attention to what it thinks about you, Thor said. Harry frowned. He closed his eyes. The cold sat heavy under his skin. He reached for the same sense he used to check where his magic lay before a spell, the quiet space he had learned to make in his chest during a clumsy even if he had hated every lesson. Under the chill pressure he felt something else, a kind of weight that was not mass. It felt like a hand on his shoulder measuring how steady he was, like a stare that did not blink. It slid over memories without asking, catching on flashes. The forest where he had walked to die, the alley where he had whispered Crucio with his teeth bared, the bodies in the great hall. His chest tightened. Stop, he muttered. The weight did not, pushed further, touched other things. Ron's hand grabbing his sleeve to haul him behind a fallen wall. Hermione's voice cracking as she yelled his name across a dueling space choked with smoke. A small elf grinning up at him with wide eyes, saying Harry Potter over and over. The hammer felt each memory, weighed it, and moved on. It did not speak. It did not explain. Simply checked. When it reached the empty places, the bits of him that felt hollow after too much killing and too many funerals, it lingered. Harry gritted his teeth. I know, he said in a low voice. I am a mess. You are not the first thing to notice. He pulled. Nothing. The pressure held firm. After a long moment he let go and stepped back, jaw tight. Thor watched him. Well? Thor asked. It does not like me, Harry said. Wrong, Thor said. Harry glared at him. You saw what happened in there, he said. It took a tour of the worst bits and then decided to stay put. It saw your scars, Thor said. That is not the same as judgment. Harry let out a short, rough laugh. Feels close enough, he said. Thor motioned to a bench near the edge of the yard. Sit a moment, Thor said. Harry obeyed because his legs were starting to wobble from more than training. He dropped onto the bench. It was cold through his trousers, but at least he was not pulling on anything. Thor sat beside him rather than in front of him. They both looked out over the yard as a set of warriors swapped partners. Do you know what the hammer is looking for? Thor asked. Someone who can pick it up, Harry said. Funny, Thor said, but not complete. He paused. When the hammer was first forged, it was not meant as a symbol, Thor said. It was a tool, a weapon to break the things that threaten the realms. It would have been enough for it to respond to strength and skill. Many wanted it that way. What changed? Harry asked. Thor's hand brushed the head of the hammer where it sat in front of them. I did, he said simply. And so did the worlds. Harry turned his head. Thor's jaw was tight. His gaze tracked the movement in the yard but did not see it. I swung it for every fight they pointed me at, Thor said. Giants, dragons, things that crawled out of the dark between worlds. I was very good at it. It began to feel easy. A fight, a feast, a bed, sleep. Again and again. Harry thought of his early years as an oar. Short missions, quick arrests, adrenaline as a way to avoid thinking too much. I stopped seeing faces, Thor said quietly. Everything blurred into targets. Until the day I broke something I was supposed to protect because I did not bother to look close enough. After that, the hammer did not move for me for a long time. Harry swallowed. What did you do? He asked. Thor smiled without humor. I did the one thing I hated, Thor said. I stopped chasing the next battle and sat still with what I had done. I went to the villages that had to live with the ruins I had made. I learned names. I helped repair roofs instead of smashing skulls. The hammer did not want a perfect hero. It wanted someone who remembered that the point of the fight is not the fight. It is who stands behind you when it ends. He looked at Harry. You think you lost your compassion in your war, Thor said. From what I have seen, you did the opposite. You built your whole self around it until there was nothing left for you. The hammer does not like that either. Harry frowned. I am being punished for caring too much, he asked. You are being tested on whether you think only other lives have value, Thor said. If you cannot see your own life as worth guarding, you will throw it away whenever it hurts. The hammer will not choose someone who sees himself as disposable. Harry stared at him. You walked into a curse to save your world, Thor added. That was a choice worth respect. But if every choice after that repeats the same pattern, you stop being a protector and turn into a sacrifice the world expects on demand. Harry felt his throat close. He looked down at his hands. The scars across his fingers from years with a wand, from curses that had grazed, from stones and shackles, stood out pale. I do not know how to stop doing that, he said. All the training, all the speeches, all the stories, they all pointed to the same line. Give everything. If you hold back, people die. Sometimes they die anyway, Thor said. Sometimes you die and they still die later. The hammer knows that. So does my father. So does your old headmaster. The question in front of you now is whether you can learn a different pattern without breaking. Harry opened his mouth, then shut it again. He had no neat answer. Thor clapped a hand once on his shoulder, heavy and steady. We are not done, Thor said. But beating you against the hammer all day will not help. There is another teacher you must meet before the next trial. Harry blinked. Another teacher, he asked. How many gods does it take to fix one broken wizard? At least 3 so far, Loki called from the walkway. Harry looked up again. Loki's grin widened. Do not worry, Loki added. We have a very good success rate with complicated cases. Freya, Frigga's gardens sat on a lower terrace of the palace, away from the training yards. Harry followed Thor through a set of tall doors and into a softer light. The sound of metal on metal faded behind them, replaced by rustling leaves and the low murmur of water. The garden was not neat like the lawns at Hogwarts. Trees grew in deliberate clusters, their branches heavy with pale blossoms and dark fruit. Herbs filled the air with sharp, clean scents. Paths wound between beds of plants that looked both familiar and strange. Frigga waited by a pool where water spilled gently from a carved stone. A woman stood beside her, tall and straight, her hair a fall of gold tied back with leather, her clothes a mix of mail and soft cloth that looked made for both walking and war. Harry slowed without meaning to. The woman turned as they approached. Her eyes were green, but not like lilies or like the description he had heard 100 times from strangers who had known his mother. They were older, tired in some ways and bright in others. Gold lines ran in faint patterns along her forearms and throat, as if someone had drawn runes into her skin and then let them fade. "Harry," Frigga said. "Come." He stepped forward. His legs still ached from the morning. The Niflheim cold seemed to have sunk into his bones and stayed there. The scar on his forehead gave a faint pulse. "This is Freya," Frigga said. "She will walk the next part of the path with you." Harry inclined his head, suddenly very aware that he had no idea what the proper way to greet a goddess was. "Thank you for agreeing to that," he said. Freya smiled. "It is not often I get a student who already survived both prophecy and bad teaching," she said. "I was curious." Harry blinked. "Which one was worse?" he asked. "Prophecy or teaching?" "Depends on the teacher," Freya said. "And the one writing the prophecy." Thor stepped aside, giving them space. "Freya works with cedar," Thor said. "The magic that listens rather than pushes. You will need that as much as you need my storms." Harry thought of occlumency again and had to resist the urge to flinch. Freya watched the movement. "You do not like mind work," she said. "Last time someone went digging through my head, they broke things," Harry said. "Then we will not dig," Freya said. "We will listen. There is a difference." She stepped closer. Harry's shoulders tensed out of habit. Freya stopped a comfortable distance away and lifted her hands slightly, palms open. "May I touch the mark?" she asked. "If you say no, I will not." Her tone carried no pressure. Harry swallowed. He had already let Frigga and Odin look. Heimdall had read the thing from a distance. Another pair of hands on his forehead felt like one more step in the same direction. "Fine," he said. "Go ahead." Freya reached out and rested 2 fingers lightly on his scar. Her touch was cool. Magic followed it at once. It felt nothing like Thor's storms or Odin's heavy presence or Loki's sharp edge. It slipped under his skin like water, but it did not push. It flowed and waited. It traced the lines of the scar with patient care, then followed the curve of the new mark across it. Harry closed his eyes on reflex. He felt her attention move with the magic. "You are not empty," she said softly. "Though I see why you think you are." "I feel like someone scooped out the middle," Harry said. "Normal," Freya said. "You poured so much of yourself into one purpose for so long that when that purpose ended you did not know what to fill the space with. The war did not just cut lives. It cut lines through you." He opened his eyes. "You say that like it is a thing you have seen before," he said. Freya's smile tilted, sad and fond at once. "War gods make terrible husbands and brothers if no one teaches them to put the sword down," she said. "I have seen many hearts that thought they were done, only to find they still beat when the noise stopped. Those are the ones cedar listens to best." "Why?" Harry asked. "Because cedar is not about shouting your will at the world," Freya said. "It is about hearing the threads that others ignore. Pain leaves marks. So does love. So does every time you stood up when you did not want to. Cedar reads the marks and shows you where they can bend instead of break." Harry thought about the dead on the Niflheim plain, about how they had pulled at his guilt. "I am not sure I want more voices in my head," he said. Freya shook her head. "You will not be hearing random whispers," she said. "You will be learning the difference between your own fear and the sound of the pattern around you. Think of it as the opposite of what your scar did when it dragged that serpent's call into your skull." He winced. She dropped her hand. "Thor will teach you how to throw the storm at the right place and time," Freya said. "I will teach you how to know which place and time that should be." "That sounds useful," Harry said. "And terrifying." "Good," Freya said. Harry scowled. "Everyone keeps saying that," he said. "Is that an Asgard thing?" "Honesty is easier to work with than comfort," Frigga said. She had been quiet until now, watching them with her hands folded. Harry met her gaze. "Will you be in this next trial?" he asked. A small line appeared between her brows. "Why do you think there will be another trial so soon?" she asked. "Because yesterday you sent me to a world made of ice and grief," Harry said. "Today you dragged me out of bed at dawn, threw me at your hammer, and told me it is judging me. I would be more surprised if there was not another test." Thor and Freya shared a look. Frigga's sigh was very soft. "Odin means to set you a choice," she said. "He wants to see whether you have learned anything from what you did in Niflheim and from what you failed to do with the hammer." Harry felt a cold weight settle in his stomach that had nothing to do with the garden air. "What kind of choice?" he asked. "The kind he has had to make too often," Freya said. "When two fires are burning at once and you can only put one out before it eats everything it touches." Harry's hands curled into fists. "Great," he said. "Back to that game." Frigga stepped closer. Her hand brushed his arm. "This time you will not be told which answer is clever," she said. "Only which one is yours." The trial. They did not give him long to worry. He had just enough time to drink a bowl of strong broth in a side hall and splash water on his face before a guard in mail appeared at the door and bowed. "The All-Father calls," the guard said. Harry wiped his hands on a cloth and followed. As they crossed the palace, Thor fell in beside him. Freya joined them at the next corner, her steps light on the stone. They said nothing, which somehow made his heart beat faster than if they had filled the air with reassurance. The main hall hummed with a lower energy than the day he had first arrived. Fewer people lined the sides, only those whose presence mattered for serious things. Odin on his throne, ravens perched behind him, Frigga on her seat, Loki leaning against a pillar within easy hearing range. A cluster of warriors near the entrance, including the dark-haired woman from the yard. Harry walked between them with Thor on his right and Freya on his left. He could feel eyes on his scar again. He tried to keep his shoulders relaxed and mostly failed. When they reached the clear space before the throne, Thor and Freya stepped back. Harry stood alone. Odin studied him for a long moment. "You walked the ice and did not feed the dead," Odin said. "You called the storm and did not tear the sky. You touched the hammer and it did not move. All of these tell us something. Not enough. The next lesson will not be in Niflheim or the yard. It will be in what you do when you cannot save everyone." Harry's mouth went dry. He forced himself to speak anyway. "I already know that feeling," he said. "I do not like it." "Neither do I," Odin said. "Yet it comes." He lifted his hand. The floor between them shimmered. Threads of light rose from the stone and twisted together, forming a rough circle the height of a man and wider than a doorway. The air inside the circle darkened, then cleared. Scenes formed. On one side, Harry saw a stretch of black rock and a fortress built into it. Towers, walls, a long bridge over a chasm. Dark figures moved on the parapets. Blue shapes like moving ice advanced across the plain in front of it. Jotun giants. On the other side, he saw a small village by a river in a world that looked more like his own. Wood and stone houses. A thin line of smoke from chimneys. Children playing near the water. A creature like a pale serpent with too many eyes sliding out of the river toward them. His heart lurched. "Those are not illusions," Odin said. "They are windows." Harry swallowed. "The fortress," Odin went on, "sits on a path that would give the giants an easier route to other realms if it falls. The warriors there can hold for a time, but not long. If they break, many more battles will follow, and many more dead." He turned his head slightly. "The village," he said, "sits on a crack in the veil your storm woke. The creature coming through it was drawn by the same surge. The people there do not understand what walks toward them. They think it is a large fish. If no one stops it, it will eat and breed and poison a river that feeds many." Harry's hands clenched. "How wide is the river?" he asked. "More lives than the ones you see," Odin said. "Fewer than will die if the fortress falls." "Of course. Numbers." Harry's jaw tightened. "What can I do?" he asked. "You can send one storm," Odin said. "You are not yet strong enough in Cedar to split your focus between two open doors. You may pour your power toward the fortress and drive the giants back, buying time for other forces to join. Or you may send it to the village and burn the serpent out of the river before it can plant itself. You cannot do both. Harry stared at the two scenes. The fortress bristled with warriors. Even at this distance he could see lines of shields, flickers of energy on the walls. The giants were big and ugly and familiar from stories. The village had no walls, no wards he could see, just people going about their day. A child threw a stick for a dog on the riverbank, laughing, not yet looking up. "Who is at the fortress?" Harry asked. "Names, faces, men and women who chose the fight," Thor said quietly from behind him. "Seasoned warriors. Some young, some older than your headmaster was. They have trained for that wall." "And the village?" Harry asked. Freya answered. "Farmers," she said. "Craftsmen, children. No one who asked for this." Harry's stomach nodded. He kept his eyes on the child near the river because looking at both scenes at once made his head hurt. "What happens if I choose the fortress?" he asked. "You will likely save the wall," Odin said. "Or at least buy enough time that the giants cannot take the bridge. The village will die. The river will be poisoned for a long time. Others will drink from it and sicken. It will not end the world. It will add another slow rot to the pattern." Harry swallowed. "And if I choose the village?" he asked. "The fortress may fall," Odin said. "Our losses will be heavy. The giants will gain ground we would rather they did not have. The next battles will be harder. You may save only a handful in the village. Or none." Harry thought of Hogwarts, of trying to fight in one corridor while other fights raged elsewhere in the castle, of the choice to go to the forest instead of hunting every stray Death Eater. He tasted ash. "What would you choose?" he asked. Odin's mouth thinned. "If I tell you that, it will not be your trial," Odin said. Harry looked at Thor. Thor's jaw was tight. "I have chosen the fortress too many times," Thor said. "That is all I will say." Freya watched Harry, her expression unreadable. Loki's gaze was sharp, almost eager, as if he wanted to see which way Harry would jump. Harry looked back at the windows. The giants moved closer to the fortress. A blast of energy from the wall lit the air in pale blue and left one giant smoking on the ground. Others stepped over the body. In the village, the serpent slid fully out of the water. The skin glistened, as many eyes blinked. The nearest child finally looked toward it and froze with the stick still in his hand. Harry's heart pounded so hard it hurt. "This is a trick," he said. "All trials are tricks," Loki said. "The question is what they show." Harry closed his eyes for a moment. Images crashed through his mind. Fred laughing before the battle. Fred still on the floor after. Colin Creevy's small body. The child from the village standing on a different ground. He opened his eyes again. "If I do nothing," he said slowly. "How many die?" "Many in both places," Odin said. "So that is not an option," Harry said. He took a breath. The hammer sat on a stone near the base of the throne. He could see it from the corner of his eye. Cold metal. Silent. "You want to know if I have learned to think like you," Harry said to Odin. "To count lines instead of faces. I want to know if you trust your own judgment more than mine," Odin said. "You already spent too much of your life bending yourself to old men who thought they saw the whole field. Do not do that here." Harry almost laughed at that. Almost. He looked back at the village. The serpent had slid closer. The dog barked, the short sharp sound carrying even through the magic. The child took a step back, eyes wide. "I cannot watch that again," Harry said. He lifted his hand. Storm answered. It rose from scar and chest and gut. A familiar burn now, though no less intense. His knees bent under the first rush. The Notha's talisman Freya had recharged that morning warmed where it rested against his skin. Power scraped up his spine. He did not fight it. He did not try to push it away. He pictured the rune and the path he had carved in Niflheim. Down, not up. Through, not out. He opened that channel. "Village," he said. His voice was hoarse. "Are you sure?" Odin asked. "Yes," Harry said. He did not look away from the child and the dog. The storm hit the path and surged. For a heartbeat, it hesitated, hungry for the sky. Then it turned, as it had in the ice, and poured through the open thread toward the river. He felt it leave him, felt it travel along a line that ran from Asgard through Yggdrasil and down into the world where the villagers stood. His hand shook with the strain of holding the picture in his head. As the first arc of lightning tore down out of the cloud over the river, something else moved. The hammer. It lifted from its stone without anyone touching it. Harry did not see the exact moment it left the ground. He felt it. A surge in the storm line, a different weight joining his bent arm. Metal and enchantment and old judgment snapping into alignment with his choice. Mjolnir flew through the air toward him. For a second he thought it would hit him in the chest. His arm moved on reflex. The handle slapped into his palm with a force that jarred his teeth. The world snapped into a new shape. The storm that had been leaving him through the rune path shifted. Part of it still poured through the mark on his chest toward the village. The rest curved back along the new line between his hand and the head of the hammer. Power crackled down the metal. Harry gasped. His knees almost gave out. He clenched his fingers around the handle. The weight of it settled into his bones. It was heavy, yes. Real metal, dense and serious. But it was not impossible. It felt like something that expected to be moved. Something that had been waiting a long time for the right grip. Lightning hit the river. He saw it out of the corner of his eye in the window. A white-blue lance that turned water to steam in an instant. The serpent jerked, its many eyes flashing, body thrashing. Harry tightened his grip and directed the line a fraction to the side. Away from the child and the dog, toward the base of the creature's skull where it met the water. The second strike hit there. The beast convulsed and went still. Steam rolled over the bank. The child fell back on the ground, coughing, arms over his head. The dog shook itself and barked in panic. Adults ran from the houses toward the river, mouths open in shouts that Harry could not hear. He held the hammer until the last bit of storm drained through. Then he lowered his arm. The hall was very quiet. His breath rasped loud in his own ears. Sweat ran down his back under his shirt. His hand ached where the handle dug into his palm. He looked at the hammer. It looked back. There was no face, no eyes, but he felt its focus on him. The cold weight in his chest had shifted. It now sat beside his own sense of self instead of pressing down on it. Harry swallowed. "You came," he said softly. No one else in the hall answered. Not in words. Behind him, Thor let out a breath that sounded almost like a laugh and a sob tangled together. Odin watched, his one clear eye bright. Frigga's hand had risen to her mouth at some point. Now she lowered it slowly. Loki's expression had turned thoughtful. The usual mockery softened. Freya stepped forward until she stood within arm's reach. Her gaze flicked from the hammer to the fading scenes in the window and back. "You picked the small fire," she said. "Yes," Harry said. His arm shook. "I know the giants matter," he went on. "I know that fortress will cost you. I know some clever person can write numbers on a board and prove that the wall would have saved more lives in the long run. I could not stand there and watch a child die on a riverbank because my head said a bigger battle was more important." Freya's eyes warmed. "Good," she said. Harry let out a rough breath. "Will you all stop saying that?" he said. Freya laughed quietly. "No," she said. Odin rose from his throne. The movement drew every eye. He stepped down from the platform and walked toward Harry with slow, steady strides. The ravens fluttered and settled again behind the empty seat, as if they knew he would return. When Odin reached him, he stopped close enough that Harry had to tilt his head back a little to keep their gazes locked. "The fortress will bleed," Odin said. "We will lose warriors. We will lose ground. We will also hold long enough to retake it. Your choice has made the path harder, not broken it." He nodded toward the fading image of the village. "Those lives would have gone dark with no one to tell their stories," Odin said. "No hall waits for them yet. They had no part in the bargain that put you at the center of storms. You owe them nothing. You still chose them. That matters." Harry tightened his grip on the hammer. "Are you telling me I was right?" he asked. "I am telling you that you were yourself," Odin said. "That is what the hammer wanted to know." He glanced at Thor. "Do you object?" Odin asked. Thor shook his head. Only that you did not tell me it would choose him before I made him pull on it like a fool all morning, Thor said. Odin's mouth twitched. It would not have moved if you had told him, Loki pointed out. Exactly, Odin said. Harry swallowed. His hand still shook. Do I get any say in this? He asked. Because I did not exactly wake up this morning wanting more weapons. Odin's gaze softened. You get every say, Odin said. You can put the hammer down and walk away from it. You can learn to use it. You can throw it into a deep pit and refuse to touch it again. The choice is yours. It will not bond against your will. The hammer felt very solid in his hand. Harry looked at it, at the worn leather, at the nicks on the head from old battles, at the faint glow of runes he could not quite read yet. His chest ached with more than strain. I do not want to be a symbol again, he said quietly. I am tired of being something people point at instead of a person. Freya's voice was soft. Then do not let them, she said. Use the hammer for the small fires first. For the people behind the numbers. Let the big stories come later if they must. Harry met her eyes. Will it listen to that? He asked, lifting the hammer a little. She smiled. You tell us, she said. He shifted his grip. The weight settled more naturally this time. His arm still shook from the earlier strain, but now it felt like the trembling after a long fight, not the helpless shake of someone about to drop something too heavy. He raised the hammer a little higher. It did not resist. For the first time since he had stepped onto the bridge, something in his chest eased instead of tightening. It was not peace. It was not joy, but it was a small, steady line of maybe. He let the head sink back to his side and blew out a breath. All right, Harry said. I will learn. Not to be your weapon. To be mine. Thor's smile broke fully across his face. Freya nodded once, approval clear. Odin stepped back, giving Harry room. The ravens shifted on their perch. In the fading window of the village, the child sat on the riverbank, wrapped in a blanket, eyes wide as elders talked around him and pointed at the scorched water. He would never know the name of the man in a far hall who had picked him over a fortress. Harry did. He closed his eyes for a moment and held that image. One small fire put out, 1,000 more waiting. When he opened his eyes again, the windows had gone, leaving only stone. Mjolnir rested against his leg. His arm no longer shook. For the first time, he could feel not just the storm in his veins but a shape to it. A path that was his, not someone else's plan. He was still tired, still angry, still afraid. His heart was still broken. It was still beating. That would have to be enough for now. The trees in Vanaheim breathed. Harry stood at the edge of the clearing and tried to pretend that sentence made sense. In England, trees rustled when the wind moved them. In Vanaheim, the trunks seemed to rise and fall with a slow rhythm that matched something in the ground. When he focused on it, he could feel a faint push against his boots every few heartbeats, like the whole forest had a pulse. The air here was thick with green. Not just the smell, the magic too. It tasted like crushed leaves and rain that had not fallen yet. Do not stare at them like they are going to bite you, Thor said, folding his arms. They are only curious. Harry tore his gaze away from the nearest oak and looked at Thor. Your brother told me a story about a tree that tried to eat him, Harry said. That one was special, Thor said. Besides, it was drunk. Harry frowned. How does a tree get drunk? He asked. Same way anyone does, Thor said. Bad company and cheap mead. Freya snorted. She stood on Harry's other side, arms bare despite the cool air, armor plates strapped over soft leather. Her hair was tied back. A faint sheen of sweat already showed at her temples from the long walk in. Vanaheim does not share Asgard's taste for endless spectacle, Freya said. You will not see many fireworks here. The land works quietly. Most of the time. Harry looked around again. The clearing sat like a bowl between lines of trees. Moss and short grass covered the ground. A shallow stream cut along one edge, water clear and fast. Somewhere deeper in the forest, something large moved and snapped a branch, but did not come closer. He still held the hammer. Mjolnir hung from his right hand, the head resting near his knee. He had not put it down since the trial in the hall. He slept with it beside his bed, as if it might vanish if he let it out of reach. Freya's eyes flicked briefly to the hammer, then back to his face. "Today is not about your new toy," she said. Harry lifted his eyebrows. "Thought this was part of the training package," he said. "It is," Thor said. "But first we teach you not to bring a thunderhead into every room that upsets you. Your mood already tries," Loki called from the path behind them. Harry turned. Loki had followed them into the forest after all. He leaned against a pale birch at the edge of the clearing, arms crossed, green cloak loose around him. His expression was almost bored, which meant he cared a lot. "You are not supposed to be here," Freya said. "Father did not forbid it," Loki said. "He only told me not to interfere. I am not interfering. I am observing." Harry looked at Freya as if to ask if that was safe. She gave a small shrug. "He will cause less trouble where I can see him," she said. "Ignore him unless he throws something." Harry nodded once. He could not quite ignore Loki, but he could pretend. Thor stepped into the center of the clearing. "First lesson," Thor said. "Weather. You already bent it once without meaning to. You cannot do that again. Not in panic. Not in rage. Not unless you choose." Harry's fingers tightened around the hammer handle. He thought of the hill and the sky tearing open. "That was not just me," he said. "There was a ritual. A mark. A serpent under the ground." "Excuses," Thor said. "Your power looked for a way out. Took the fastest one. It will do that every time unless you give it a better path." He pointed straight up. The sky over Vanaheim was pale and clear. Thin clouds moved, but no storm stirred. "I want you to pull one small cloud down," Thor said. "Only over this clearing. Only for a breath. You will not shout. You will not think of war. You will not let every old wound bleed into it. You will treat the sky like a lake you tap with 2 fingers, not a door you kick down." Harry swallowed. "Seems easy," he said. "It is not," Freya said. "If it were, I would not have asked Odin to let you train here instead of in a city full of roofs." Harry took a slow breath. "Fine," he said. "Small cloud. No shouting. No panic." He stepped forward until he stood opposite Thor in the middle of the clearing. Freya moved to one side where she could see both of them. Loki stayed under his tree, eyes half-lidded. Harry planted his feet. He had done something like this in Hogwarts weather charms class once. A little mist over a desk. A small puff of rain inside a glass. This was not that. He raised his empty left hand to the sky and kept the hammer low. "Where do I start?" he asked. "Not with your scars," Freya said. "Not with your dead. Do not pull the storm from grief. Pull it from need. Right now you are standing in a dry space. You are about to work hard. Your body will warm. You will sweat. Call one cloud to give you rain and cool your skin. Simple." Harry focused on his palm. He pictured the clear sky above and the thin strands of cloud drifting on the upper wind. He did not think about battlefields. He thought about heat and thirst, about summers at the burrow, lying on the grass while Ron whined about the sun. "Just a bit of shade," he muttered. Magic stirred. Not the raw storm that lived behind his scar. Something smaller, quieter. The way his wand had felt when he asked for Aguamenti in a dry corridor. He reached for that. For a moment it worked. The air over the clearing thickened. A faint chill ran down his arm. A patch of light dimmed above as cloud gathered into a thin cover. Then something under his ribs twitched. A flash of memory cut across the image he held. Not Ron on a lawn. Ron on the ground, bleeding. The hill. The circle. The cultist muttering to the serpent under the world. The sky that had turned the wrong color when his scar had split. Anger shot up before he could stop it. He had not chosen to think about that. Came anyway. His hand clenched. The small trickle of magic he had been guiding snapped wide. The thin cloud above bulged. The clear sky around it shivered. Cold washed down hard. Wind slapped the top of the trees. "Harry!" Thor barked. Harry's breath caught. His heartbeat slammed against his ribs. He could feel the big storm now. The one that wanted to live in his bones. It woke fast when anger touched it. Like a dog that raised its head the second it heard steps outside the door. He pushed it down. He pictured Noth's at his chest. Down, not up. The big storm hit the rune and slid into the ground instead of the sky. The pressure in his skull eased. Above, the swollen cloud quivered. He let go of the thread of anger and went back to the image of simple shade. Slowly, the cloud flattened. The air in the clearing cooled just enough to raise goosebumps on his arms. A fine spray of drizzle fell, barely enough to wet his hair. Then it was gone. The sky cleared. Harry exhaled long and slow, his shoulders sinking. Freya stepped forward until she stood at his side. Her fingers pressed briefly against the inside of his wrist, feeling his pulse. "What did you think about just before it jumped?" she asked. "Ron," Harry said. "And blood. And someone using him as a spell component." "Good," she said. He stared at her. "How is that good?" he asked. "Because you saw it," she said. "You did not pretend it was something else. You named it. Next time, when you feel that line, you can stop earlier. The danger is not the thought. The danger is when you do not notice you are thinking it." Thor nodded. "Again," Thor said. Harry groaned. Loki laughed softly under the tree. The rage cost. By the time Freya called a break, Harry felt like his brain had been scraped out and repainted. They had repeated the same exercise until his arm ached from raising it. Small cloud. Too much sky. Pull back. Clear. Again. Every time he lost focus, anger slipped in. Not always the same memory. Sometimes it was Fred on the floor in the Great Hall. Sometimes it was Dumbledore falling from the tower. Sometimes it was his own walk into the forest. A heavy calm that had felt too much like surrender. Each time, the storm jerked awake. Each time, he had to drag it away from the sky and shove it into the ground instead. By the sixth attempt, he noticed something. The anger did not vanish when he pushed the storm down. It stayed. Duller. But there. It sat in his chest like an old bruise that throbbed when the weather changed. "That is the cost," Freya said quietly when he pointed this out. Sitting with his back against a tree and his shirt stuck to his skin, Thor had gone to the stream to drink and splash water on his face. Loki had vanished deeper into the trees at some point, probably to listen from a distance. Freya crouched in front of Harry, elbows resting on her knees. "You do not get to throw your rage into the sky and forget it," she said. "If you use it to fuel storms, it will make your storms strong. It will also leave you emptier and more brittle every time. If you refuse to use it at all, it will sit inside you and rot. Your task is to find a narrow path between those two bad answers." Harry let his head fall back against the trunk. "That sounds familiar," he said. "Do not use the killing curse because it tears you up inside. Do not refuse to fight because people will die. Use just enough. Never too much. Always the perfect amount." "It was never perfect," Freya said. "You survived anyway." He snorted. "Barely," he said. "Barely counts," she said. He looked at her. "You sound very certain," he said. "I watched Odin climb a tree and stab himself for wisdom," she said. "I watched him leave pieces of himself on every road he walked. I watched Thor break his own sense of self in war and build it again. You are not special in the way you think. You are just the newest one trying to live with power and not let it hollow you out. That should comfort you." "I do not know if it does," Harry said. "It should," she said, "because it means there are paths that have worked for others." He rubbed his eyes. "Right now it mostly means I need a nap," he said. "Too bad," Thor said, walking back from the stream and shaking water from his beard. "You have more to learn before we let you fall over. Father is waiting." "Already," Harry said. "He waited years for you to appear," Thor said. "He is not good at waiting in small pieces." The open eye. Odin did not meet them in the hall. He waited at the edge of a Vanaheim hill, one eye on the sky and one on something only he could see. Harry followed Freya and Thor up the slope, legs heavy. The top of the hill was bare. No trees, no stones, only grass and a circle of small posts driven into the ground around a shallow depression. Odin stood at the center. Two ravens perched on posts near him. One turned its head as Harry approached. The other watched the sky. "Come," Odin said. Harry stepped into the circle. His scar pulsed. He clenched his jaw and kept walking. You used the storm well enough for a first day, Odin said. Now you must see what the storm sits inside. That sounds like something Dumbledore would say before putting me in a cursed room, Harry said. Odin's mouth twitched. He learned some of his worst habits from us, Odin said. We are trying to break that pattern with you. He raised his staff. Today you will taste awareness, Odin said. Not in the way you have before, with visions forced into your head by others. You will look out from your own place and see how wide the threads run. You will not like it. That is the point. Harry swallowed. What happens if I break? He asked. You will not, Odin said. You already came apart once when you died and went back. You are harder to crack than you think. Harry did not find that comforting. He stood opposite Odin in the middle of the circle. Freya and Thor stayed just outside. He could feel them at his back like anchors. What do I do? Harry asked. Nothing, Odin said. That is the most difficult lesson for you. You will not call. You will not push. You will stand. I will open a line and let some of what I see brush against you. You will decide what to do with the information. Odin lifted his staff. The ravens flapped once, then fell still. The posts around them hummed. Harry felt the ground change under his feet. Not much. A subtle shift like pressure before a storm. His ears popped. Then something slipped open. It was not his scar. That remained a sore point on his forehead, pulsing with its old rhythm. This new opening sat behind his eyes and a little above them, as if someone had taken a knife and cut a slit in the air just out of his reach. Light leaked through. He gasped. Steady, Odin said. The world in front of him blurred. For a heartbeat, he saw the hill and Odin and the circle. Then the image stretched, thinned, and folded. Lines of light and dark ran out in all directions, crossing and recrossing like ropes pulled at 100 posts. He saw Midgard. Not the map on Hermione's wall. Not the view from a broom. He saw London at night. Rain on stone. A shaky hand casting a petty curse in an alley. He saw a farm in India when dawn broke. A girl feeding chickens while her grandmother muttered a blessing. He saw Hogwarts, empty corridors and portraits that whispered when no one listened. He saw all of them at once. He sucked in a breath and almost choked on it. His body swayed. A hand closed on his shoulder. Thor, breathe, Thor said. I am trying, Harry said through his teeth. The view shifted. The threads he had seen around Midgard ran out further, up and down. He saw Asgard from a high point, its golden walls bright against a dark sky. He saw Niflheim as a flat plain, smoke rising in thin lines. He saw halls he did not know, a place of endless trees, a place of lava and sharp rock. He saw them and he did not. He had no time to focus on details. Images rushed past like pictures flicked in front of his face. Battles, deaths, births. A child in one realm took her first breath while a soldier in another realm bled out in snow. A dragon fell from the sky and crushed a house. A woman in a small cottage lit a candle and cried alone. His chest hurt. His heart slammed. His throat felt tight. I cannot track all of this, he said. You are not meant to, Odin said. You are meant to feel scale. Your wars were large for your world. They were not the only ones. You must choose what you care about knowing this. The view widened again. He saw further lines. Long ones, old ones. Events that had already happened and still sent ripples through everything. The night his mother died. Not from his memory. From above. Green light. A cottage. A baby crying. The explosion of magic that had ripped Voldemort apart and blinded the trees around the house. Threads from that night ran through Harry's chest and out into 1,000 other lines. He saw some of them. Hogwarts letters. Quirrell's hands shaking. Sirius laughing in a cave. Dudley pale and shivering in a fog. All of them hung on that first bright knot. He saw other knots. The fall of Asgard to a fire he did not yet understand. A beast breaking free of chains. An old man hanging from a tree. A woman in red walking through a battlefield with a staff in her hand. He saw things that had not happened yet. A sea that froze solid. A hall in Hogwarts packed with refugees, wands raised toward doors that shook. A sky that cracked again. His own body on the ground. More than once. He tasted bile. Stop, Harry said. The word came out rough. The vision did not stop. It did, however, slow. The lines around him faded a little. The bright knots dimmed. The sound of birds and wind crept back into his awareness. He realized he had been hearing voices, not clear ones, echoes, shouts from battles he had not fought yet, laughter from feasts he had never attended. He clapped his hands over his ears and found that did nothing. "Harry," Freya said. Her voice cut through the rest. He latched onto it. "I said stop," he repeated. Odin lowered his staff. The slit above Harry's eyes closed. The pressure in his skull dropped. He staggered. Thor's grip on his shoulder tightened, keeping him upright. His breath came in harsh pulls. Sweat cooled on his back. His scar throbbed and then settled. For a long moment he could not speak. His body felt like it did after a long duel. Tired, shaky, sore. His mind felt worse. He had seen too much in too short a time. Faces with no names. Fires with no locations. Futures piled on futures. Deaths he could not stop and lives he could not protect. "What was that?" he said at last. "Perspective," Odin said. Harry laughed. It sounded broken. "It felt more like someone had forced my head into a river," he said. "And you pulled it out yourself," Odin said. "Good. That is the important part. You asked me to stop. That means you still know where your will ends and mine begins." Harry turned his head and looked at him. "The world burns," Harry said. "The realms burn. Everything falls apart and builds again. You saw that and kept going." "How?" Odin's face was still. "Badly at first," Odin said. "I threw myself into war. I drank. I hunted. I did anything that made the next hour feel loud enough that I could not hear the long echo. It did not work. I lost parts of myself each time. I only began to live with what I knew when I learned to look away on purpose." Harry frowned. "That sounds like denial," he said. "Call it that if you like," Odin said. "I call it sanity. You cannot hold all that you saw and care about one person at the same time. You must pick. The trick is not to lie to yourself about what you are ignoring. Look at the wide view when you must make wide choices. Then let it go and return to the small ones." Harry thought of the village and the fortress. "Is that what you do when you choose walls over children?" Harry asked. The words came out sharper than he had intended. Odin did not flinch. "Yes," Odin said. "And I pay for it every time." "You saw some of those payments." Harry remembered the image of a hall burning and a man with one eye standing alone. "Is that my future?" Harry asked. "Some of the paths you saw lead to you on the ground," Odin said. "Some do not. All of them end with your world broken and rebuilt in some way. That is not unique to you. That is how creation works. You cannot stop that. You can only decide how you stand while it happens." Harry rubbed his face with both hands. His eyes stung. "So nothing matters," he said quietly. "In the end, the tree burns and the snake eats and the halls fall and get built again. Every person I save dies sometime later. Every choice I make is one grain in a storm I cannot control. Nothing matters on the largest scale," Odin said. "On the small scale, everything does." Harry let his hands fall. "That sounds like another way to say the same thing," he said. "It is not," Freya said. Harry looked at her. She stepped into the circle. "Do you remember the boy at the river?" she asked. "The one with the dog?" "Yes," Harry said at once. "On the largest view, that boy grows, lives and dies," she said. "His world changes with or without him. He is one bright point. The lines will run with or without that point. On the small view, you changed his entire life. His family, every person he touches. That matters. You cannot see all the ripples now. That does not mean they are not there." Harry swallowed. The vision had shown long lines. He had not seen the boy again in them. He had not looked. "How do you live with knowing it all ends?" he asked. Freya's eyes were steady. "By loving things while they exist," she said. "By knowing they will end and choosing them anyway. That is the only way to make meaning that does not depend on forever." He looked away. The hill seemed too bright, the sky too wide. His chest hurt in a new way. He had spent so long thinking in terms of prophecy and fate and final battles that he had never really asked what he wanted after. He had expected to die in the forest, Everything since then felt like borrowed time. Now he knew even that borrowed time sat in a pattern that would break whether he lived or not. For a moment, the thought took all the air out of him. Why fight? Why train? Why carry a hammer for gods who had already seen their own end? He tried to picture walking away, back to Grimald, back to tea and dusty rooms and small missions. He could not make the image stick. It slid away under the memory of the river and the serpent, of the dead in Niflheim, of the giants at the fortress. Harry, Thor said quietly. Look at me. Harry did. Thor's face was open. No grand wisdom, just a man who had swung a weapon for too long and still stood. I saw those same visions, Thor said. I saw myself die in them more times than I can count. I saw worlds I could not save. For a long time I believed that meant nothing I did mattered. I broke a lot of things then. I hurt people I was supposed to protect. Do not do what I did. Learn faster. How? Harry asked. Give me something useful. Not just phrases. Thor nodded. Fine, he said. Here is something simple. Pick 3 people you want to keep alive and safe for as long as you can. When you are tired, when the big visions make you want to lie down and let the fire roll over you, think of them. Not the realms. Not the tree. Just those 3. If you still cannot move after that, then rest. If you can, then fight for the next hour. Harry thought of Hermione, of Ron, of a small scrap of image from the vision he had just seen. A hall full of Hogwarts students huddled under blankets while ice formed on the windows. I cannot pick only 3, he said. You can pick 3 at a time, Thor said. You can change the list when you need to. The point is to make it small enough that your heart can hold it without breaking. Harry did not like the idea of a list. It still felt cruel, but it also felt like a rope in a rising flood. He nodded once. Fine, he said. 3 at a time. Odin watched him for a moment longer, then stepped back. I will not open that site again without your request, Odin said. You have seen enough for now. If you try to live in that space, you will float away and never come back. You are no use to anyone like that. Harry believed him. He already felt half hollow. The ground under his feet felt thin. If he thought about it too long, he might start wondering if he was even standing on anything real. Freya must have seen that thought on his face. She reached out and took his hand. Her fingers were warm and strong. Come, she said. You have had enough of wide views. Time to learn something small and very painful. They went deeper into the forest as the day moved. The light shifted through the leaves until everything glowed in a softer way. The path narrowed. The air grew thicker with the smell of earth and old rain. Thor stayed behind at the hill, called away by a message only he could hear. Odin vanished in a way Harry still had not worked out. One moment he was there. The next his presence slipped like a heavy cloak being lifted. That left Harry and Freya alone among the trees. Loki shadowed them for another minute, then peeled off with a careless remark about having better things to do than watch someone sprain his bones. Harry did not entirely believe him. He heard no footsteps behind them though, and Freya did not glance back again, so he let it go. They reached a smaller clearing than the first. A stream cut across one edge here as well, but this one was slower and wider, with flat stones that rose just above the surface. Freya stopped and turned to face him. You have learned to push storms down, she said. You have seen too much and survived. Now I will teach you to move without breaking the lines that bind you to yourself. That sounds vague, Harry said. Shapeshifting always does, she said. Until you do it. He swallowed. This is cedar, he said. In part, she said. Cedar is more than changing shape. It is listening and bending threads. But shifting is one of the oldest ways we learn to do that. It will suit you if you respect the cost. You keep saying cost, he said. What exactly is the price this time? Your face, she said. Your name. Your sense of who you are. If you change shape too often or too deeply, if you spend more time as other things than as Harry, you will forget what it felt like to be human. Some of my kin did that. They never came back. Harry thought of Animagi. Sirius could turn into a dog, he said. He never forgot himself. He turned into one form, Freya said. It was a part of him, a mask that fit. What I am offering you is wider. You could become a hawk, a wolf, a snake, a storm of crows. Each shape would pull at you. Each one would offer you an easy way out of pain. Most people are not strong enough to say no every time. He looked at the water. For what it is worth, he said. I have had a lot of practice saying no to easy ways out. Not as much as you think, she said softly. Walking into the forest to die was not the hard way. Living after was. He flinched. She saw it and did not apologize. If you do not want this, say so, she said. We can focus your cedar on other skills. Thread reading. Warding. You do not have to open this door. Harry heard the offer. It was not a trick. She meant it. The thought of stepping away from more pain made his exhausted mind almost sigh with relief. He could say no. He could tell Odin that his mind was full, that his body hurt, that his scars were enough. He could keep the hammer and the storm and leave shape-shifting to others. He looked at the stream again. In the faint reflection he saw his face. Tired, pale, eyes too old for his age. There were times in the war when he had wished he could crawl out of that skin and be someone else. Someone who had not been marked as a baby. Now the gods were offering him a version of that wish, and warning him that it could steal even the bits he still liked about himself. Do you trust me? Freya asked. He did not answer at once. Trust had become a careful word for him. He thought about the way she had touched his scar in the garden, asking permission first. The way she had spoken about her own people and losses without making herself the center of every story. The way she had stepped into the vision circle and argued with Odin on his behalf. He nodded once. Yes, he said. I trust you. Good, she said. Then trust me to pull you back if you stray. She stepped closer and took both his hands. Her grip was firm. Close your eyes, she said. He obeyed. Listen, she said. He drew in a slow breath. The forest filled his ears. Water over stone. Leaves moving. A bird calling. His own heartbeat. Feel your body, she said. Feet on the ground. Weight in your legs. The pull in your back. The line of your jaw when you clench it. He noticed the tightness in his shoulders from the earlier training. The ache behind his eyes from the vision. The way his fingers curled unconsciously around the hammer handle even in this peaceful place. Now, she said. Remember what it felt like the first time you flew on a broom. His mouth twitched. He saw the Hogwarts pitch in his mind. He felt the fear of his feet leaving the ground for the first time. The rush of air. The sudden understanding that he belonged up there. Light, he murmured. Yes, she said. Weight shifted. Balance different. Body pulled in new directions. Keep that memory. Magic moved. Not the storm. Not the clean weather trick. Something softer. It rose from where his chest met his throat. It spread across his skin like a thin layer of water. Every hair on his arms lifted. Pick a shape, Freya said. Something simple. Something that fits you. Do not chase power with it. Chase a part of yourself. Harry thought of dogs and stags and wolves and snakes and hawks. He discarded each for different reasons. Sirius, James, Fenrir, Nagini. Too many ghosts. Another picture rose. A small owl in a cage on his first trip to Hogwarts. Amber eyes bright and fierce. Hedwig, he said quietly. Freya's grip shifted. That is not a bad choice, she said. Birds feel the pull between worlds. They know the way between high and low. His throat tightened. He nodded. See her, Freya said. Her size, her weight, her wings, the way her bones feel under feathers. Not as a separate thing. As if she is where your skin ends and the air begins. He focused. He remembered her weight on his arm, the way her talons pressed, the warmth of her body when she tucked her head under her wing and slept. Magic swelled. His body went light and wrong. He gasped. Bones shifted, not all at once, piece by piece. His fingers cramped, then folded in on themselves, thumb pulling tight. His arms shrank. His shoulders burned as muscles twisted into new lines. His face pinched. His nose and mouth stretched forward. Teeth clicked together and then changed, some sharpening, some disappearing. He wanted to scream. He could not. His chest squeezed as ribs narrowed. The world lurched. He fell forward. For a second, he thought he was going to hit the ground with his face. Wings spread. The sudden drag of air under new limbs yanked him up again. He flapped on instinct. He opened his eyes. The forest had changed. Everything was larger. The stream widened to a great silver band. The stones looked like boulders. Freya towered over him, eyes now level with the tops of trees. He looked down. White feathers covered the front of his chest. His feet were small and sharp. His clawed toes clenched on the rock where he perched. He had not noticed moving to it. Panic surged. He flapped once more and nearly toppled into the water. Freya moved. Her hand came up under him, steady. He hopped onto her wrist on reflex, talons closing around a leather bracer that had not been there a moment ago. "Easy," she said. Her voice sounded strange, deeper, slower, or perhaps his ears were different. Harry tried to speak. Only a harsh sound came out. He snapped his beak shut, startled. His heart pounded fast in his small chest. The air felt cooler on his feathers than it had on his skin. He could feel the slightest movements of wind as it slid past him. Every leaf trembling on the nearest tree lit up in his vision. He could see tiny marks on the stone under Freya's hand that he would never have noticed before. Overwhelming. Freya lifted her arm slowly until his eye line matched hers. "Do you know who you are?" she asked. He could not answer with words, but the question cut through the whirl of sensation. He reached for his own name, Harry Potter. He pictured his human face from the reflection in the stream. Messy hair, scar, tired eyes. The image blurred at the edges, threatened to slip. He grabbed it tighter. For a moment, the pull to let it go tugged at him. It would be easier to just be the owl, to forget the war and the cupboard and the forest, to live on air and instinct. Freya's hand tightened a little. "You feel that," she said. "That is the risk. If you live too long like this, you will wake up one day and the name Harry will feel like a story you heard about someone else." He dug his talons in. Pain helped. He clung to the human image and to her voice. "I am here," she said. "Follow my voice back." He shut his eyes. He pictured his hands, his wand, Hermione's impatient look when he forgot a page number, Ron's laugh, the weight of Mjolnir in his palm, the smell of tea in Grimmauld, the feel of Hedwig's feathers under his fingers. He pulled those pieces together. Something inside him stretched. The world lurched again. He fell. He hit the ground with his knees and palms. Pain flared. He sucked in a breath. His chest expanded the way it was supposed to. His hands were hands again. He turned them over. No feathers, just skin and old scars. Freya crouched in front of him. She looked relieved. "Good," she said. He laughed weakly. "Stop saying that," he said. She smiled. "No," she said. His shoulders shook. He did not know if he was about to laugh harder or cry. Everything hurt. His muscles had gone through 2 kinds of training in one day. His mind had been pulled across worlds and back. His heart had been pried open and asked to hold too much. "I hated that," he said honestly. "I know," she said. "I also liked it," he added in a lower voice. Her eyes warmed. "Of course you did," she said. "Flight always calls to those who have been chained. That is why you must be careful. You will tell yourself you are only shifting for missions, for tactics, for the war. It will be true at first. Then you will start doing it because it feels less heavy. That is when it will start to eat you." He nodded. He remembered how easy it had been to spend too long under the invisibility cloak, to let himself be invisible because being seen hurt. "Why offer this at all?" he asked. "If it can break me." "Because your enemy will not fight in only one shape," she said. "Because the cracks you opened in the veil will not stay in one place. Because there will be times when the only way to reach someone will be to move along paths that human legs cannot walk. I am not giving you this to make you strong. I am giving it to you so you have options." He accepted that. He pushed himself to his feet. His legs shook. He swayed. Freya stepped in without comment and guided him to sit on a flat rock by the stream. He dropped onto it and let his shoulders sag. The water moved past with a quiet sound. He watched it for a while, grateful for something simple. Night. They did not return to Asgard that evening. Freya led him to a small hall deep in the forest, built of wood and stone, low and warm. It was not like Odin's high, echoing place. Felt lived in. There were blankets piled on benches and herbs hanging from rafters. A fire burned in a square pit in the center. Freya gave him a bowl of stew and bread. He ate without talking much. His jaw felt heavy. His mind still echoed with sights from the hill and with the feel of wings. After food, she handed him a mug of something hot and bitter. "What is it?" he asked. "Something that helps the mind settle after vision work," she said. "Drink slowly or you will end up on the floor." He believed her. He sipped. Tasted like old bark and smoke. He sat on a bench by the fire while she moved around the hall, tidying small things that did not need tidying. He recognized the habit. When he could feel his hands again and the ringing in his head had faded, he spoke. "I saw myself dead," he said. Freya stopped by a shelf and turned. "In the visions?" she asked. "Yes," he said. "More than once." She leaned against the shelf. "You died once already," she said. "You know how it feels. That helps. Most people break when they see their own end for the first time. You did not." He stared into the fire. "I do not want to die again," he said. "Good," she said. He barked a small laugh. "I thought you would say it does not matter," he said. "That it is all part of the cycle." "It is," she said. "But that does not mean you have to like it. We have enough people here who throw themselves on blades because they think it is neat. I would rather have a 10th god who wants to live." He looked up at her. "10th god," he repeated. She shrugged. "You already carry pieces of our power," she said. "You stand between worlds. You lifted the hammer. You shouted at Odin. You walked the ice. You listened to cedar and it did not melt you. The title is already waiting for you. Whether you let it sit on your shoulders is another question." He rubbed his face. "I do not want to be a god," he said. "Then be Harry first," she said. "If you do that well enough, the rest will sort itself." He studied her. The firelight threw shadows on her face. Lines of age and battle scars showed at some angles. At others, she looked young, almost like someone who might have sat at Gryffindor table and laughed at one of Ron's jokes. "You sound tired," he said. "I am," she said. She did not hide it. "How long have you been doing this?" he asked. "Holding together people who see too much." She smiled, small and wry. "Longer than you have been alive," she said. "Not always well. I made mistakes. I pushed some people too hard and broke them. I protected others too much and left them soft when war came. I learned from both. You benefit from that whether you want to or not." He swallowed. "You lost people," he said. "Yes," she said. He waited. She did not offer names. "Did you see them in the visions?" he asked. "Sometimes," she said. "Sometimes I see their descendants. Sometimes I see echoes of choices we made together. I do not get to see them at will. The sight is not controlled like that. It is like your storms. Comes on its own terms. My job is to stand firm when it does." Harry stared at the fire. "I do not know if I can do this," he said. "All of it," he added. She walked over and sat down on the bench beside him. "Not too close at first. Polite space." "You are allowed to say that," she said. "It does not mean we stop. It means we adjust." "What if I run?" he asked. "What if I take the hammer and the little tricks I have learned and go back to my tiny island and hide?" She considered it. "You could," she said. "You would do some good there. You would save some lives. You would also feel the pull every time a crack opened that you could have closed. You would hear the screams from realms you chose to ignore. I do not think you would stay hidden long." He knew she was right. He hated that she was right. He set the mug down on the floor. His hands shook. She reached out slowly and rested her hand on his forearm. The touch was gentle. Not a grab. Just contact. "Look at me," she said. He did. Her eyes were bright and steady. "You are allowed to be scared," she said. "You are allowed to hate this. You are allowed to wake up some nights and wish you had died in your war instead of being dragged into ours. None of that disqualifies you. It makes you human. If you stop feeling those things, then I will worry." He swallowed. The tightness in his throat burned. He did not want to cry in front of a goddess. He also did not have much left in him to hold it back. A rough sound escaped him. He looked down. His shoulders shook once. Then again. Freya's fingers slid further up his arm, firm and warm. She did not say anything else. She sat with him while he let some of the weight drop, not in a dramatic flood, just in small, ugly jerks of breath, quiet and real. When he finally managed to draw in a full breath without it hitching, he realized his head had tipped sideways at some point. It rested against her shoulder. He stiffened. "Sorry," he muttered, starting to pull back. She stopped him with a light press of her hand. "Stay," she said. "You carried a world alone for too long. Let someone hold part of you for a while." He did not know what to do with that sentence. No one had ever offered it to him before. He stayed. The fire crackled. Outside, the forest kept breathing. His eyes drifted shut. He felt the faint rise and fall of her breathing against his cheek, the steady beat of her heart under his ear, the warmth of her hand on his arm. The hammer rested on the floor within reach. He knew nightmares would come. Memories, storms, visions. The knowledge that everything he loved would end one day sat like a weight in his chest. For the moment, though, in this small hall in a living forest, with the smell of wood smoke and herbs and the solid weight of another person against him, the weight felt a little less sharp. "Harry," Freya said quietly. He answered, already half asleep. "You are not empty," she said. He did not answer. He could not. Sleep pulled him under. The words sank in anyway. They would hurt later when he had energy to think again. Right now, they settled like a small, stubborn spark in the space that cosmic visions had tried to hollow out. Scars of the cosmos or not, his heart still beat. That would have to be enough for one night. The first snowflake landed on Harry's hand as he opened the door. He froze in the doorway of Freya's hall, still half caught between sleep and waking. The air outside bit at his skin. His breath puffed white in front of his face. He looked down. A small piece of ice melted on his knuckles. Another fell on his wrist. He stepped out onto the porch. The forest of Vanaheim, which had been all green and damp the night before, now wore a thin dusting of white. Snow clung to branches and the tops of stones. More flakes drifted down, slow and steady. Harry rubbed his hand over his face. "Brilliant," he muttered. "Now I am hallucinating weather." "You are not." Freya's voice came from behind him. He turned. She stood just inside the doorway, hair loose around her shoulders, a light cloak thrown over a simple tunic. She looked like she had slept less than he had. There were faint shadows under her eyes. "It should not snow here," Harry said. "Not like this," she agreed. He stepped aside so she could join him on the porch. The boards creaked under their feet. The snow did not fall heavier, but it did not stop either. "What is it?" he asked. "Fimbulwinter," she said. He had read enough runes and stories in the past few days for that word to mean something. "The long winter," he said. "The one before everything gets worse." "That is the rough shape," she said. He stared out at the trees. "So it starts with your garden," he said. "That seems rude." Freya's mouth twitched. "This is not the worst I have seen," she said. "But it is early. It should not be here yet." He heard what she did not say. "It should not be here already because you dragged your storm through the veil and accelerated things." His shoulders tightened. "How far does it reach?" he asked. "Every realm feels it in some way," she said. "The pattern chills. Bonds strain. Old grudges wake. In Midgard, that means snow and hunger and people turning on each other when supplies run thin." He thought of the village by the river. "How long do we have before it gets that bad?" he asked. "That depends," she said. "On me," he guessed. "On all of us," she said. "You are not the only moving piece. But you are a loud one." He watched the snow settle on a low bush until the leaves sagged. "Feels a bit unfair," he said. "You lot had centuries to adjust to your roles. I get a few days and some nightmares. You also get help," she said. He snorted. "Assuming I do not break before I learn anything useful," he said. "You did not break yesterday," she said. He did not argue. He did not entirely agree either. His head still felt tender from Odin's vision. His body remembered the sharp wrongness of feathers and small bones. Freya glanced at him. "How did you sleep?" she asked. "Badly," he said. He did not dress it up. "I saw the hill again," he went on. "And other things. You were there. Not in a good way. I know, she said softly. He looked at her. You saw it too, he asked. In pieces, she said. There are some futures the sight hides even from me. But I saw enough to know why Odin still wakes with his hand on his spear some nights. Harry shivered. It was not from the snow. He realized he still wore only his shirt and trousers. No cloak. No boots. His toes were starting to go numb. Freya noticed. Inside, she said. We have a little time before Loki arrives. You know he is coming, Harry said, stepping back into the warmth of the hall. I asked him to, she said. He stopped halfway to the fire. You did what? He asked. Freya shut the door against the cold and turned to face him. Loki still owes me 3 favors from a war that ended before you were born, she said. I am calling one in. He is the final measure in your training before we start sending you into the worst of this winter. Harry ran a hand through his hair. So the trickster god who likes chaos gets to make sure I am stable, he said. That sounds reassuring. He understands corruption better than anyone, Freya said. He has walked near it and through it. He has caused it and resisted it. He knows what it looks like when someone with too much power starts telling themselves that their darkest impulses are necessary. That is not the sales pitch you think it is, Harry said. She stepped closer. Harry, she said. Listen, he did. Yesterday Odin showed you everything, she said. Too much. Today Loki will show you one thing. Something small and sharp. Something that tests whether you have learned to hold your power without using it to justify anything you want. His jaw clenched. Somehow I thought getting a hammer would mean more hitting and less sitting very still, he said. There will be plenty of hitting, she said. You need to know when not to swing first. He looked at the hearth. The fire there burned low. He stepped close and held his hands out to the heat. How long do I have before he appears? He asked. Long enough to eat, she said. Not long enough to run. He huffed out a breath. So no plan where I step out the back with the hammer and do not come back, he said. That is not your style, she said. He wanted to say she did not know him well enough to be that sure. She did. He took the bowl she handed him and ate. The stew was thick and hot. The bread was heavy and a little stale. It anchored his stomach. By the time he finished and set the bowl aside, the hall door knocked once without being touched. The latch lifted on its own. Snow blew in. Loki followed it. He stepped through the doorway in a green coat trimmed in fur, hair pulled back, eyes bright. A few flakes melted on his shoulders and did not seem to bother him. Well, he said, the world ends faster every time I blink and yet breakfast continues. Comforting. Stop being dramatic, Freya said. He looked at her. Says the goddess who asked me to test whether your pet thunderwolf here will eat the world or not, he said. Harry folded his arms. I am not anyone's pet, he said. Point in your favor, Loki said easily. He shut the door with a flick of his hand. The snow outside was cut off. He turned back to Harry. Walk with me, he said. Harry glanced at Freya. She met his eyes. I will see you after, she said. If he pushes too hard, hit him with the hammer. Loki pressed a hand to his chest. I am wounded, Loki said. You think I would break him after all the work you have put in. I only want to see whether he is as annoying as you say. Freya did not smile. Mind what you say to him, she said. He is not one of your old toys. Loki rolled his eyes. Come along, Potter, he said. Before the winter gets bored and sends something worse than snow. The test. Loki did not take him outside. He took his arm. The hall vanished. For a moment Harry felt weightless. It was not like apparition. Apparition squeezed everything at once and spat you out at the other end. This felt more like stepping through a curtain and finding that gravity had not decided which way was down yet. His stomach flipped. Then his boots hit stone. The air changed. They stood on a balcony high above Asgard. The city stretched below them, gold and stone and light. Today a layer of white sat on roofs and streets. Snow fell here too, heavier than in Vanaheim. The sky was a flat gray. Harry tightened his grip on Mjolnir's handle without thinking. You will drop that if you squeeze too hard, Loki said mildly, leaning against the railing. Harry forced his fingers to relax. You could have warned me before you pulled that trick, he said. Loki shrugged. You would only have braced yourself and made it worse, he said. Besides, you are almost a god now. You should get used to rude transitions. Is that in a handbook somewhere? Harry asked. I am sure Odin scribbled one down on a stone once, Loki said. Now, to business. He gestured out over the city. Asgard is cold, Loki said. Midgard is colder. Fimbulwinter has begun. You know the stories. 3 winters, no summers, Harry said. People turn on each other. Everything falls apart. Then the big fights start. More or less, Loki said. It will not follow the poem exactly. It never does. The point is that the pattern is moving. The question is what you do with what you know. Harry frowned. What I know, he repeated. Yes, Loki said. You have touched Odin's sight. You have seen more than you wanted. You also now carry enough power to act on what you saw. That combination is rare, dangerous, tempting. Harry's stomach tightened. He remembered the lines of light, the deaths, the futures. I did not ask for that, he said. No one ever does, Loki said. That does not change the fact that you have it. He stepped closer. For most people, guilt is a heavy stone, Loki said. For someone like you, it is a lever. You think you could have saved everyone if you had only been faster, stronger, smarter. Now you are being given strength and told that time is running out. What do you think that will do to your decisions? Harry bit the inside of his cheek. My choices already killed people, he said. I do not need a lecture on that from you. You do, Loki said, voice very calm. Because the next time you watch someone die, you will not be able to tell yourself that you were only a boy with a wand in a war too big for you. You will be a man with a hammer and the ear of gods. The excuse changes. The guilt will not. Harry looked away. Snow landed on the stone at his feet and melted in little dark spots. Get to the point, Harry said. Gladly, Loki said. He raised his hand. The air in front of them rippled. A window opened, not like Odin's wide circle. This one was narrow, about the width of a door, and hung in the air at chest height. The edges shimmered. Harry stepped closer. He saw a room. It took him a second to recognize it. The style was British. Old wood. High ceiling. A chandelier. Not Hogwarts, but something from that world. Dark polished table. Sharp chairs. A group of wizards sat around the table. Robes. Wands. The faint shine of ward lines around the room. Who are they? Harry asked. Watch, Loki said. The scene shifted closer. Voices came through now, faint at first, then sharper. Pockets of unrest in the Balkans, one wizard was saying. Our contacts say Muggles there are already blaming each other for the cold. It will not take much for them to start a proper war. We can use that, another said. Push the right buttons, and they will tear each other apart. Less work for us later. Harry's jaw clenched. Death Eaters, he said. Some of the few who slipped your net, Loki said. They did not die in your war. They went quiet. They watched. They gathered others. They have plans. The first wizard leaned forward. If we time it right, he said, the winter will do half our work. Food shortages, anger, blame. We offer solutions, power, safety. We will be heroes to the ones who live and gods to the ones who crawl. The others laughed. Harry's hand tightened on the hammer. What are they planning? He asked. Your old world words for it, Loki said. Ethnic cleansing, population control, ritual sacrifices tuned to the rhythm of this winter. The numbers are ugly. Odin saw them. So did you, though you may not have known the specific faces. One of the wizards in the window pulled out a set of papers. Charts, lines, names of places. Harry felt sick. They will not move for another year, Loki said. Maybe 2. They will wait until the cold and fear have done their work. Then they will strike. The chaos they unleash will kill millions. Not just Muggles. Your kind too. And every soul that dies in that pattern feeds the cracks you opened. Harry swallowed. His throat felt dry. We stop them, he said. You tell Odin. He tells someone. We send people. We break their wands. We drag them in front of a court. Loki smiled. You still think courts matter, he said. I find that charming. Harry turned on him. You brought me here to watch them plan and then shrug, he said. What is the game, Loki? Spit it out. Loki did not look away. You have two options, Loki said. You can treat this as intelligence. Slow. Careful. Tell Odin. Tell your old headmaster. Let them send spies and oars. Play your little human games of capture and punishment while the winter grinds on. Or, he went on, you can raise your hand and end them now. He lifted his fingers a little higher. Another window opened beside the first. This one showed the same room from above, as if the ceiling were glass. The wizards sat around the table unaware. Harry felt the storm in his chest stir. You could send one bolt, Loki said. Through this window. Fast. Clean. No torture. No trial. No time for them to turn the tables or take hostages. They die. Their plans never leave that table. The world never knows how close it came to that particular fire. Harry's stomach turned. He saw it. He could call the storm. He could aim for the center of the table, let the lightning jump out along the wards and break every wand, every body in one instant. No shouts, no duel, just gone. His fingers twitched. If you do not, Loki said quietly, millions die later. Harry's head snapped around. You are sure, he said. You have seen it. Loki did not pretend otherwise. Yes, he said. I have seen the futures where they move unchecked. The numbers are large. The screams are loud. You will feel every one of them if you live long enough. Harry's breath came faster. Anger surged. It was not the wild, blind rage that had torn the hill open. It was colder, sharper, fueled by the sight of people he had fought once, who had taken lives and would take more, sitting in a warm room and laughing about turning a winter into a weapon. They do not deserve another chance, he said. No, Loki agreed. Silence stretched. Harry looked back at the second window. He felt the storm coiling, hungry. You want me to kill them, he said. I want to know whether you will, Loki said. Because this temptation will not vanish when this meeting ends. Every time you touch Odin's sight, you will see things you could change with a flick of your wrist. Tyrants, abusers, petty monsters. You could wipe them all off the board and tell yourself you were being kind. Harry swallowed. That is not kindness, he said. It feels like it, Loki said. For a while. To the ones you save. To the ones who never find out what you did. And to you, until the day you realize you have become the shadow under every bed. Harry closed his eyes for a moment. He saw flashes of the vision from the hill. Burning halls, flooded towns, faces he recognized, faces he did not. He also saw himself, older, harder, lightning in his hands, eyes flat. Is this real? He asked. That room, those people. Or did you make it up? Real, Loki said. Happening now. You could drop a storm on them, walk away, and no one here would question you. Odin would, Harry said. Odin would call it efficient, Loki said. He has made worse choices with less certainty. He would sleep badly. He would still accept it. Harry opened his eyes. He stared at the wizards. One of them poured himself a drink and toast to a line on the paper. Why show me this at all? Harry asked. If you wanted them dead, you could do it yourself. You do not need my hammer. Loki's expression did not change. I am not testing whether I am corrupt, Loki said. That ship sailed a long time ago. I am testing you. Harry exhaled slowly. His arm felt heavy. You think I want to do it, he said. I think you should do it, Loki said. For the world. For your old guilt. For the friends you lost. For every parent you saw crying in a ruined hall. I think you will be very good at finding reasons to justify any atrocity if you let yourself start. Harry's hands shook. He looked at the second window again. The angle was perfect. He would not even see their faces if he struck. They would just be shapes. It would be easy. Too easy. His throat tightened. What happens if I refuse? He asked. Then you live with the knowledge that you could have stopped them and did not, Loki said. You watch the winter roll out. You see some of the deaths they cause. You hate yourself. You hate me. You hate Odin. You keep fighting anyway. Harry let out a harsh laugh. Those are terrible options, he said. They are the kind you will face again, Loki said. With bigger numbers. With worse stakes. This is a small one. A warm-up. Harry stared at the demons he knew in the room. Why them? He asked. Why not show me something cleaner? A monster with no human skin. A world where there is literally no other choice. Because those futures do not tempt you, Loki said. This one does. Harry looked away from the window. He turned his back on it and stared at Loki instead. If I do this, Harry said. If I send that storm, I am not doing it for the world. Not really. I am doing it so I do not have to feel helpless again. So I can tell myself I fixed something that hurt me. Loki tilted his head. Partly, Loki said. You are not that selfish. But yes, your own pain is in the mix. As is mine when I move pieces on a board. As is Odin's when he sacrifices people to buy time. We are all worse than we like to admit. Snow drifted around them. Quiet. Harry rubbed his forehead. His scar tingled under his fingers. You said I had two options, he said. Kill them now or leave them and watch the world burn. Those are the clear ones, Loki said. Harry narrowed his eyes. What about the unclear ones? He asked. Loki's mouth twisted. You are learning, he said. He did not offer an answer. Harry thought. He pictured the hill again the way Odin had shown him lines. They had felt fixed. They had also felt wide. There had been forks, branch points, places where one choice had split into three. He had not been able to track all of them, but he remembered the shape. Can I change their future without killing them? Harry asked. By moving other pieces. Information. Pressure. Prison. Do those lines exist? Loki's eyes flicked once, almost involuntarily. There are variants, he said carefully. They are messy, harder. They involve a lot more work from a lot more people. The risk stays high. You would have to accept that some of them might slip through anyway. Do those futures still end with millions dead? Harry asked. Not as many, Loki said. In some of them, fewer. In some, different people. The worst ones, yes. The best, no. The wide sight is not a ledger. It is a storm forecast. Harry looked back at the window despite himself. He saw one of the wizards scratch his nose. So ordinary, so capable of horror. He lifted his hand. The storm pressed up, eager. No, Harry said. He lowered his arm. Loki watched him. You are sure? Loki said. No, Harry said. I am not sure about anything. But I know this. If I start killing people for things they have not done yet, I am not a protector. I am just another monster with better excuses. He pointed at the window. They did terrible things, he said. They are planning worse. I will help stop them. I will help drag them into the light. I will fight on the days when the winter is so bad that the only thing between them and their goal is me with a hammer in a doorway. I will not sit here in a warm place and electrocute them at a table. Loki's jaw tightened, just once. Even if it means more dead in the long run, Loki said. You do not know that, Harry said. Not exactly. You see storms. You do not see every raindrop. I am not going to build my soul out of numbers on a board. He took a step closer to Loki. If you want someone to be your cleanup weapon, Harry said. Someone who never questions whether they should pull the trigger as long as the math looks good. Find another idiot. I did not walk into a forest to die just to end up as a smarter version of Voldemort. Silence. Snow tapped on the railing. The window showed the meeting still going. No lightning fell. Loki's shoulders shifted. For the first time since Harry had met him, the god looked older, tired. Good, Loki said softly. Harry blinked. I thought you wanted me to do it, Harry said. I wanted to know if you would, Loki said. There is a difference. He lifted his hand. Both windows winked out. Harry's chest felt suddenly lighter and heavier at the same time. What happens to them now? He asked. They keep talking, Loki said. They keep planning. Odin already knows their general outline from your earlier storms. So does your headmaster. They will move. They will try to catch them. They will fail in some places. They will succeed in others. You will join some of those fights. People will die anyway. The world will not end that particular way. Harry let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. Did you lie to me about the numbers? he asked. No, Loki said. I did not have to. Harry believed him. He still hated him for a moment. You are angry, Loki said. Yes, Harry said. With me? Loki asked. And with myself, Harry said. And with you. And with every person in that room. And with this stupid winter. Take your pick. Loki smiled, slow and sharp. Good, he said. Harry glared. If you say that one more time, Harry said, I am throwing you off this balcony. You could try, Loki said. But I am very good at falling. He leaned his elbows on the railing and looked out over the city. Do you know what most gods do when they see what you saw? Loki said. They convince themselves that they were always meant to be the knife in the dark for someone's idea of balance. They enjoy it at first. They tell themselves they are being merciful. Then one day they look around and realize everyone is afraid of them, and there is no one left to tell them no. Harry thought of Tom Riddle in an orphanage. Man at a table deciding who lived and who died. I have had enough of men like that, Harry said. So have I, Loki said. He straightened. We are done, Loki said. For today. That is it, Harry asked. One horrible choice and then a pat on the head. Loki's mouth curved. You wanted a written exam, he asked. I can fetch you a quill if that makes you feel safer. Harry snorted. Loki's gaze flicked down to the hammer at Harry's side. You did not even lift it, Loki said. That matters. I wanted to, Harry said. I know, Loki said. That matters too. He stepped closer, close enough that Harry could see the fine lines at the corners of his eyes. You are dangerous, Loki said. You have enough power to break things in ways even Odin did not plan for. But you also have the one trait he cannot fake. And that is, Harry asked warily. Disgust, Loki said. At becoming what you hate. As long as that burns in you, you are less likely to lie to yourself. Harry did not know what to say to that. Loki did not wait. He snapped his fingers. The balcony vanished. Midgard. Hermione Granger woke to the sound of wind scraping ice against glass. She opened her eyes. Her bedroom at Grimmauld Place was dark, the only light coming from the crack under the door. The air was cold enough that her breath showed when she sat up. She pulled the blanket tighter around her shoulders and listened. The house creaked. The old black tapestries on the walls rustled. Somewhere downstairs, the kettle clicked as it cooled from the last time someone had used it. Outside, the wind howled. Hermione swung her legs over the side of the bed and hissed as her feet met cold floor. She padded to the window and pulled the curtain back. Snow. Again. It was not just a light dusting. It was thick. The roof lines of the surrounding houses were buried in white. The street below was a narrow path carved through drifts higher than a car. Street lamps glowed dimly under layers of ice. She checked the clock on her nightstand. It was June. Her stomach twisted. She grabbed her wand from the table and flicked it. Tempest, she whispered. The numbers that appeared confirmed it. This was not some nightmare stuck in a winter memory. The date was right. The season was wrong. You are awake early, a voice said from the doorway. She turned. Albus Dumbledore stood there, wrapped in a thick robe, his hair tied back in a low knot. He held 2 steaming mugs. Hermione stepped back from the window. I could not sleep, she said. Again, he smiled faintly. Nor could I, he said. Tea. She took the offered mug. Her fingers warmed at once. They sat at the small table by the window. For a moment they drank in silence. Then Hermione set her mug down with a soft clink. This is not just the weather being strange, she said. No, Dumbledore agreed. The Ministry says it is a magical malfunction, she said. That some old wards have tangled and we just need to ride it out. The Ministry always says it is a malfunction, Dumbledore said. Until they can no longer deny that someone is steering the storm. She chewed the inside of her cheek. We know who is steering this one, she said. His gaze flicked to her. We know part of it, he said. We know a surge went through the veil when Harry was taken. We know that surge disturbed things older than our world. We know the pattern of this winter matches stories from a mythology wizards have always dismissed as charming nonsense. Hermione looked at the snow again. How bad does it get? She asked. He did not answer at once. Bad, he said eventually. On the human level. On the cosmic level, it is just one more turning. She glared at him. Do not do that, she said. Do what? He asked mildly. Pull back and talk like it is all inevitable, she said. You did that in the war and it nearly got us all killed. Do not start again. He sighed. You are right, he said. Habits are hard to break. She folded her arms. You have been reading, she said. The old texts, the Norse stuff, the prophecies. You have been writing letters to people who are not on this continent. Do not pretend you are not already planning. He looked impressed. I had forgotten how annoying your accuracy can be, he said. Harry is out there with gods, she said. You do not get to be vague. He winced. My apologies, he said. She leaned forward. Tell me, she said. He set his mug down. Fimbulwinter, he said slowly, is the sign that the old cycle is moving toward its end. It is not just cold. It is strain. Bonds between families, between neighbors, between nations. The stories say brothers will fight brothers. Children will forget their parents. No one will trust anyone. Hermione's chest tightened. Voldemort without a wand, she said. Almost, he said. He used fear to break trust. This is fear built into the air. She thought of the reports she had read in the last week. Riots in cities when food deliveries failed. Regions where Muggle governments had declared emergencies. Wizards arguing in the ministry atrium, voices raised, some already suggesting that they should seal themselves off and let Muggles fend for themselves. The statute is cracking, she said. Yes, he said. Muggles see more than they should now. Not just magic. Things that creep through the folds between realms when winters like this start. They do not understand what they see. They will call them monsters or miracles. Either way, they will react. She rubbed her temples. We cannot hold the old line, she said. We cannot just patch the statute and pretend nothing is happening. I agree, he said. Silence settled again. Hermione stared at the snow and thought of Harry in a hall of gold, holding a storm. Do you trust them? She asked quietly. Them, he repeated. The gods, she said. Odin, Thor, whoever dragged Harry out of London and into all this. Do you trust that they will not just use him to solve their own problems and leave us to freeze? Dumbledore's eyes went far away for a moment. I have spoken with Odin before, he said. She blinked. What? She said. He smiled without much humor. Did you think your war was the first time a wizard and a god shared a table? He asked. We spoke once, years ago, when a different crisis threatened to spill. He did not move then. We settled our own mess. He watched. He is fond of watching. Hermione bristled. So we do not trust him, she said. We trust that he has his own agenda, Dumbledore said. It aligns with ours in some ways. It does not in others. That is true for every ally. She curled her fingers around her mug again. Harry will trust the boy at the river before he trusts the plan on the board, she said. Yes, Dumbledore said. That is why they chose him. The words stung. She knew they were true. She also knew that Harry's heart would be pulled in too many directions until it tore. We need help, she said. Not from Odin. From someone who actually understands what this winter does to magic. Someone who can work with our runes, our wards, our schools. Someone who can tell us where to put our lines so we do not snap. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Do you have a name in mind? He asked. Freya, Hermione said. He looked honestly surprised. How? He asked. She shrugged, a little defensive now that she had said it out loud. I listened, she said. Harry talked in his sleep sometimes, before he disappeared. Names, places. I looked them up. Freya is Vanir, goddess of certain kinds of magic. Cedar, runes, love, war. She knows how to stand between things. We need that. Dumbledore tapped a finger against his mug. Even if you are right about her skills, he said. How do you propose we contact her? Writing a letter and throwing it at the sky seems imprecise. Hermione managed a weak smile. I have been working on that, she said. The circle, the room of requirement had changed again. Where once it had given Hermione shelves of books and cushions and a fireplace, today it gave her stone, chalk, and a ceiling opened to a dull gray sky that was not the one outside the castle. She stood in the center of a wide circle traced on the floor. Runes lined the edge. Norse shapes, some rough, some precise. Anglo-Saxon letters. A few symbols from older traditions. Her boots scuffed the stone as she stepped carefully between lines. "This is insane," Ron said from the doorway. He shuffled his feet, wrapped in a scarf that clashed horribly with his jumper. Hermione glanced back at him. "You do not have to be here," she said. "Yeah, I do," he said. "If you are going to poke a goddess, I am not leaving you alone with that." Dumbledore stood further back, near the wall, watching with that annoying combination of curiosity and caution. "If your calculations are off," he said mildly, "we may end up inviting a very different entity." "Helpful," Hermione said. She turned back to the circle. "Are you sure about the anchor?" Dumbledore asked. "No," she said, "but it is the best we have." In the very center of the circle, on a small wooden stand, lay a feather, white, old, a little bent at the tip. Harry had kept it in a drawer at Grimmauld. One of Hedwig's. Hermione had taken it with almost physical pain. Now it sat in a ring of salt and powdered silver. Ron shifted. "I still do not like using that," he muttered. "I do not like any of this," Hermione said. "But if we are going to aim for someone Harry has connected to, we need something that remembers how he feels about them. That feather has more of his love and grief in it than any spell I could write." Ron rubbed his face. "Fine," he said. "Just, if she turns out to be awful, I am taking it back." Hermione almost smiled. She took a breath. "Ready?" she asked. "No," Ron said. "Yes," Dumbledore said at the same time. She raised her wand. "Focus on her," Dumbledore said quietly. "On the idea of her. Not as a goddess. As the person you want to talk to." Hermione did. She pictured Freya not as a name in a book but as Harry might see her. A woman in a hall in a green realm, teaching him strange magic, sitting by a fire while he tried not to fall apart. Someone who had put a hand on his shoulder and told him he was not empty. Her throat tightened. She pushed through it. "Freya of Vanaheim," Hermione said, voice steady. "Goddess of cedar, war, love, boundaries. I am Hermione Granger of Hogwarts. I ask for counsel." She traced the rune for need in the air above the feather. Noths glowed faintly, echoing one somewhere else. The air above the feather quivered. Nothing happened. Ron let out a breath. "Maybe she is busy," he said. "Ron!" Hermione snapped. She held the image in her mind harder. Snow tapped on the night sky above them. A drop of water fell from nowhere and landed on the feather. The circle's lines lit up. Hermione's hair lifted around her face as if caught in a faint wind. She heard a sound that was not quite a voice. Not words. Tension. Then a voice followed. Not in her ear. In her chest. "Bold," it said. Hermione gasped. Ron straightened so fast he nearly tripped. Dumbledore's eyes widened. Hermione swallowed. "Freya," she said. "In part," the voice said. One of the runes on the floor shifted just slightly. Hermione felt the change. "Your circle is rough," the voice went on. "Your anchor is clever. Your need is loud." Hermione steadied herself. "We need help," she said. "Our world is freezing. Old monsters are slipping through cracks we cannot see. Harry is with you. I will not let everything he fought for burn or freeze because I was too proud to ask." A low sound that might have been approval hummed through the stone. "We feel your winter," Freya's presence said. "We feel Harry too. He is busy being tested." Hermione's jaw tightened. "Of course he is," she muttered. Ron snorted. Dumbledore hid a smile behind his hand. Hermione focused again. "We need more than one hero," she said. "We need wards, runes, ways to shape this winter instead of just shaking under it. Will you come?" There was a pause. Hermione felt distance in it, as if someone very far away had turned their head to look at another person. When Freya's voice came again, it held a smile. "I cannot walk through your circle yet," she said. "The paths are still narrow, but you can come here." Hermione's heart thudded. "How?" she asked. The rune for travel at the edge of the circle flared. The air above the feather thickened. Step, Freya said simply. Ron grabbed Hermione's arm. Hang on, he said. We are just walking into another realm now. No luggage. No plan. No snacks. You will survive a trip without biscuits, Hermione said. She looked at Dumbledore. He nodded once. I will hold the door from this side as long as I can, he said. If it closes, I will find another way. Go. Hermione drew a breath. She tightened her grip on her wand. She stepped into the light. Return. Harry hit the floor of Freya's hall with a grunt. The jump from the balcony had not been as smooth as the one there. Wherever Loki had tossed him from, it did not care much about landing. He caught himself with one hand, the other still locked around the hammer. You could work on your exits, he muttered. I like to keep people guessing, Loki's voice said faintly, then faded. The hall was warm. The fire burned higher than when he had left. Freya stood by the hearth, arms folded, watching him. Harry pushed himself up to sit. How did it go? She asked. Harry let his head rest against the bench behind him. Do you want the short version or the one with all the ways I nearly made a terrible decision? He said. Short first, she said. Then detail. He let out a breath. He showed me a group of wizards planning to use this winter to kill a lot of people, Harry said. He gave me a clean shot. Kill them now, save millions later. I said no. Her shoulders eased. Just a little. Detail, she said. He told her. Not every word, but enough. The room, the plans, the numbers, the way the storm had sat in his hand. Ready. He spoke until the taste of it in his mouth made him stop. Freya listened without interrupting. When he finished, he stared at the fire. He is right about one thing, Harry said. I will see more chances like that. Bigger ones. Worse ones. And there will always be someone ready to tell me that I would be selfish not to use what I have to tidy the world. What do you think? She asked. I think I am tired of men who think they know what the world should look like, he said. Voldemort, Dumbledore, Odin. Take your pick. Her mouth twitched. You separated Dumbledore and Odin, she said. That is progress. He shrugged. I know they are not the same, he said. One of them tried, in his messed up way, to save children. The other hung himself on a tree for wisdom and then told me to watch some boy by a river almost die to prove a point. I still do not want either of them making every call. And you? She asked. Do you want to make every call? He shook his head. I do not even want the ones I already have, he said. She stepped closer. You made one today, she said. You chose not to play executioner on a timetable. That has consequences. Some days you will think you chose wrong. That is the cost. But if you had chosen the other way, the cost would have been different. Feels like there are only bad options, he said. There are, she said. That is what makes this real. If there were clean choices, you would not need gods or heroes. He looked up at her. Do you agree with what I did? He asked. I agree with why you did it, she said. That is more important. He frowned. What does that mean? He asked. If you had spared them because you were afraid of dirtying your hands, I would be worried, she said. If you had struck them because you wanted to see what it felt like, I would be more worried. You chose a harder path because you did not trust yourself with that kind of quiet killing. That tells me your conscience is louder than your ambition. He huffed out a breath. I do not feel noble, he said. I feel sick. Good, she said softly. He narrowed his eyes. Do you have a secret club where you all say that to each other? He asked. Odin, Thor, you, Loki. Just following me around going good every time I admit I am miserable. Her mouth curved. Something like that, she said. He wanted to be annoyed. He was mostly exhausted. His hands still ached from gripping the hammer. His head ached from holding back the storm. His chest ached from knowing that the people in that room still breathed. You look like you are about to fall over, she said. Again, he said. Yes, she said. He rubbed his eyes. How long do we have before Odin calls me to some war room? He asked. Less than you want, she said. More than you fear. He is speaking with someone useful today. You will join them soon. For now, you have one more thing to do. He sighed. More training, he said. Not exactly, she said. She held out her hand. He looked at it, then at her. What? He asked. Give me the hammer, she said. He blinked. You told me not to put it down, he said. In case it decided it had changed its mind. I told you not to abandon it, she said. Not to cling to it until your fingers cramp. Give it to me. He hesitated. Do you think you are not worthy anymore? She asked. He scowled. No, he said. Then give it, she repeated. He swallowed and lifted Mjolnir. It did not fight him as he turned the handle and laid it across her palms. She took its weight easily and set it on a low table by the fire. The head thumped on the wood. Harry's arm felt strangely light. He flexed his fingers. Better, she said. Feels wrong, he said. You cannot sleep with your hand around it forever, she said. That way lies madness. You must be able to walk across a room without gripping a weapon. If it is truly yours, it will come when you call. He knew that. He still glanced at it as if it might get up and walk away. Freya saw. She stepped into his line of sight and blocked it. Look at me, she said. He did. Her eyes were clear. You passed Loki's test, she said. He will not say it in those words, but he will stop trying to turn you into his favorite kind of disaster. That matters. You need to absorb that before Odin starts throwing you at giants. I do not feel past, he said. I know, she said. She reached up and brushed her fingers along his jaw. The touch was light. His breath caught. This winter will make everyone worse, she said. It will strip away niceties. Some people will cling to old morals and snap. Some will shed them and become something hungry. You must find a way to bend without becoming unrecognizable to yourself. He swallowed. Her hand rested now against the side of his neck, thumb feeling his pulse. My first impulse was to kill them, he admitted, voice low. Of course it was, she said. You are tired. You are angry. You are human. The important thing is that your second impulse was to question that. Your third was to look for another path. Your fourth was to accept that any path would hurt and choose the one you can live with. That is more than most gods manage. He stared at her mouth. He caught himself and looked back up at her eyes. She saw the slip. Her thumb moved once, absent, along his skin. Freya, he said quietly. Yes, she said. I do not know what this is, he said. Neither do I, she said. And we do not have time to give it a neat name. He almost laughed. You are very bad at romance speeches, he said. I am better at war councils, she said. He took a breath. I like sitting with you, he said. I like that you do not flinch when I tell you the worst bits. I like that you push when I want the easy answer. I like that you did not lie to me about what I saw on that hill. A small line appeared between her brows. I like that you fell asleep on my shoulder and drooled a little, she said. I did not drool, he said automatically. You did, she said. It was very endearing. He made a face. You are ruining the moment, he said. It needed deflating, she said. Her hand had not moved. His heart thudded faster under her fingers. The snow tapped softly on the roof. Harry, she said. Yeah, he said. If I kiss you, she said. You will not think I am using you to keep a warrior in line. He blinked. No, he said, honest. I will think you are kissing me. Good, she said. She closed the small space between them. The kiss was not long. It was not desperate. Her mouth was warm and sure against his, her other hand coming up to rest against his chest where the rune lay. His hands hovered for a second, uncertain, then found her waist and settled there. He felt the steady beat of her heart under his fingers. When she drew back, his breath was a little unsteady. Okay, he said quietly. Okay, she echoed. They looked at each other for a moment. No grand declarations, no promises, just an acknowledgement in a quiet hall while winter gathered outside. You are going to throw me at giants soon, he said. Yes, she said. You are going to work with Hermione, he added. A flicker of surprise crossed her face. She is on her way, Freya said. He smiled, small and tired. Of course she is, he said. She never could leave anything alone. Freya's gaze softened. She carries your name like a sharp stone in her pocket, she said. She will make this winter very difficult for some people. He huffed a laugh. I would bet on her over most gods, he said. So would I, Freya said. A chime sounded somewhere deep in the hall. Freya stepped back, hand dropping from his neck. That is our warning, she said. Odin is ready to speak with your headmaster. Hermione will arrive soon after. You should wash your face. You look like you fought a moral war and lost. I did, he said. And yet you are still standing, she said. That is what counts. He glanced once at the hammer on the table. He did not reach for it. He turned instead toward the small side room that held a basin and clean water. As he splashed his face, he heard the door of the hall open. Voices, a familiar one, sharp with awe and nerves. This is not possible, Hermione said. Welcome to Vanaheim, Freya answered. Harry dried his face on a cloth. He looked at himself in the small piece of polished metal that passed for a mirror. He looked tired. He looked scared. He also looked more like himself than he had in a long time. He stepped back into the main hall. Snow fell outside. Inside, a witch from his old world stood face to face with a goddess from his new one. The first winter of the end had begun. He was not alone in it anymore. The light faded and left scorched rings on the stone. Albus Dumbledore blinked spots out of his eyes and adjusted his balance. Apparition had never felt like this. Apparition did not hum in his bones or leave the faint taste of metal on his tongue. He stood in a long hall of dark stone and pale metal. The ceiling arched high overhead, ribbed with beams that glowed with slow blue light. The floor between the circular tables was carved with lines that looked like rivers seen from far above. At the far end of the hall, a figure stepped forward with the same calm he had brought into every vision Harry had described. Odin looked older up close. The missing eye was not a wound to pity. It was a choice that had settled into the rest of his face like another line. The remaining eye held a tired sharpness Dumbledore recognized too well. Albus Dumbledore of Midgard, Odin said. Welcome to the war room. Dumbledore inclined his head in a short bow. Thank you for the invitation, he said. Though I suspect invitation is the wrong word. Odin's mouth curved. Compulsion does not suit you, he said. You came because your winter is already on your doorstep. Dumbledore let that pass. He took in the others around the central round table. Thor stood with arms folded, expression grim, armor set aside for a plain tunic and thick bracers. Heimdall waited near one of the tall doorways, eyes unfocused in the way of someone who could see more than this room. Loki sat in a chair with his feet on the table until Freya swatted his ankle. Freya's presence steadied Dumbledore more than the rest. Not because she felt safe. She did not. There was a weight around her. It was the way she watched the others, as if she carried a ledger in her head and checked it whenever someone spoke. There was one more at the far edge of the circle. A man with fine features and a quiet sadness. Freyr, if Dumbledore remembered correctly from Hermione's notes. God of bright fields and harvests. Today his shoulders were set as if he expected someone to weigh them down. Odin gestured to an empty chair. Sit, he said. We have much to cover and less time every hour. Dumbledore crossed the floor. His boots echoed on the carved lines. He ran his fingertips along the back of the chair before he took it, feeling the faint hum of wards older than his country. This is not the first time you have watched worlds slide toward ruin, Dumbledore said. I find myself wondering why you called me now, and not in any of the other wars you have seen from on high. Because this one crossed our tree, Odin said. Your boy tore the veil. The storm he woke pulled at branches that were already strained. We felt it. We could have ignored it. We chose not to. Thor's jaw tightened at your boy. Harry is not a tool, Thor said. He is not only a boy either, Odin answered, voice even. We do him no kindness if we pretend otherwise. Dumbledore watched that exchange with a tired sort of relief. At least someone here challenged Odin, even if they shared a roof. You know why I am here, Dumbledore said. You want to know how far we can bend before we break. I want to know how many of my people you are willing to sacrifice in a story that began before they were born. Loki clapped softly, just once. Excellent, he said. Clear terms. Let us begin with outrage. Freya gave him a look that said behave without needing the word. Odin rested both hands on the table. The surface shifted in response. Lines of light rose and shaped themselves into a floating pattern above the wood. 9 spheres appeared. Some glowed bright, some burned faint. One at the center flickered with the mixed light of blue, green, and cold white. Midgard. Around it, thin threads wrapped and crossed. Some pulsed, some lay quiet. Dumbledore did not need Odin's sight to recognize the thick knots of power where old magic gathered. The pattern of your world, Odin said. Your ley lines, your schools, the places your kind built on top of older things without understanding them. Hogwarts showed as a dense knot. The Ministry as another. Other bright points marked places Dumbledore knew and places he did not. The winter pulls on all of them, Odin went on. Each strain sends echoes into our branches. If one breaks, the load moves. Enough breaks, and the branch itself snaps. That is the scale. Dumbledore studied the moving map. I see the lines, he said. I do not yet see where you have written worth and expendable. Freyr shifted at the word. Odin's eye flicked toward him, just for a moment. There are fixed points, Odin said. Anchors that hold the pattern together. Some are events. Some are people. Some are choices. The old stories call them fates. But that word makes them sound cleaner than they are. Freya spoke then, voice low. Freyr is one of those, she said. He stands at a point where the winter meets fire. Every vision we have run shows him falling to hold a door that cannot hold itself. Dumbledore turned to Freyr. The harvest god did not look like a martyr. He looked like a tired man who knew the date of his own death. You have seen yourself die, Dumbledore said gently. More than once, Freyr said. His voice had a warm tone that did not match the subject. In some visions I fall quickly. In others I hold longer. In a few I do not die where the poem says I will, and the cracks go places they did not go before. And in those futures, Loki added, the tree still burns. It simply burns in different rooms. So you have decided his death is acceptable, Dumbledore said. He felt the old stone weight of that sort of choice in his own bones. He had done something similar with Severus and with Harry once. The shame of it had never quite washed out. Odin met his gaze without flinching. I have decided that his death appears in every version where the branch holds long enough for any bright meadow to remain, Odin said. If you have a way to move that stone without bringing the whole wall down, I will listen. Silence settled around the table. Dumbledore looked at the hovering pattern again. At the knot that marked Hogwarts. At the thin lines that led out into Muggle cities where no wizard ward stood. He thought of students sleeping under roofs that would not hold if the winter kept deepening. Of parents who thought the war was over. Of the feather Hermione had used to knock on a goddess door. I do not like fixed points, he said. I spent a long time trying to dodge one prophecy and then trying to use it. Both choices hurt people. You are asking me to accept yours because you have more experience with the ledger. I am asking you to help me reduce the number of names on it, Odin said. Even when one line cannot be erased. Thor shifted his weight. Albus, Thor said, dropping formality for the first time. This winter hits Midgard first. Fields fail. Cities freeze. Wars begin. We can blunt some of it. We can shield some places. We cannot shield all. You have run schools and secret wars. You know how to pick which doors to bar first. Dumbledore hated that he was right. He saw the pattern in his own terms now. Hogwarts as a ward stone. St. Mungo's as another. A few critical Muggle centers where magic already brushed reality thin. If those fell early, the rest of their work would turn to ash. He tapped the table with one finger. The light lines rippled under his touch. You want architects, he said. People who can design nets that hold both your storm and our wards. You have Freya. You have your rune workers. You have Loki, who clearly delights in complicated knots. Why drag an old wizard into this when you already have a pantheon? We have runes, Freya said. We do not have your school, your culture. Your students who grew up with electric light and war stories and think of magic as a tool rather than a holy script. We need someone who understands how your people panic. Loki smirked. I could make a study of that, he said. It would be entertaining. Freya ignored him. Odin can see the branch, she said. I can hear how threads pull. You have spent your life building structures inside one world. You know how to put protections in staircases and portraits and school rules. We do not. Dumbledore took that in. On some level, the idea that gods needed his help would always feel absurd. On a deeper level, it made a crooked sort of sense. Very well, he said at last. I will help design your net. But I want 3 promises. Odin's brow lifted. Speak, he said. First, Dumbledore said. No one uses Harry as an excuse to ignore their own duty. If he carries the storm, he carries it alongside you, not instead of you. Thor made a soft sound that might have been approval. Second, Dumbledore went on. When we decide where to place our strongest shields, Muggles are not forgotten. The winter does not care about wand cores. Neither should we. Freya nodded once. Agreed, she said. Magic that wraps only one kind of life around its heart goes rotten. And third, Dumbledore said, when this is over, if it ever is, you do not keep Harry chained to your war room. He has the right to walk away. Odin's eye held his. He may leave, Odin said. I will not drag him back. Dumbledore heard the unspoken addition. If he can. If he still wants to. He accepted it anyway. Then let us build, he said. The arcane nexus. Hermione's first thought as she stepped fully into Vanaheim was that the air felt thick with intent. Her second was that she had walked straight into someone else's story and was already behind. The hall around her was the same one she had seen in her brief glimpse through the circle. But now every smell and sound sat clearer. Wood smoke, herbs, the faint rush of a stream outside. Freya stood a few paces away, hand raised as if ready to catch someone who stumbled. Hermione had expected to fall on her face. She did not. The circle had done its work. Her boots met solid floor. Her balance held. She still grabbed for her wand out of habit. Welcome, Freya said. You arrive in one piece. That is a promising start. Hermione swallowed. You feel different than when I called you, she said before she could stop herself. Freya tilted her head. How so? She asked. Less echo, Hermione said. More person. Freya's mouth twitched. Yes, she said. Distance exaggerates the god. Close work needs the human part. Typical, a familiar voice said from the side room. I leave for one nightmare conversation, and you bring Hermione here without warning. Hermione spun. Harry stepped through the doorway with damp hair and a tired face. He wore plain Asgard cloth instead of wizard robes, but the scar on his forehead and the stubborn line of his jaw were exactly as she remembered. Her chest clenched. For a second, every clever thing she had planned to say vanished. Hi, he said. Idiot, she said. She crossed the room in 3 strides and hit him in the chest with both hands. Not hard. Enough to make the point. He oofed and caught his balance. I deserved that, he said. You deserved worse, she said. You vanished. Again. You left a note that might as well have said gone to fight Cosmic Treeback at some point. Your world froze. Mine froze. We spent weeks trying to work out if you were alive. I had to steal your owl feather. He blinked. You took Hedwig's feather, he said. Yes, she said. Do not try to guilt me about it. It worked. He laughed. Rough but real. Thank you, he said. Her anger stuttered. The last time she had heard that tone, he had walked into a forest to die. She reached up and grabbed his face with both hands. Do not do that again, she said. Do not make choices that end with me standing in a clearing with your friends and a body and a wand and a stupid speech. He covered her hands with his own. I am trying very hard not to die this time, he said. Apparently that involves gods, winter, and hammer safety lectures. She snorted despite herself. Her eyes burned. She blinked hard and stepped back before tears could spill. Good, she said. Because we have work. Freya watched them with a steady look that held neither jealousy nor distance. We do, Freya said. Come. She led them out of the hall and along a narrow path through the forest. The snow that had dusted the branches earlier fell thicker now. The flakes were small and dry. They settled in Hermione's hair and clung to her scarf. Is this safe? Hermione asked. eyeing the trees that seemed to breathe. Safe enough, Freya said. The forest knows I am here. It will only try to eat you a little. Hermione stared. Freya let the joke sit for a beat, then added, that was humor. Mostly. Harry shook his head. She does that, he muttered. You get used to it. The path opened into a wide clearing. A building rose at its center. Not a castle. More like a series of joined halls, each with a horned roof and walls carved with patterns that glowed faintly in the dim light. Vines climbed the stone, leaves glossy despite the snow. This is Vanaheim's library, Freya said. One of them, the one I trust for this work. Inside, the air warmed at once. Shelves climbed higher than Grimmaild's walls, filled with bound pieces of bark, thin slabs of stone, and rolls of fabric etched with symbols. Tables stood under hanging lamps that held a calm green light. Hermione's fingers itched. This is, she began. Do not say impressive, Harry said. She will act smug for hours. Freya raised her chin. I am always justified in my pride, she said. Hermione almost laughed. The sound came out thin. She was too aware of how much depended on what they did next. Freya spread a large piece of hide on the central table. It held a rough sketch of the shape Dumbledore had seen in the war room. Ley lines, notes, the knot that marked Hogwarts. Your headmaster is with Odin, Freya said. He will bring us the details of your school wards. We will bring him an array that can hold what is coming. Hermione set her wand down beside the map and drew a breath. Right, she said. Then let us start with what we know. She touched the Hogwarts knot. The castle wards sit on old foundations, she said. Layers added over centuries. Some reinforce each other. Some fight. During the war I saw lines that reacted strangely when the curse on the defense post changed. Freya listened, hands light on the table. We will not rip everything out, Freya said. That would be foolish. We will thread through existing lines and anchor new ones to stones that already remember standing. Harry watched the two of them fall into a rhythm. Hermione broke problems down into lists. Freya thought in circles and tides. Where Hermione drew boxes and arrows in her mind, Freya drew loops and spirals with quiet points where power could rest. Harry did what he had always done when caught between different ways of thinking. He translated. Think of it like this, he said when they snagged on a term. In our wards, intent matters as much as structure. In yours, shape and story matter. We need both. We need to tell the castle a new story it can believe without tearing out the old one that kept children safe. Hermione frowned in concentration. So we add a layer that speaks to the tower stones in runes they understand, she said slowly. And we channel storm power through that instead of shoving it through the old protections like an overload. Exactly, Freya said. We give the storm a path it prefers. If we do not, it will carve its own. They worked, books and slabs piled around them. Hermione flipped through pages of unfamiliar runes, muttering under her breath as she linked them to the scripts she knew. Freya sketched patterns that made Harry's scar throb when he looked at them too long. At one point Hermione paused and tapped the ink with her quill. If we place a set of these runes under the 4 main towers, she said, we can treat them as pillars for a shield that wraps the grounds. But it will not hold if the winter keeps deepening faster than we thought. Nothing will hold forever, Freya said. We are buying time, not eternity. Hermione made a face but nodded. Time is still good, she said. We know how to use time. Harry remembered a tent and a watch and a short sword in his hand. We need failsafes, he said. If a piece of the array fails, we cannot afford a chain reaction that turns the whole castle into a burning circle. Freya's hand moved. We weave in release points, she said. Places where excess force can bleed into the ground instead of into stone. You have places on the grounds that already carry memory of wild magic. Forest edges, lake shore, old battle sites. We can ask them to help. Hermione jotted notes in quick strokes. We will have to carve some of these into the foundations, she said. Under the floor, under walls. The ministry will not like that. Do you care? Freya asked. Hermione thought of the snow outside Grimmauld and the reports from other countries. Not as much as I used to, she said. They paused only when Freya insisted on food. Bowls appeared, carrying stew that tasted of root vegetables and something gamey. Harry ate even though his stomach tied itself in anxious knots. At some point, he realized Hermione was watching him while Freya reached for another set of texts. "What?" he asked quietly. "You look—" She searched for the word. "Settled is wrong. You look like you have stopped pretending you are not tired." "That sounds awful," he said. "It is better than quietly collapsing where no one can see," she answered. He smiled, small. "You met Freya," he said. "She has opinions about bottling things up." "I have opinions about many things," Freya said without looking up, "including the fact that your scar is flaring every time we touch the branch lines. Tell me when it sharpens." Harry obeyed. By the time the lamps above their table shifted from green to a warm gold, the first draft of the array lay between them. For main anchors at the towers, a set of rings that would catch storm calls and spread them into controlled shields instead of random bursts. Channels that linked Hogwarts to a few other points on the global map where wizards could stand and reinforce or adjust the flow. "If we can carve even half of this into place before the winter peaks, we might keep the castle standing," Hermione said. "We will," Freya said. "You and your headmaster will handle the stones. Harry will anchor the storm. We will tie it to the branch." Harry rubbed his wrist where the runes Freya had burned there on an earlier day still tingled. "Sounds simple when you say it like that," he said. "Nothing about this is simple," Freya said. "That does not mean we say no." Hermione's quill hovered over the last line. "We are forgetting something," she said. Harry waited. He trusted the way her mind caught the missing piece. "Muggles," she said. "We are protecting Hogwarts, St. Mungo's, a few centers, but the winter does not stop at our borders. We need a way to let Muggle places benefit from these nets even if they never see the runes." Freya considered that. "They have churches," she said. "Hospitals, town squares, places where people already pour belief. Cedar can follow belief if we ask politely enough. We can place quiet anchors near those spots. They will not know the words. They will still feel the shelter." Hermione nodded. "We will need people we trust," she said. "Many people. To travel, to watch, to keep these sites from being torn up by some official with a spade and a bad report." "You will have them," a new voice said from the doorway. They turned. Dumbledore stepped into the library, cloak dusted with frost that did not melt on the warm floor for a few breaths. Odin walked beside him. Harry's shoulders tensed. "Did Loki push you through a beam of light as well?" Harry asked Dumbledore. "Something like that," Dumbledore said dryly. "He insisted on style." Freya straightened. "We have the frame," she said. "You have names." "Many names," Dumbledore said. "More volunteers than I expected. It seems your winter has made some old grudges feel smaller." Odin looked at the draft array. His eye tracked the new symbols and the lines that linked Hogwarts to the wider pattern. "You are building a bridge where my people once cut one," he said. "Someone has to," Hermione replied. "You cannot keep treating Midgard like a story in your library. We live there." There was no deference in her voice, only impatience and a very clear expectation of cooperation. Harry felt a small surge of pride that had nothing to do with gods. Odin regarded her for a long moment. "You remind me of someone," he said. "Do not say me," Dumbledore said under his breath. "Of course not," Odin said. "She has better posture." Loki laughed aloud from a nearby shelf where he had been pretending to read. The first battle. The array at Hogwarts was not ready when the winter sent its first real test. They had carved the basic anchors into the foundations of the 4 towers. Runes glowed faintly under stone floors where students usually dragged trunks and books. A ring of subtle markings circled the lake. Another set lay under the main gates. The work crews moved as quickly as they could. Professors, aurors, a few curse breakers. Hermione prowled the corridors with lists and chalk, her hands raw from cold and stone dust. Harry handed tools, checked lines, and tried not to think about how much depended on writing fast on very old pages. He was in the entrance hall with Minerva, arguing about the best place to place a release line, when the air changed. It was not the usual drop in temperature that came with winter drafts. It was a sharp stab in the base of his skull, followed by a low hum that made his teeth ache. His scar prickled. Freya's rune on his chest warmed. He straightened. "Something is wrong," he said. Minerva went still. "What kind of wrong?" she asked. "Not in the castle," he said. "Outside." The winter just took a breath. Hermione thundered down the stairs, hair escaping her plate, chalk smeared on her sleeve. "You felt it too," she said. "Yes," Harry said. "Do we know where?" She pulled a folded map from her pocket. Lines of ink and a few fresh runes almost vibrated on the page. "Here," she said, tapping a point near the coast of northern Europe. "Muggle reports mentioned strange lights over the sea earlier. I thought it was just another weak spot. It is not. Something is pushing through." A cold voice floated through the corridor. "It is always the sea," Odin said. He stepped out of thin air at the foot of the stairs, Freya and Thor beside him. Several portraits gasped. Minerva did not. "You could use the door," she said. "Doors are slower," Thor said. Freya's eyes were already on the map. "They found the old road," she said. "The frost ones. There is a path between your northern waters and the place where the world serpent stirs." The winter cracked it open. "Giants," Harry said. His hand closed on Mjolnir's handle. "Some," Thor said. "And things that are worse for people in boats. We need to close it before it widens." Dumbledore appeared from the Great Hall, cloak thrown over sleep clothes, a sign that he had been resting for less than an hour. "You want to test the array," he said. "And him." Odin's eye flicked to Harry. "Yes," Odin said. Harry glanced at Hermione. Her jaw tightened. "Go," she said. "We will hold here and keep carving. The array is stable enough to rout a controlled strike, though we have not tested that either, so please do not explode my school." "I will do my best," he said. Freya stepped close and laid 2 fingers on the rune at his chest. "Storm to shield first," she said. "Strike second. You are not there to show off. You are there to hold a line." He nodded. She caught his face in her hand for a moment, thumb brushing his cheek. "No time for more." Thor grinned in a way that carried old battle joy and new worry. "Ready to visit the cold?" Thor asked. "I live in Britain," Harry said. "This is a Tuesday." Thor laughed. Odin lifted his staff. The world tipped. They arrived above a sea that did not look like any Harry had seen. It was night, yet the sky glowed with sheets of pale color that rippled like torn curtains. The water below heaved, chunks of ice rising and falling in waves that crashed against black cliffs. On the narrow strip of land between cliffs and water, a small Muggle town huddled. Houses with steep roofs, a harbor with fishing boats. Lights flickered in windows. Some went out as Harry watched. Between the town and the sea, shapes moved. The frost giants were taller than the school gates and built like the sort of nightmare children drew when they were told stories about trolls. Skin the color of old ice, eyes like chips of broken glacier, breath that steamed in air already freezing. They waded through the surf as if it were shallow puddles, leaving trails of frost on the sand. With them moved others, things like wolves made of packed snow and shadow, teeth glinting with cold light. A few twisted shapes that might once have been people and were now thin, stretched things that walked wrong, fingers too long for any hand. At the edge of the town, a group of wizards held a rough line. Wards flickered between houses. Spells flashed. Harry recognized some colors. Ors, local defenders. A handful of faces he had seen briefly in battle reports. They were losing. Each time a giant struck the line, a ward shattered. A house groaned under the strain. The wolves darted through gaps, teeth seeking warm flesh. Harry's stomach turned. He did not think. He dropped. Mjolnir pulled him down like an anchor through air. Wind tore at his cloak. He landed on a rocky outcrop between the giants and the town. His knees bent to take the impact. His bones jarred. The hammer sang in his hand. The nearest giant turned. Its eyes narrowed. It said something in a language Harry could not understand. The tone needed no translation. Mockery. Harry set his feet and raised the hammer. Storm answered. Not the wild burst from the hill. Not the small drizzle from training. Something in between called with intent. Cloud gathered above the sea. Fast. Wind whipped the snow into a sideways knife. Lightning flickered inside the cloud, held tight for a moment by the rune at his chest. He remembered Freya's voice. Storm to shield first. He pointed Mjolnir at the town. Hold, he said. The word carried. Runes he had helped carve under Hogwarts flared in distant stone. Their echo reached him along threads Hermione and Freya had drawn. It served as a pattern. He pulled that pattern into the air above the town, shaping the storm into a dome instead of a spear. Light spread. A shell of crackling force wrapped around the harbor and houses. Snow and ice hit it and slid away. The wizards in the street stared up, then turned back to their task with new energy. The giants roared. One raised a massive arm and hurled a chunk of ice the size of a carriage at the shield. It hit. The dome flared but held. Harry's arm shook with the feedback. Thor landed beside him, ground cracking under his boots. Freya followed, cedar already in her hands like a quiet flame. Nice work, Thor said. Now we hit them. Harry nodded, teeth clenched. He focused the storm again, this time shaping a narrow path that ran from the cloud to the nearest cluster of giants. He could feel the temptation to let it all go, to pour every bit of rage into the strike until the sea boiled. He did not. He picked one line, one burst. Enough to hurt, not enough to tear the branch. Lightning crashed down. It struck the water at the giants' feet and ran up their legs like a living net. Several staggered. One fell with a roar, smoke rising from its chest. The wolves yelped, fur bristling as the charge ran through the shallow tide. Freya moved her hands in quick, sharp gestures. Threads slid from her fingers and wrapped around the worst of the twisted human shapes, binding them. Cedar caught their broken minds and held them still. Thor leaped forward with his own weapon raised, joy finally beating fear in his shout. The fight turned from a crush to something closer to a controlled retreat. On the edge of the town, one of the defenders recovered enough sense to send up a bright spark that rose through the shield and burst. A standard or distress sign. Harry almost laughed. Only a little late, he muttered. The storm shell shuddered as another giant struck. In the library far away, Hermione stared at the lines of the array drawn on the map. The ink shimmered. The runes pulsed in response to Harry's calls. He is routing far more through this than we planned, she said. Dumbledore stood beside her, hands behind his back. Can it take it? He asked. Yes, she said. If I adjust here, she touched a junction with her wand, feeding a small thread of magic into the line. The tension spread along a different path, easing the strain over the harbor. On the cliff, Harry felt the shift as the shield stabilized. Thank you, he breathed. He did not know if Hermione could hear him through stone and realms. He spoke anyway. The giants regrouped. One raised a horn made of dark ice and blue. The sound was not like any music Harry knew. It crawled through his skull and tried to pull his storm out of his control. For a heartbeat his grip slipped. Cloud wavered. Freya shouted something that sounded like a name and flung a line of cedar at his chest. It wrapped around the rune and steadied it. Stay with me, she said through her teeth. Do not let their call name your power. He nodded, jaw tight. He thought of Hermione in a library, Ron in a room full of maps, students in cold beds, Freya's hand on his cheek, Dumbledore in a hall with a god. He anchored in that. The next bolt he called was thinner and cleaner. It sliced the horn out of the giant's grasp and shattered it on the rocks. Thor whooped. That is more like it, Thor shouted. They fought until the worst of the giants lay smoking or broken in the surf. The wolves melted into the snow when their masters fell. The twisted human forms sagged in Freya's bindings, their minds too damaged to make sense. The road between sea and serpent still glowed. A thin tear where cold that did not belong here bled through. Odin arrived on the cliff with Heimdall at his side. He did not need to ask how it had gone. He could see the bodies and the shield and the strain on Harry's face. Freyr stepped up beside him. The harvest god looked out at the tear with a resigned expression. This is the sort of door I am bound to, Freyr said softly. Not yet, Odin said. This one is theirs. He looked at Harry and Freya and Thor. Can you stitch it? Odin asked. Freya moved closer to the tear, eyes narrowed. It will not be pretty, she said. But yes, with the storm and the new net we can seal this patch. It will not stop others from opening. It will stop this one from widening. Harry raised the hammer again. This time the call was small, not a strike. A steady flow that poured along the edges of the tear, freezing it in place while Freya wove cedar through the frozen lines. Thor added a blow at the end for good measure, smashing a remaining jut of unnatural ice. The light at the tier's center flickered, then thinned. The sound of the sea returned to something like normal. Harry sagged, breath ragged. His arm shook with the effort of holding the storm in a tight loop instead of throwing it. Freya stepped in and took some of the weight, palm flat on his back between his shoulders. It is done, she said. He let the hammer fall to his side. Below, in the town, people began to move again. Some pointed up at the cliff. Harry saw a small figure in a coat, hand raised in an awkward wave. A child. He raised his hand and waved back. The gesture cost nothing. It still felt like something that mattered. Odin watched all of it with his one worn eye. Dumbledore watched through the echo in the array, standing in a library with lines of light instead of salt on the ground. The first test had not broken the net. It had not broken Harry. Not yet. Quiet. Later, back in Freya's hall, Harry sat on the floor with his back against a carved post, legs stretched out in front of him. His hands still tingled. Freya knelt at his side and checked the rune on his chest. The skin around it was reddened but not cracked. You held, she said. Barely, he said. Barely still counts, she said. He huffed a tired laugh. I am getting tired of that phrase, he said. Hermione's voice came from the doorway. Too bad, she said. It fits you. She came in with a stack of notes hugged to her chest. Her cheeks were flushed from the run back from the Asgardian library. The array held, she said. I had to adjust some lines, but it did what we drew. The shield protected the town. The surge did not fry their wards. Any casualties? Harry asked. Some, she said quietly. Fewer than there would have been without you three and the net. We can argue about numbers later. For tonight, accept that you helped. He nodded, eyes on the fire. Freya sat down fully and leaned her shoulder against his. The alliance works, she said. Imperfect, painful, real. Dumbledore stepped in behind Hermione, looking older than he had in years, but with a spark in his eyes Harry had not seen since the Horcrux hunt. Odin agrees, Dumbledore said. He is speaking with other realms already. There will be more battles, more tears in the fabric, more chances to misstep. But the first trial did not end in disaster. That is better than most of my plans at this stage. Harry smiled despite his exhaustion. I will take that as high praise, he said. Freya tilted her head and studied him. You chose restraint again, she said. I wanted to burn them all, he admitted. The giants, the twisted ones, the things under the sea. It would have been satisfying. And, she prompted, and it would have ripped that road wider and fed the serpent, he said. So I settled for enough. I hate that word. It is the only word that lets you sleep, she said. He looked at her hand resting on his arm. Will we sleep? He asked. Eventually, she said. After we write down everything you felt so we can adjust the next net. Hermione groaned. I knew you would say that, she said. You two are impossible. Dumbledore smiled faintly at the sight of the three of them around the fire. Impossible is a good condition for people who intend to argue with fate, he said. Outside, the forest breathed under a sky full of snow. In Asgard, Odin and his council shifted markers on the pattern, planning for storms that had not yet broken. In Midgard, a small coastal town patched its boats and doors and told hurried stories about strange lights and thunder that had saved them. The first shield had held. The winter would not stop because of one town and one net. But for the first time since the veil had torn, Harry felt something other than rising dread when he thought of what was coming. He felt the shape of work. Hard, messy, bounded. He felt Hermione's steady glare when he tried to minimize his part. He felt Freya's shoulder against his, solid and warm. He felt the faint hum of Hogwarts under his skin, linked now to a larger tree than any wizard had imagined. There would be more nights like this. Worse ones. Nights where they failed and counted the cost. Tonight they had bought a town and a little more time. He would take it. Hermione dropped the handful of rune stones she was arranging on the room of requirement floor and clapped her hands over her ears. It didn't help. The sound wasn't in the air. It was in her teeth, her bones, the ink on the parchment, the wards in the walls. The chalk circle around her shuddered. The runes she'd drawn there lit up one by one. Then all at once, like someone had fired a spell straight through the school's foundations. "Harry!" she breathed. The door slammed open. Ron stumbled in, hair sticking up, shirt half-tucked. "Did you?" he started. "Right?" Stupid question. Behind him, Dumbledore stepped into the room with a steadiness that didn't match the way the stones under their feet trembled. His eyes were bright, not happy, awake. "That," Hermione said over the hum, "was Heimdall's horn." "You are sure?" Dumbledore asked. "Yes," she snapped, "because the rune for alarm just tried to burn itself into my hand." She held up her palm. The faint shape of a rune glowed there, angry red. Dumbledore's mouth tightened. "Then Ragnarok has begun," he said quietly. The sound rose again, long low, a call that felt older than language. Hermione forced a breath in. "Right," she said. "Then we stop it from ending everything." The war room. Harry hit the war room floor at a run. Loki's way of moving people had not improved. One heartbeat Harry was halfway down Freya's hall stairs. The next the air folded and dumped him in Asgard's circular chamber with his stomach a step behind. The horn still echoed here, vibrating in the metal ribs of the ceiling. Lines of light over the central table juddered with each pulse. Odin stood at the far side, one hand braced on the table, the other white-knuckled around his spear. His jaw was set hard enough that the old lines in his face deepened. Thor paced a short line like a caged storm, fingerprints pressed into the wood where he'd gripped the edge. Freya stood to Odin's left, cloak half-fastened, hair braided back in a hurry. Freyr was there too, shoulders straight, fingers resting lightly on the hilt of a sword whose blade shimmered like ripe corn in sunlight. Heimdall's image hovered above the table. Not his full body, just his face, carved in light. His golden eyes were distant. "The horn has been sounded," he said. "The paths blaze. They will not close again until the tale runs its length." "Where?" Odin asked. Heimdall's gaze shifted slightly, as if he were looking down a long, terrible corridor. "Everywhere," he said. "The sea boils around Jormungandr. The wolf strains. The fire at the edge of things laughs. Midgard cracks." Harry swallowed. "Fun morning," he muttered. Freya shot him a quick look. Not quite a smile. More a shared acknowledgement that if they didn't keep talking like normal humans, they were going to scream. The air flared beside Harry. Hermione and Dumbledore appeared in a rush of cold air and chalk dust. Ron staggered in with them, clutching a packet of biscuits he must have grabbed on instinct. Harry's chest eased, just a fraction, at the sight of familiar faces. "You all right?" he asked. "No," Hermione said. "But we're here." She took in the table, the moving spheres of the 9 realms, the pulsing red knots where tears were opening. Her eyes went tight. "How bad?" she asked. Freya flicked her fingers. The pattern zoomed and shifted. "Main tears," she said, pointing as she spoke. "Here, the northern sea. Jormungandr is rising fully. Here, at the roots of an old mountain where men once called it Hekla, a door to Muspelheim is cracking. Searcher leans on the other side. And here," she gestured to a point near the top of the central Midgard knot, "Fenrir's chains fray." Harry stared at the marks. "All at once," he said. "All at once," Odin confirmed. "You cannot hold them alone," Dumbledore said calmly. "Good," Loki said. "I was worried we had given the old man a god complex." "Loki," Freya warned. Loki spread his hands. "What?" he said. "I am contributing levity. Someone has to." Harry scrubbed a hand over his face. "All right," he said. "We've got 3 main disasters starting. What's the plan?" Everyone looked at Odin. He did not rush. He traced one finger along the light threads connecting the realms. "The serpent," he said, touching the northern knot. is Thor's. It has always been so. He knows that road. He will walk it. Thor's jaw flexed. He nodded once without looking away from the floating pattern. The wolf, Odin went on, is mine. The chain that binds him is tied to sacrifices I made long before any of you were born. I will answer for that bargain. Harry felt a flash of hot anger at that. You could have, he started. Yes, Odin cut in sharp. I could have done many things differently. We do not have the luxury of relitigating my worst choices today. Freya's hand brushed Harry's wrist, grounding him. Surtur, Freyr said quietly. Odin's eye darkened. Yes, he said. Surtur and his fire guard the far edge. He is the story's full stop. If he walks freely into Midgard, there will be no need for serpents or wolves. He will burn the board and call it done. Dumbledore's gaze shifted to Freyr. And that door, Dumbledore said, is yours. Freyr smiled. It was a gentle expression that did not fit the weight in his eyes. So it seems, he said. Harry looked between them, stomach twisting. Hang on, Harry said. We are just accepting that you die holding a door because some poem said so. Freyr turned to him. Harry, he said, tone kind. We have run the visions. I have seen myself fall more times than you have seen sunrise. In all the futures where your branch survives, I die buying time for this world not to be ash. That doesn't mean we just let it happen, Harry snapped. No, Freyr agreed. It means we choose how it happens. The horn's echo rolled through the room again, softer now, like the last note of a warning bell. Odin straightened. Assignments, he said. Thor, you and Harry meet the serpent. It threatens both Midgard and the net the witches and wizards have woven. If it coils around that, it chokes everything. Harry's mouth went dry. Little thing like that, he said weakly. You will not be alone, Thor said. And Surtur, Freya pressed. Freyr and I will meet him, Odin said. With cedar at our backs and your nets under our feet. Hermione bristled. You are not going in without any of us, she said. We need you and Dumbledore on the lattice, Freya said. Once Surtur's fire hits the cracks, the strain on your wards will be brutal. Someone has to decide which lines to reinforce, which to let go. That is your war. Ron raised a tentative hand. And what do I do? He asked. Because right now it sounds like you've got gods on wolves, gods on snakes, gods on demon fire giant. I am not exactly equipped for that. Harry looked at him properly for the first time since the horn. You do what you always do, Harry said. You stand where the line is thin, and you keep me from doing something stupid. Ron's ears went a bit red. Brilliant, he muttered. Saving the world by nagging. Loki snorted. It works more often than you'd think, he said. Hermione spread the map of Hogwarts and the global rune lines on the table. Listen, she said, tapping at key points. When Surtur starts throwing fire at the cracks, our anchors in Midgard are going to light up like Christmas. If we don't manage the flow, half the shields will blow. We need more hands, more minds. Dumbledore stepped closer and laid his palm on one of the bright Midgard nodes. I have already started calling them, he said. Every head of school, every wardmaster, every cursebreaker who survived our war. They will answer, or they will learn what consequences look like in a winter like this. Odin's gaze lingered on him for a beat. You threaten your own, Odin observed. I remind them that hiding behind old rules is not an option anymore, Dumbledore replied. If they choose cowardice, they choose irrelevance. Harry dragged his eyes back to Freyr. There has to be a version where you live, Harry said. Some branch. Freyr shook his head. Some branches, he said softly, leave you dead in that forest. We have already twisted the pattern once by pulling you out. You are not the only stone in this wall. Let another bear wait for a while. The words hit Harry harder than any spell. He opened his mouth. Dumbledore touched his shoulder. Harry, Dumbledore said quietly. Harry turned his head. The old man's eyes were clear. You cannot save everyone, Dumbledore said, voice steady. No hedging. I tried. I failed. You will too if you make that your standard. All you can do is use what you have to make sure those deaths mean something beyond pain. That easy, is it? Harry said, throat tight. No, Dumbledore said. It is brutal. That is why someone who still hates the idea of becoming what he fights needs to be the one making those calls. Loki watched them with an unreadable expression. This is what I meant, Loki said, softer than usual. Knowing who dies and still stepping into the battle. If you try to snatch everyone back from the brink, you tear the cliff off too. Harry shut his eyes for a moment. He saw Freyr falling in 100 visions he hadn't had. He saw himself standing in a hall of gold, choosing not to kill men at a table. He saw Hermione's palm, burned with runes. Ron's lopsided posture. Freya's hand on his jaw. He opened his eyes. Fine, he said roughly. We hold the serpent. You hold the wolf. Freyr holds the fire. Hermione holds the nets. We do not bloody waste any of it. A small, grim smile flickered around the table. Freya reached across and took his hand. Good, she said. He squeezed her fingers back. Stop saying that, he muttered. Serpent. The northern sea didn't look like water anymore. It looked like a living bruise. Dark swells heaved under a sky lit with torn green and purple. Lightning crawled sideways along clouds heavy with frozen rain. Each wave carried chunks of ice the size of houses that crashed against jagged black rock and split into shrapnel. Harry floated above it all, the world held at a distance for one heartbeat before gravity remembered him. Thor's hand slammed into his shoulder. Stay with me, Thor shouted over the wind. Harry grabbed his arm, Mjolnir in his other hand. Together they steadied in the air, storm current carrying them like birds that had never learned to flap. Below, something moved under the surface. Not a shape yet, more a suggestion. A bulge in the water that pushed whole hills of sea aside. Tell me that's a friendly whale, Harry said. Thor bared his teeth. Jormungandr, he said. The serpent broke the surface. It didn't rise all the way. It didn't need to. The glimpse Harry got of its head alone was enough to make his stomach flip. Scales like plates of dark metal slid against each other. Eyes the size of Hogwarts windows opened, pale and cold. When it hissed, the sound threw spray into the air in a curtain that smelled faintly of poison. The erased lines burned against Harry's skin. He could feel the serpent's presence as pressure on the net. Its body coiled around the invisible paths that hummed between Midgard's wards and the Asgardian branches. If it got a proper grip, it would crush them. We are not killing that thing, Harry shouted. No, Thor agreed. Harry stared at him. No, we never do, Thor said. We hit it. It hits us. The story calls that balance. This time we hit it where it is strangling your nets. Harry drew in a breath that tasted of salt and cold. Right, he said. Pin it. Don't kill it. He raised Mjolnir. The storm answered like a dog that had smelled blood. He felt the old thrill of it, the rush of power ready to break free. He remembered a meeting room he could have turned into a grave with one thought. He remembered saying no. Only the coils, he muttered to himself. Not the head. He called lightning down not in a spear, but in a ring. The bolt hammered into the water around the serpent, not through its skull. Electricity danced across scales, snapping at the points where Jormungandr's body intersected the invisible lines of the lattice. The serpent roared, twisted, coils thrashing. For a moment, its grip on the net loosened. Thor seized the opening. He hurled his own hammer at the serpent's side. It struck with a sound like a bell being hit inside Harry's chest. The snake lurched further, body pulling away from the thinnest section of the lattice that linked Hogwarts to the northern anchoring stones. Hermione felt the release in the room of requirement. The ink lines she had drawn between runes shimmered, then settled. He's doing it, she said through clenched teeth. Ron leaned over her shoulder, white-knuckled around his wand. Good, he said. Now can you please stop the entire top of the map vibrating? Hermione shifted her focus to another glowing knot. I'm trying, she said. The more they push there, the more strain we get here. I have to bleed some of this off. Bleed it where? Ron asked. She jabbed her wand at a circle that hovered over a cluster of little house symbols. There, she said. Into the wards around Muggle hospitals. They already have belief thick in the walls. They can handle more than an empty field. You're flooding hospitals with lightning, Ron said. Gently, she said. He stared. Brilliant, he muttered. We live in the weirdest world. Wolf, Fenrir's chains didn't shatter all at once. They failed like bad promises. One link at a time. The great wolf stood on a plain that was and was not a place. It lay between the branches, a stretch of ground that wasn't quite Asgard or Midgard. The chains that wrapped his legs and muzzle glowed with old agreements. Runes burned faint on the metal. With each horn note, one sigil faded. One link cracked. Odin walked toward him with spear in hand. To his left, Heimdall kept pace. To his right, an empty space marked where a boy once should have walked and now did not. Somewhere else, Loki watched through someone else's eyes. You could have forged new chains, Heimdall said quietly. Yes, Odin said. You could have softened the boy's path instead of sharpening it. Heimdall went on. Yes, Odin said again. You could have told me you were going to answer this one alone, Heimdall finished. Odin glanced at him. And you would have stayed behind, he asked. Heimdall snorted. We stand where the road narrows, he said. That has always been the job. The last horn note faded. The final rune on the chain went dark. Fenrir's head lifted. His eyes were not mindless. They held long-stored pain and fresh hunger. When he opened his jaws, the air warped. Odin set the point of his spear. Come then, he murmured. Fire. The Muspelheim tear was uglier than the sea road. Harry knew that much even from a distance. From the ridge where he and Freya and Freyr landed, he could see the fire licking at the edges of the crack. It didn't behave like normal flame. It crawled over stone without burning it until it chose to. It snapped at the air, tasting for fuel. The tear itself hung in mid-air above a stretch of black glass on a Midgard plain that had once been a quiet volcanic field. Now the ground pulsed like a slow heartbeat. Lovely, Harry said hoarsely. Muspelheim never does anything halfway, Freya said. Freyr stepped up beside them. The sword in his hand brightened in the fire's light. Remember the plan, Freyr said. Harry swallowed. You and Odin hold the center, he said. Freya shapes a net with the cedar and our lattice. I route storm into the shield pattern so Searcher's first hit doesn't punch straight through the world. Hermione keeps the anchor points from blowing. And if the door starts to collapse inward? Freyr asked. Harry's throat closed. You go in, he forced out. Freyr's smile was small and genuine. Good, he said. It is important that you can say it. I hate this, Harry said, voice raw. I know, Freyr said. Odin and Heimdall appeared a heartbeat later. The old god's cloak already smoked at the edges. Thor has the serpent's attention, Odin said. The wolf is at our heels. We have minutes. Freya lifted her hands. Cedar flowed out of her fingers in strands of pale gold and deep green. They arced toward the tier's edges, weaving a pattern that hummed in Harry's ribs. He raised Mjolnir. The storm he called this time tasted different. Not just thunder and rain. There was a sharp, bright tang to it, like air right before a forest fire. He forced it into the runes Freya was shaping, letting her guide the lines. Slow, she said. If you push too hard, you will wake things under the fire. Slow, he repeated. He fed the storm in a steady stream, muscles shaking with the effort of holding back the instinct to flood. The shield took shape. Not a dome this time. A web, stretched between the ridges. Its center sat directly in front of the tier, threads humming. The fire flared, testing. The web sang, held, but trembled. Hermione swore as the strain hit the lattice. In the room of requirement, several points on her map went from bright to blinding. Searcher just leaned on us, she said. Tell him to sod off, Ron muttered. She snapped her wand toward one of the worst flare points. Redirect, she whispered, pulling power along lines that led to wide open spaces and thick old stones. The standing stones in Scotland, a forgotten ring in Scandinavia, a buried temple in Greece, places that had been built to take power. Dumbledore stood opposite her, hands moving in small precise motions as he reinforced weak links and cut off dead ends. Someone is blocking Berlin, he said. Their ministry has sealed its wards against outside interference. Hermione's head snapped up. In the middle of this? She demanded. They fear losing control of their own protections, Dumbledore said. Idiots, she hissed. Fine, we rout around them. Let them sit in their little island and pretend the rest of the world isn't burning. Is that wise? Ron asked. No, she said. But it is that, or let their arrogance create a hole we can't patch. The map shifted as she carved a new line straight through an old one, connecting a small unknown wizarding community in Poland to a runic site in Norway. This will cause chaos in their bureaucracy later, Dumbledore observed. Good, Hermione said. Searcher. The tear widened. A shadow moved behind the fire, huge and slow. Then Searcher stepped through. Harry had thought giants were big. Searcher made them look like children. He was a walking furnace. His skin was black rock threaded with cracks of molten orange. Fire spilled constantly from the sword in his hand, falling to the ground and pooling there without going out. His eyes were pits of dense, patient heat. When he spoke, the sound came like a coal being pushed through gravel. At last, he said, the world remembers my name. Odin stepped forward, spear in hand, web humming behind him. We remember all our mistakes, Odin said. Searcher laughed. You are no mistake, Searcher said. You are a delay. A long, irritating delay. He swung his sword once. The web took the hit. Storm and cedar and stone screamed. Harry dropped to one knee, hand slamming into the ground to keep from falling on his face. Every rune Freya had burned into his skin flared hot. Freya hissed and threw more cedar into the weave. Hold, she said through clenched teeth. Harry, with me. I'm here, he grunted. He forced the storm back into the pattern, filling the gaps Searcher's blow had torn. The fire giant tilted his head. Interesting, Searcher said. You let a child stand in the path. He is not alone, Freya snapped. None of us ever are, Searcher said. That does not change who falls first. He lifted his sword again. Freyr stepped up beside Odin. Their shoulders almost touched. Brother, Freya said sharply. Freyr looked back at her. His eyes were steady. We have always known this road, he said quietly. Do not waste it by trying to drag me off the path at the last bend. Freya's face tightened. You are my twin, she said. You are not a line on a board. I know, he said. And because I know that, I can stand here. He turned to Harry. You asked if there was a version where I live, Freyr said. There is. In those, Searcher walks past me. He burns your nets, your school, your little town by the sea. He burns Hermione's hands to ash on her maps. He burns Freya hollow. He burns you to something that only remembers how to hate him. Harry's stomach lurched. How do you know that? Harry asked. Freyr smiled sadly. Because I looked, he said. I wanted wiggle room. There isn't any worth taking. Searcher swung. The second hit slammed into the web. Thunder cracked. Parts of the pattern snapped. Harry felt 3 anchor points in Midgard blow out like overcharged fuses. Hermione gasped as several little symbols on the map went dark. What was that? Ron yelped. Small village in Canada, Hermione said, voice shaking. Old ward stone shattered. They'll feel that. Dumbledore's mouth went thin. Reinforce the ones around it, he said. We mourn later. Hermione swallowed hard and did as she was told. Back on the ridge, Harry pushed himself back to his feet. We can't hold many more of those, he said. We are not meant to, Odin replied. He stepped forward. So, Odin said to Searcher, shall we finish our argument? Searcher regarded him. You kept your little worlds alive longer than I expected, Searcher said. You trained your children well. You even tugged at branches that should have fallen long ago. But the tree still bleeds. The roots still rot. I am the mercy you refuse to be. Harry's grip tightened on Mjolnir. You call that mercy? He snapped. I call it an ending, Searcher said. Endings are not kind. They are clean. Convenient that you get to be the one holding the torch, Harry said. Searcher's gaze flicked to him. You are loud for a mortal, Searcher rumbled. Heir, Odin corrected. Not just mortal. A new branch, Searcher mused. Then burning you will be especially satisfying. He raised his sword a third time. Freyr moved. He stepped in front of Odin and lifted his own blade. For one frozen heartbeat, Harry saw two stories crossing. In one, Odin fell here, devoured by the wolf, leaving a vacuum that would pull Harry into a throne he did not want. In another, Freyr fell here, holding fire back just long enough for nets and small worlds and stubborn mortals to survive. He knew which one they had chosen. His whole body screamed against it. "Stop!" he shouted. Freyr's eyes met his. "Remember," Freyr said. "Use what I buy." Searcher's sword came down. The impact was like a star dying. Light swallowed the ridge. The shield shattered at the center. Not entirely, but enough that the shockwave blew Harry off his feet. He tumbled across rock, shoulders slamming into stone hard enough to make his teeth clack. Mjolnir almost flew from his grasp. He held on. The world rang. When his vision cleared enough to see, the tear had narrowed. Not closed, pinned. At its base, Freyr knelt with his blade driven into the ground. Fire crawled up his arms, devouring cloth, skin, then something deeper. His face was calm in a way that made Harry's chest hurt. "Freyr!" Freya choked. She lurched forward. Odin grabbed her arm. "No," Odin said harshly. She whirled on him. "Let me go," she snarled. "If you step into that blaze now, you die with him and the door opens fully," Odin said. "He is buying time. Do not waste it." She struggled. For a second Harry thought she would break the Allfather's grip through sheer rage. Harry staggered to his feet and put his hand over the rune on his chest. He could feel the pattern trembling. "Freya," he said hoarsely. She didn't look at him. Her eyes were locked on her brother, who was burning very slowly, as if the fire was relishing each inch. "Freya," Harry said again, louder. She jerked her head toward him, eyes wild. "Let me go," she spat. "If you go, we lose everything he's buying," Harry said. "You told me not to tear myself apart for every life. Don't you dare do the same." "Shut up," she said. "Make me," he shot back. She laughed then, a broken, ugly sound. "You think this is funny?" she demanded. "No," he said. "I think it's horrible. I think watching someone you care about die to fix a mistake they didn't make is the worst thing in the world. I've done it. I am not letting you copy my homework." Her mouth trembled. Behind her, Freyr gasped as fire reached his chest. He looked at them over his shoulder. "Freya," Freyr said, voice rough. "Little sister." She stilled. "You hold the weave," he said. "You always have. Hold it now." She clenched her jaw so hard Harry heard something crack. Slowly, like it cost her more than the fire, she turned back toward the tear. Her hands rose. Cedar spilled out, shaking. The edges of the crack flared as she wrapped new lines around them, using the energy of Freyr's burning to seal instead of fuel. Harry stepped behind her and pressed his palm to her back. Storm flowed through him into her lines, steadying them when they trembled. "Breathe," he murmured in her ear. "In. Do not let him die for nothing." Her shoulders shook once. Then she locked in. Hermione felt the surge hit the lattice like a wave. "We've got a massive spike in Iceland," she shouted. "And everything else is dipping. He's pulling the fire there." Dumbledore's face went very still. "Freyr," he said quietly. Hermione's grip on her wand tightened. She understood. She still kept working. "We can use it," she said. "If we channel this correctly, we can reinforce the whole northern arc. The hospital wards, the small villages, the schools. All of it." "Then do it," Dumbledore said. Ron wiped at his face with the back of his hand and pretended it was sweat. "Freyr's not coming back, is he?" Ron asked. "No," Dumbledore said. Ron swallowed. "Then we make sure we remember him," Ron said. "Properly." Fall. On the ridge, fire ate Freyr to the waist. He kept his hands on the hilt of his sword. The blade's light had changed. It wasn't golden now. It glowed a fierce, steady white that cut through Searcher's red glare. The fire giant snarled. "This was not your place," Searcher said. "Then you should have walked quicker," Freyr said, teeth bared. Fire surged higher, swallowing his chest, his shoulders. Freya's cedar wrapped tighter around the tear. Harry's storm threaded through it, turning Freyr's burning into a binding instead of fuel. "Enough," Searcher roared. He lifted his sword to bring it down again, to smash the half-closed door and the god holding it. Odin moved. He did not throw his spear. He drove it straight into Surtur's wrist. The fire giant howled. His sword arm jerked. The blow went wide, tearing a streak of burning sky instead of hitting Freyr. Heat rolled over the ridge. Harry threw up his free arm instinctively. His clothes smoldered. His skin prickled. Freyr laughed once, breath-catching. "Stubborn," Freyr managed. Then the fire covered his head. For a moment there was a shape in the blaze. A man with his arms spread, holding something back. Then there was only light. The tear snapped shut. The ground bucked. Shock waves rippled through the lattice. Hermione cried out as several lines on the map went from blinding to steady. The strain that had been tearing at half a continent eased in a rush that left her swaying. In a Muggle hospital in Oslo, a nurse standing in a stairwell felt a pressure lift from her chest. She did not know why she suddenly started crying. In a wizarding hamlet in Canada, the villagers looked up from their cracked ward stone and felt a warmth settle over them that wasn't from any spell they knew. In Grimmauld Place, portraits rattled and then fell quiet. On the ridge, silence hit harder than the horn. No fire, no roar, just the faint hiss of cooling rock. Surtur stepped back, clutching his bleeding wrist. The wound smoked where Odin's spear had punched through. "This changes little," Surtur growled. "The tree still rots. The end still comes." "Maybe," Odin said, "but not today." Surtur's eyes narrowed. "You have only delayed what must be," Surtur said. "Your son's blood has bought you a handful of years at most." He glanced at Harry. "You would have made an interesting bonfire," Surtur said. "Another time." He stepped backward into the space where the tear had been. For a second it looked like he would bounce off and fall, but the fabric of the realms still remembered him. The air warped. Then he was gone. The heat faded with him, leaving behind a brittle chill. Harry let go of the storm all at once. It wasn't graceful. The lightning in his veins flickered and drained like water from a burst pipe. His legs gave way. He went down on his hands and knees, breathing hard. Freya dropped beside him. For a long moment she didn't move. He reached toward her, hesitated, then put his hand on her shoulder. Her skin was cold and hot at the same time. "Freya," he said softly. She didn't answer. Her eyes were locked on the black glass where her brother had stood. A single mark lay there now, a small, simple rune, scorched into the stone. Harry didn't know which one. She did. Her lips shaped it soundlessly. "Gift," she whispered. Her shoulders started shaking. He pulled her closer. She resisted for a second, then folded in, hands clutching at the front of his shirt so hard he heard stitches pop. He wrapped his arms around her and held on as she broke. There were no pretty tears. She sobbed like something had ripped out part of her chest and left the wound open. Her breath hitched. Her fingers dug into his back. At one point she tried to push away, to get up and run back to the mark, and he held her tighter, murmuring nonsense into her hair. "It's not fair," she choked. "I know," he said. "I told him we would find another way," she said. He still walked into the fire. "He chose it," Harry said. His own throat was raw. "He chose to do it knowing what it meant. That matters." "He shouldn't have had to," she snapped. "No," he said. "He shouldn't." Odin stood a little way off, spear planted in the ground, head bowed. Heimdall's face was grim. For once, Loki was quiet. He watched Freya shaking in Harry's arms with an expression that wasn't smug or amused or cruel. It was hollow. "You knew," Harry said suddenly, looking up at Odin. His voice was low, dangerous. "You knew exactly how that would happen," Harry went on. "And you let him go anyway." Odin lifted his head. His eye was old. "Yes," Odin said. Harry's hands clenched on Freya's shoulders. "You talk about anchors and branches and fixed points," Harry said. "You talk about necessary sacrifices. Do you ever actually feel them, or do you just note them down and move on to the next calculation?" Freya stiffened. "Harry," she said under her breath. "No," he said. "He can answer." Odin walked closer. "The first time I watched a son die because a pattern demanded it, I told myself the same story Surtur does," Odin said. "That it was necessary, that I was beyond grief. that I could not afford to feel. He stopped just out of arm's reach. It broke something in me, Odin said simply. I have spent the rest of my long life pretending it did not. I will not make that mistake again. He looked past Harry at the ruined ground. When the horn sounded and Heimdall told me where the fire was going, I asked Freyr one more time if he wanted to run, Odin said. Freya made a strangled sound. You what? She demanded. He told me no, Odin said. He told me he would rather die once for something he believed in than live in a world burned by a coward's choice. I will carry that weight. If you wish to hate me for it, you have the right. Freya looked away, breathing hard. Harry stared at Odin. He wanted to scream, to hit, to call down lightning on this old man who kept talking about stories while people he cared about died. He didn't, because he saw something he hadn't expected. Odin's hand on the spear shook. Not much. Enough. Harry swallowed. I don't hate you, Harry said eventually, voice hoarse. I'm just very close to it. That is fair, Odin said. Harry looked down at Freya. Her breathing had steadied a fraction. Her grip on his shirt was still tight, but less desperate. He bent his head and pressed his forehead to hers. We'll remember him, Harry said quietly. Not as a piece on a board. As your brother who told a giant to get stuffed. A wet, broken laugh escaped her. He did, she said. He did, Harry agreed. She drew in a long, shaking breath. Help me up, she said eventually. He tightened his arms and stood, pulling her with him. She swayed. He stayed close, ready to catch her if she slipped. What now? She asked. Now, Odin said. We see what the wolf and serpent have done while we were occupied. Aftershocks. They didn't jump straight back into battle. The lattice wouldn't have taken it. Hermione sagged against a table, sweat plastering hair to her forehead. The lines on the map had stopped flickering, but her hand still shook when she tried to cast. We've stabilized most of the anchors, she said. We lost some, but the majority held. The schools are intact. The major hospitals. The key villages. Canada's lot are a bit singed but angry, which usually means alive. Fenrir? Dumbledore asked. Hermione swallowed. There's something, she said. An echo. The wards around some northern valleys are gone. Wiped. It feels like someone took a bite out of the map. And the serpent? Ron asked. Holding pattern, she said. Thor and Harry have kept it from strangling the net. But it's still there, coiled around the outer lines. If they slip, it'll crush a whole ring of anchors in one go. Dumbledore straightened slowly. Then we go to them, he said. Hermione blinked at him. You can't fight a world serpent, she said. No, he agreed. But I can reinforce the lines they are standing on, so they do not have to split their attention. And me? Ron asked. You keep her from falling over, Dumbledore said. Ron huffed. That sounds familiar, he muttered. He stepped to Hermione's side and put a hand between her shoulder blades. Try not to do anything clever without telling me first, he said. She managed a tired smirk. No promises, she said. Serpent again. Harry's arms felt like lead. The serpent had adapted. Every time he and Thor struck its coils, Jormungandr shifted, wrapping the net in a different way. They were playing tug-of-war with a creature the size of a continent while standing on the rope. Lightning flashed again. Thor's hammer whirled through the air, carving arcs of storm. Jormungandr hissed and snapped, poison spraying. The droplets that hit the sea below boiled the water into clouds of foul steam. We cannot keep this up, Thor panted. I noticed, Harry gasped. His fingers were numb on Mjolnir's handle. His shoulders burned. The runes on his skin felt like they'd been drawn with hot wire. The lattice hummed under him. He felt a new presence in it. Two, actually. About time, he muttered. A voice drifted up through the net. You sound tired, Harry, Dumbledore said. Harry almost laughed. You sound annoyingly calm, Harry shot back. Occupational hazard, Dumbledore said. We have reinforced your position. Hermione has widened the buffer around this sector. You have a little more room to work with. What do I do with room? Harry demanded. You stop reacting and start choosing. Hermione's voice cut in, sharp. You've been playing defense. Make the serpent move where you want it. Harry blinked. Right, he said. Thor flung his hammer again. Any bright ideas? Thor called. Maybe, Harry said. He closed his eyes for a heartbeat and reached into the net fully, ignoring the pain. Jormungandr's coils showed up there as thick knots of dark pressure. Each anchor point was a nail holding the lattice into Midgard's skin. If he hit the serpent randomly, it just shifted. If he hit it where the net could flex, he could force it into a new shape. Hermione, he said, can you loosen anchors 32 through 41 on the northern band? Only if you promise not to tear them off, she said. I'll try, he said. That is not reassuring, Ron muttered. He felt her adjustments. The lattice in that area became springy, less rigid. Thor, Harry said. On my call, hit its neck. Hard. Then again. Same spot. Thor nodded without asking why. Harry drew the storm in. Everything hurt. His lungs burned. His heart pounded in his ears. He waited until Jormungandr shifted for another constricting squeeze. Now, he shouted. He sent a tight, focused bolt straight into the net where it pressed against the serpent's scales. At the same moment, Thor's hammer slammed into the serpent's neck, power amplified by the lattice. The combined hit made Jormungandr jerk reflexively. Its coils snapped in, tightening in the area Harry had loosened. The net deformed, sagging under the serpent's weight. Harry didn't let it rebound. He redirected the sagging section, twisting it like a noose. The serpent found itself caught in a loop of its own making. It thrashed. The more it fought, the tighter the loop got, pulling its coils away from the most fragile section of the lattice near Hogwarts. Got you, Harry whispered. He didn't try to crush it. He just held. Jormungandr roared. The sound carried through sea and sky and net. Well done, Dumbledore's voice said, tinged with genuine admiration. Hermione let out a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. You actually did it, she said. Never doubted him, Ron lied. Thor grinned at Harry, eyes wild. Clever work, Thor said. Loki will be furious. He did not think of that first. Good, Harry said faintly. His vision swam. Can we stop now? He asked. For today? Freya's voice came through the bond, strained but steady. Searcher is back behind his door. The wolf has been driven into a different valley. The tree still stands. Harry let out a long breath and eased his grip on the storm, letting it drain into the net slowly instead of dropping it all at once. As the coils around the lattice loosened and settled into a tense stalemate, the sky over the northern sea looked almost calm. Almost. Grief and choice. They regrouped in Freya's hall. No one pretended this was a victory feast. There was food. Bread, thick stew, mead that burned going down. People ate because their bodies demanded fuel, not because they had appetite. Harry sat on one of the benches with his back to a carved pillar, Freya at his side, Hermione on his other flank, Ron across from him with his elbows on the table. Dumbledore stood near the fire, talking quietly with Odin. Thor slumped on another bench, legs stretched out, head tipped back against the wall. His hair was damp, his face lined with exhaustion and something like relief. Loki lounged in a corner, flipping a knife between his fingers. He wasn't smiling much. The horn had stopped. The silence it left behind was almost as loud. Freyr, Hermione said softly. Freya's fingers tightened around her cup. He held the door, Freya said. He made a joke. That sounds like something one of us would do, Ron said, voice rough. Freya huffed a breath that might have been a laugh. He told Searcher he was late, she said. Harry smiled weakly. Good, he said. Annoy him on the way out. Hermione looked down at the map she had brought with her. Even here, the ink lines pulsed faintly. We need to mark this, she said. Properly. Not just as a node. As a story. Freya's head tilted. Go on, she said. Wards remember what they're told, Hermione said. If we treat Iceland as just a big patch of charred rock, that's all the magic will carry forward. If we write in the runes that this is where Freyr held the fire and chose to die, the next time the lattice strains, it'll remember that shape. You want to honor him by turning his death into infrastructure, Loki drawled. Hermione glared at him, I want to honor him by making sure no one forgets what he did, she snapped. If the only people who remember are the ones in this hall, it's not enough. Loki opened his mouth, then closed it again. Freya looked at Hermione for a long beat, then nodded. Write it, she said. Hermione nodded back. Harry watched them, something warm and aching twisting in his chest. Freya turned to him. You held when I could not, she said quietly. You held, he said. I just put a hand on your back. You anchored me, she said. That's what you've been doing for me since I landed in your forest, he said. She studied him. You still want to run? She asked. He could have lied. Yes, he said instead. Part of me wants to go back to a world where my biggest problem is a ministry memo and a broken broom. You were never built for small problems, she said. He grimaced. Annoying that, he said. He hesitated, then took her free hand. Her fingers were colder than he liked. I can't fix what happened today, he said. I can't change that Freyr walked into that fire. I can't promise there won't be more days like this. No, she agreed. But I can promise this, he said. When the next awful choice comes, I won't make it alone. You won't either. She looked down at their joined hands. You are tying yourself to a very tired goddess, she said. I'm a very tired wizard, he said. Seems fair. Her mouth quirked. That was a terrible line, she said. I'm out of good ones, he admitted. She leaned in and kissed him. It wasn't gentle this time. There was no hesitant testing. It was a hard, desperate press of mouths, hands gripping tight. The kind of kiss people share when they're not sure how many tomorrows they have left and refuse to waste this one. When they broke apart, both breathing unevenly, Ron studiously studied his stew. Hermione didn't bother hiding her little smile. Thor raised his cup in their direction without opening his eyes. About time, he said. Loki rolled his eyes. Romance in the middle of Ragnarok, he said. Predictable. Harry ignored him. For a brief moment, with Freya's forehead resting against his and Hermione and Ron within arm's reach, he felt something that wasn't dread or guilt. He felt chosen. Not by prophecy this time, by the people at his side. Odin's voice cut across the hall, quiet but carrying. The first storm has passed, Odin said. The winter remains. The serpent is bound, but not slain. The wolf is wounded, not dead. The fire has been pushed back, not quenched. He looked around the hall. Some of us have fallen, he went on. More will. This is not the end of the tale. It is the turn. What we do after this will decide whether the new world that grows from these ashes is worth the blood. Harry met his gaze. He didn't bow. He didn't argue. He just nodded once. Freya's hand squeezed his. Hermione slid the map onto the table and started writing Freyr's name into the runes. Ron reached into his pocket and set a small, slightly crushed biscuit on the table in front of Freya. For your brother, he said awkwardly. In case he likes snacks in whatever hall he's in now. Freya's eyes filled again, but her smile was real. He would have appreciated that, she said. Outside, snow fell on Vanaheim's forest. In Midgard, storms eased for a night. Fires cooled. People crawled out of shelters and looked at skies they did not understand. In the branches of Yggdrasil something shifted. A sacrifice had been made. The pattern had bent. Fate was no longer just a story told to men and gods. It was a set of choices they were making, one brutal day at a time. The chalk snapped in Hermione's hand. Of course, she muttered. She dropped to one knee anyway and finished the last of the rune by scraping the broken stub across the stone. The corridor floor of Hogwarts was already a patchwork of carved lines and small glowing sigils. It smelled like dust, cold air, and the faint metallic bite of recent magic. Behind her, a crowd of students buzzed in a low, nervous hum. Everyone back 2 steps, Ron called. Unless you fancy getting singed eyebrows as a souvenir. There was shuffling and a few half-hearted jokes. Hermione blew out a breath, sat back on her heels, and checked the circle again. For anchor runes, 1 release line, 2 links to the larger lattice. No cracks, no gaps. Ready, she said. Professor Flitwick stood a few feet away, wand at the new junction in the wall. He gave her a quick nod, then looked up at the cluster of older students gathered along the stairs. "Remember what we practiced," he squeaked. "No more power than you'd use on a decent shield charm. We are testing the array, not trying to impress anyone." "You heard him," Ron said. "If anyone tries to show off, I'll make you rewrite Hermione's notes by hand." A collective groan rose from the group. Harry leaned against the wall near the top of the stairs, watching. He still felt the echo of storm along his bones. It had been days since Searcher's fire and Freyr's fall, but the burn under his skin hadn't faded entirely. Most of it sat quiet now, woven into runes Freya had tightened after everything. The rest hummed whenever he stepped near the Hogwarts anchors. "Does it hurt?" Ginny asked quietly from beside him. "A bit," Harry said. "Mostly when people poke the net too hard. In other words, all the time," she said. He smiled. Down below, Hermione stood and wiped chalk dust on her jumper. "All right," she said. "Let's see if the new node plays nicely with the rest." She nodded at Flitwick. "On 3, she said. Flitwick counted them in. 3 spells hit the circle at once. Not attacks, just controlled bursts of force. A shield charm, a stunner, and a simple push. The runes lit. Power jumped through the circle and vanished into the lines that now ran under almost every corridor in the castle. The floor under Harry's feet vibrated once, like a cat's purr. On the parchment in Hermione's hand, a corresponding mark flared and settled. "Stable," she said, relief loosening her shoulders. There was a cheer from the students. It wasn't loud, but it was real. Professor McGonagall appeared at the top of the stairs, tartan dressing gown flapping around her ankles. "Mr. Weasley," she said, "what is this noise and why is there chalk all over my corridor?" Ron straightened automatically. "New lattice node, Professor," he said, "under Hermione's supervision, and Flitwick's, and a bit of Harry's." It worked. McGonagall's eyes flicked to the glowing rune for a fraction of a second. "Very well," she said. 10 points to each of you for not collapsing the staircase." Her gaze slid to Harry. "And Mr. Potter," she added. "The headmistress would like a word in her office when you are done hovering." Harry blinked. "Right," he said. Ginny elbowed him lightly. "Headmistress," she murmured. "Don't start," he muttered back. Hermione trudged up the stairs, a tired grin tugging at her mouth. "That's the last of the internal nodes," she said. "Tower anchors, outer rings, internal feeds. Hogwarts is officially the most overprotected school on the planet. Given our track record, that's baseline, not extra," Ron said. She snorted. Harry pushed off the wall. "McGonagall wants me," he said. "Try not to agree to anything that involves more paperwork," Hermione said. "We're already drowning." "Yes, dear," he said. She rolled her eyes and flicked chalk at him. He headed for the stairs anyway, boots clicking on stone now laced with runes that hummed faint when he passed. The headmistress' office. The gargoyle moved aside before Harry even spoke the password. "Perk of being half-owned by the school now," a familiar voice said dryly from above. He looked up. The portrait of Albus Dumbledore smiled down at him, eyes twinkling in the way the real man's had when he was about to drop something inconvenient. "You told them what we were doing," Harry said. "Of course," the portrait said. "I am not entirely ornamental." The office door opened. McGonagall sat behind the desk. She looked smaller than Dumbledore had behind it, but the set of her mouth made the room feel just as full. "Potter," she said. "Sit." He sat. A steaming cup appeared in front of him. Tea, not mead. He was grateful. He was not ready for more Asgardian drinks. McGonagall folded her hands. "The board has been in an uproar," she said. "I can imagine," he said. "I doubt it," she said. "They are not very imaginative people." He snorted. "They object," she went on, "to the idea of foreign magics being carved into the walls. They object to outsider forces having any influence on Hogwarts. They particularly object to the headmaster of another school and a group of northern entities being able to touch our wards from afar." "The northern entities have names," Harry said. "Yes," she said. "I did not share them. It would only confuse them more." He rubbed the bridge of his nose. "Do they object enough to try and tear it all out?" he asked. McGonagall's mouth thinned. They lack both the courage and the competence, she said. But they were prepared to vote for a full investigation and possible rollback. Harry's hand tightened on the cup. And, he asked carefully. And the vote failed, she said. He blinked. Why? He asked. Her gaze went briefly to the window, where snow still fell in a slow, steady curtain. It was not the vicious, biting stuff from the first horn, but it carried more weight than any normal winter. Because every one of them has family out in that weather, she said. The night the horn sounded, wards failed in places that have never failed. Fires appeared in towns that have no fireplaces. Half of them received letters from panicked relatives. The other half were too busy eating their nerves over rumors from Berlin and Oslo. She looked back at him. They know something changed, she said. They can deny the details. They cannot deny the fear. They want someone to stand between them and it. You are very convenient. That's one word for it, Harry said. McGonagall's eyes softened. Just a little. Some of them remember what you did here when you were a student, she said. They remember the war. They know how it ended. They voted to trust you. He stared. Even after I dragged half the school into a multi-realm lattice, he said. Especially after, she said. He let that sink in. You didn't call me here just to tell me they didn't sack me, he said. No, she said. I called you here because they made an offer I cannot accept without asking you. He straightened a bit. What offer? He asked. She studied his face for a moment, as if checking for cracks. They want to make your position official, she said. Not just an informal. What is the word the Americans used? Consultant. Disaster magnet, he suggested. Close enough, Dumbledore's portrait said. McGonagall ignored him. They propose a new role, she said. Guardian of the Lattice. A formal title. You would have authority to adjust the networks that now tie our school to the wider protections. You would answer to the school and the International Council, not to any one ministry. In theory, it gives you room to act when politicians freeze. In practice, Harry said slowly, it pins my name to every shield that breaks. Yes, she said simply. He looked down at his hands. Scar, rune, calluses from training and from years of gripping a wand too tight. When I finished school, I wanted to run away from all this, he said. I wanted a quiet job, a broken desk, and a boss who didn't know half my life story. I recall, Dumbledore's portrait said. You told me you wanted to be boring for a while. How did that go? McGonagall asked. Terribly, Harry said. He thought of Freyr burning on the ridge, of the small town by the sea, of Hermione with chalk burns on her fingers and Freya's shoulder shaking under his cheek. Will they listen? He asked. If I say we need to reinforce some small village instead of a big ministry building. If I say Berlin's wards can sit in a corner until they stop being idiots. McGonagall's mouth twitched faintly. No one listens all the time, she said. But this role gives you leverage. Enough to matter. And if I say no, he said, then we keep improvising, she said. You work unofficially. Others who share your view try to hold the line without a clear name in front. He looked at her. What do you think I should do? He asked. She sighed. I think, she said, that I have watched you walk into too many battles without authority and with all the consequences. If you are going to keep doing it, you might as well have the paper that says you are allowed. Dumbledore's portrait cleared its throat. If you accept, it said, you must also accept that you are not the only guardian. These nets will outlast you. Teach others. Make sure the next generation knows how to argue with gods and politicians without flinching. Harry swallowed. You're both very bad at letting me have an excuse, he said. Yes, McGonagall said. He sat with it for a long moment. Then he exhaled. Fine, he said. Tell the board I'll do it. But we're not calling me guardian of anything. That sounds like something out of a silly adventure novel. McGonagall arched an eyebrow. What do you suggest? She asked. He thought. Coordinator, he said. Lattice coordinator. That way I sound like a very tired clerk and no one will expect me to wear a cape. McGonagall snorted. Done, she said. You may regret that, Mr. Potter. One day someone will hand you a stack of forms taller than you. I already regret everything, he said. The portrait of Dumbledore smiled quietly. Welcome to middle management, it said, between branches. Later, in Vanaheim, the forest was not quiet. The snow had stopped, mostly. The air was still cold. The trees rustled in a way that sounded more awake than before. Harry walked the narrow path toward the clearing where Freya's hall stood. Mjolnir hung at his hip. He still wasn't used to the weight. It felt less like a weapon and more like a reminder. Freya waited on the steps. She wore no crown today, no formal armor, just a simple tunic and a cloak pinned with a small brooch in the shape of a seed. Her eyes held more shadows than they had weeks ago. They also held a stubborn light he recognized from Hermione and McGonagall and Molly Weasley when they decided something. "You agreed," she said as he approached. "You heard," he said. She tapped the side of her head. "The lattice hums when it has new names," she said. He climbed the steps. "I'm not a guardian," he said quickly. "I refused the ridiculous title. I'm just coordinating. Helping people not trip over each other while they fix the world." "Coordinator," she repeated. "Very humble." "I aim low," he said. She gave him a look that said she had a list of counterexamples going back to his first year. "How are you?" he asked. It was a stupid question. He asked it anyway. She considered. "Angry," she said. "Sad. Tired. Very tempted to break a few things that do not break easily." "Loki offering suggestions?" he asked. "He always has ideas," she said. "Half of them end with people screaming. The other half end with my kitchen on fire." He huffed a short laugh. She watched his face. "And you?" she said. He drew in a breath and let it out. "Same list," he said. "Add mildly terrified of having a title, and still very bad at sleeping." "Healthy," she said dryly. They stood in silence for a moment, the hall behind them radiating warmth, the forest watching. "We need you here," she said finally. "And there," he said. "Yes," she said. The word hung between them. He sat on the step. She followed. Their shoulders brushed. "I can't move here," he said. "I thought about it. Believe me, sometimes this place feels easier, clearer, fewer politicians, more straightforward monsters." "Flattering," she said. "You know what I mean," he said. "But if I vanish into the branches, they'll start pretending none of this is their responsibility. They'll say, 'Oh, the gods are handling it,' and go back to fighting over parking spells." She nodded. "I know," she said. He glanced at her. "I also can't stay only there," he said. "If I do that, you and Odin and the rest will start making decisions up here without anyone who lives full-time on Midgard in the room. You'll mean well. It'll still go wrong." "I know," she said again. "So," he said, "we do the annoying thing." She raised an eyebrow. "Which is?" she asked. "We split the difference," he said. "I travel. I spend time here, time there. Enough that everyone remembers they're part of the same mess." "Harry Potter," she said. "Heir of two worlds, coordinator of lattices, professional commuter. That last one is the real job," he said. Her mouth twitched. "The doorways will hold," she said. "We strengthened them after Freyr." She trailed off for a second, then continued steadily. "After the fire, as long as the lattice hums, we can pull you through faster than the ministry can send you a memo." "Dangerous power," he said. "Skipping meetings." She leaned her head briefly on his shoulder. "I would never abuse it," she said. "Liar," he said. She smiled, small but real. "You will have to choose, though," she said after a moment. "Not between worlds. Between how much of yourself you give them." He looked at his hands. "I know," he said. "I've done the give everything thing. It doesn't end well." "Why did you say yes today then?" she asked softly. He thought back to McGonagall's office, to Dumbledore's portrait, to the map in Hermione's hands and the small child on the cliff waving at him. "Because if I said no and something cracked later, I'd hear Freyr's voice every time I tried to sleep," he said. "Because I'm tired of being the excuse people use to avoid responsibility. If my name is on the structure, I can push them to build properly, not just make me patch things." She turned that over. "That," she said, "sounds like an informed choice, not a martyrdom." "I'm learning," he said. He shifted to face her. "Can I ask you something?" he said. "You usually do," she said. If you could go back, he said quietly, to when I first stumbled into your forest, would you still answer when I knocked? She met his gaze. Yes, she said without hesitation. He let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. That quick, he said. Yes, she repeated. You were a disaster. You are still a disaster. But you are mine. And my people are slightly less doomed with you yelling at them. He laughed, the sound rough but warmer. She reached up and touched his cheek. Will you be there? She asked. When we carve Freyr's rune into the trunk. Of course, he said. Then come, she said. It is time. The root, Yggdrasil's root, wasn't a neat, single thing. It was a tangle. Great, pale strands of living would twist it around each other in a mass that went deeper than Harry could see. Each strand carried carvings. Old runes. New ones. Marks from battles. Small scars where someone had tried to cut and been stopped. The air there tasted thick. Not heavy exactly, just full. Hermione stood on one of the broader roots, cloak drawn tight against the chill. Ron stood on her other side, his breath fogging in little puffs. Thor loomed nearby, more solemn than Harry had ever seen him inside a building. Odin was there, of course. Heimdall. A few other gods Harry had met in passing. Some were faces from the old stories. Some looked like people he might pass on a London street without a second glance. Freya stepped forward with a small bowl of dark sap. The rune they had chosen sat clean and unmarked on a bare patch of the root. Gift. Not because Freyr had been a bargain. Because he had given something that wasn't owed. Freya dipped her thumb in the sap, then pressed it to the root at the top of the rune. I name this, she said quietly. Not as debt. As memory. The sap sank into the wood. The rune glowed faintly, then dimmed, leaving the lines darker than the rest. Hermione swallowed. She stepped forward next, wand in hand. On behalf of Midgard, she said, voice shaking only a little, we tie our lattice to this mark, so every time it holds, we remember who taught us what it costs. She drew a small version of the rune in the air. Threads of light linked it to the ones on the root. Ron shifted. I'm not good at speeches, he muttered. Then don't make one, Hermione said. He stepped up anyway, ears pink. I'm Ron, he said. I'm not a god. I'm not a headmaster. I'm just someone who watched his best friend die once and really didn't want to see that again. So, thanks for giving us a chance to not mess this one up. He set a single stone on the root beside the rune. Nothing magical. Just a small, smooth rock he'd picked up from the Hogwarts lake and carried all the way here in his pocket. Thor put his hammer hand over his chest in a brief, sharp salute. He died well, Thor said. If there is such a thing. There is, Odin said quietly. Harry stood with his hands in his pockets. He didn't have a grand speech either. He stepped up, looked at the rune and said, I'll try to be worth it. The wood under his boots thrummed. He didn't know if that was Yggdrasil or the lattice or just his own pulse. It didn't matter. He meant it. Epilogue threads. Weeks later, the world settled into something like a rhythm. The storms didn't stop, but they became patterns instead of surprises. The worst cracks in the sky stayed closed. Smaller tears still appeared in odd corners. Over an empty field in Ireland, under a bridge in Mumbai, at the edge of a fjord in Norway. Task forces dealt with them. Sometimes the gods stepped in. More often, witches and wizards and muggles armed with more common tools stood their ground. Hermione drafted protocols thicker than many textbooks. She taught seminars to anyone who would listen. She cursed at ministries who didn't read the memos and praised small communities who did more with less. Ron traveled with her when he could, grumbling about long meetings and bad coffee, but always steady when she started to talk too fast and forget to eat. Dumbledore's portrait became a useful annoyance in 3 different offices. In Asgard, Thor visited Midgard more often than he had in centuries, sometimes to fight, sometimes just to sit in a crowded pub and watch people argue about football while the world tree hummed. Loki caused trouble, but less of the world-ending sort and more of the stole the minister's chair and replaced it with a chicken sort. Freya worked. She rebuilt parts of Vanaheim's inner halls that had been damaged when the cedar bucked during the horn. She rewrote old rituals so they accounted for new names. She spent long hours standing by the clearing where the door to Muspelheim had been, watching the cooled glass and the single rune in its center. Sometimes Harry stood with her. Sometimes he wasn't there. He could feel her anyway, through the lattice and the link between their magic. He split his time like he'd promised. Morning at Hogwarts, yelling at a group of 7th years who thought protective arrays were boring until he made one flare under their feet. Afternoon in Vanaheim, learning why some herbs worked better for cedar when picked under certain stars. Night in some tired ministry room, telling a panel of worried officials that no, they could not nationalize the lattice. He was exhausted most of the time. He was also, in a strange, rough way, satisfied. One evening, back at Hogwarts, he stood on the astronomy tower and watched the sky. It was clear, not perfectly. There were still faint streaks of leftover storm, little ripples of light where the lattice carried more weight. But he could see stars. Real ones. Footsteps sounded behind him. He didn't turn. I remember when this tower was mostly for sneaking out, he said. Times change, Hermione said. She stepped up beside him, pulling her cloak tighter against the wind. Or a report from Oslo, she said. They've accepted the new anchor site. That's the last of the big ones. For now, he repeated. She nudged his shoulder. You're allowed to enjoy a quiet night, you know, she said. I'm working on it, he said. They stood in comfortable silence for a minute. You're leaving tomorrow, she said. Freya wants me at a council, he said. Odin's talking about formalizing a treaty. Something about shared guardianship and rites of passage. Sounds complicated, she said. Very, he said. I'm bringing you copies, she groaned. No, she said. Absolutely not. You love complicated law, he said. I love it when I'm not already holding 12 magic systems together with a pen and a headache, she said. He smiled. How are you? He asked. She gave him a look. Don't, she said. He raised his hands. Fine, he said. She softened. I'm okay, she said. Some days I wake up and remember Freyr and I want to scream. Some days I manage to focus on runes for entire hours without thinking about fire. Progress. He nodded. Same, he said. She studied his profile. You're different, she said. More tired, he said. Older, she said. But not crushed. Last time we did something like this, you came back with half your soul missing. This time you look held. He thought of Freya's shoulder under his hand, of Thor's ridiculous grin after a fight, of Odin's shaking hand and Loki's rare quiet. Yeah, he said. I think I am. She bumped his shoulder. Good, she said. You deserve that, he snorted. Deserve has nothing to do with it, he said. Doesn't matter, she said. You've got it anyway. A different hall. In Vanaheim, Freya's hall buzzed. Not with crisis, with preparation. Long tables stood ready for a gathering that would not be a feast but also not a war council. Banners hung from the beams, some old, some new. One bore a simple mark. A tree with a small lightning strike through one branch. Freya adjusted a plate that did not need adjusting. Stop fussing, Loki said from his spot on the bench. I am not fussing, she said. You are fussing, he said. You only rearrange the plates when you care about what people will say. She shot him a look. Do you not? She asked. I make a point of not caring, he said. It confuses them, she huffed. Where is he? She asked. Talking to a very irritated owl in the courtyard, Loki said. Apparently she has opinions about storm travel. Freya smiled despite herself. Harry came in a few minutes later, hair windswept, cloak half undone. Hedwig perched on his arm and glaring at anyone who got too close. She refuses to fly through the doorways, he said. She says they make her feathers itch. I am impressed she told you that, Loki said. She didn't, Harry said. She bit me when I suggested it. Hedwig nipped his ear affectionately as if to confirm it. Freya reached up and stroked the owl's chest. Welcome, she said. Hedwig clicked her beak and settled on a carved beam, eyeing the hall like she was deciding if it met her standards. The others arrived in a steady stream, representatives from different wizarding communities. Some dwarves, a few elves who still called the older words for the branches. a Muggle scientist in a neat suit who had accidentally seen too much during one of the early tiers and refused to have his memory wiped. Now here as part of a new, observational committee. Odin entered last, as always, making enough of an entrance to remind everyone whose hall this had been first. He took his place at the head of the table, staff across his knees. "This is not an oath hall," he said once everyone had settled. "We have done enough binding for a while. This is a table where we argue." There was a ripple of faint amusement and relief. "We stand after the first telling of Ragnarok," he went on. "The tree has bent. It has not broken. The old poem is wrong in enough lines that the skalds would scream. Good. Let them rewrite it." Hermione nudged Harry under the table. "They will need scribes," she whispered. "I'm not writing a god poem," he muttered back. Odin gestured to the gathered. "From this day," he said, "we treat Midgard's magic folk not as distant cousins to occasionally scold, but as partners. Your lattices run through our branches. Our storms run through your stones. If one side decides alone, both suffer." A witch from Uganda raised her hand. "What does that look like in practice?" she asked. "Arguments," Freya said promptly. "Endless meetings," Loki added. "Shared patrols," Odin said, overriding him. "Joint councils. When a tier appears near your lands, you call us. When a storm we start threatens to overload your nets, we listen when you say no." The Muggle scientist cleared his throat. "And us?" he asked. Dozens of eyes turned to him. He swallowed but held his ground. "I've seen things I cannot pretend I didn't," he said. "You can erase my memory. You can't erase the ice that appeared in the middle of the North Sea or the fire that fell from a clear sky. People will keep noticing. Are we just collateral?" Harry leaned forward. "No," he said. "Not if we do this right." "Then tell me how," the man said. "We build shelters," Harry said. "Not just magical ones. Physical ones. Policies. Warning systems. We share information where we can without causing panic. We let you do your job. Predicting weather, modeling climate, tracking disasters, and we adjust our nets to match instead of pretending the other side doesn't exist." The man nodded slowly. "That sounds messy," he said. "It is," Harry said. "Welcome to my life." Freya's hand found his under the table and squeezed once. Questions flew, some sharp, some frightened, some hopeful. They talked for hours, about how to decide which tier got priority when 3 opened at once, about who had authority to close a door in a land where the old gods had been forgotten, about how to train a new generation who understood both wandwork and runes, satellites and cedar. Harry didn't have all the answers. He said so often. It surprised people. It also seemed to make them more willing to admit when they didn't know either. By the end, they had no neat treaty with perfect clauses. They had principles, names on lists, promises to show up. It was enough for a start. One more quiet moment. Later that night, when the hall had emptied and the banners still swayed slightly in a draft, Harry and Freya slipped out into the forest. The snow underfoot crunched. The air smelled of pine and cold water. They walked without speaking for a while. At a certain bend in the path, Freya stopped. "Look," she said. Through a gap in the trees, Harry could see a sliver of Midgard's sky. Vanaheim's branches overlapped it, but where they grew thin, he saw stars. A faint shimmer of the lattice lay over them. "You did that," she said quietly. "Not alone," he said. "That is the point," she said. He watched his breath fog. "I thought, after the war with Voldemort," he said, "that my story was done, that anything after that would be small, quiet, maybe boring. I wanted it to be. And now?" she asked. "Now," he said slowly, "I think the universe heard me and laughed. But I'm not scared of the next chapter in the same way. I don't feel pushed by prophecy. I feel asked." She studied his face. "And what is your answer?" she asked. He turned to her fully. "To every big, stupid, terrifying thing they throw at us," he said, "my answer is the same. I won't do it alone. That's the deal. They want my storms, my weird half-Asgard, half-Hogwarts skill set. They get Hermione's lists and Ron's questions and your temper thrown in for free." She smiled. "I like that deal," she said. He stepped closer. "Good. he said. He cupped her face in both hands, fingers curling into her hair. For the record, he added, I also plan to keep kissing you whenever the world isn't ending. That, she said, is an acceptable use of your power. He kissed her, slow this time, careful, not because they were afraid to break, but because they finally had a moment where nothing was falling apart. When they pulled back, she rested her forehead against his. Do you think the poems will remember any of this properly? She asked. Probably not, he said. They'll make it sound cleaner, braver, less tired. Then we'll tell the truth, she said. To anyone who asks, to any child who grows up under the sky wondering why the storms feel different. We'll tell them that gods and wizards and ordinary people all had bad days and still stood up, and that one god walked into the fire so the rest of us had the chance to be idiots another day, Harry said. And that, she agreed softly. He looked up at the sliver of sky again. Come on, he said. We should get some sleep before the next tear appears over someone's ridiculous wizard tourist attraction. She snorted. If it does, I am sending you and only you to deal with it, she said. Cruel, he said. Honest, she replied. They turned back toward the hall together, their steps in sync. The forest rustled around them. Above, the branches of Yggdrasil hummed with new lines. Not a prophecy, pattern of choices. Harry walked forward into it, hand in Freya's, ready to argue with fate again in the morning.